we've been looking at gorgeous aerials from our helicopter team here at Kennedy Space Center. We hope you're enjoying those.
When we fly airplanes in preparation for spaceflight, we call it spaceflight readiness training. We often say you can tell when the airplane's talking to you. In other words, it's kind of giving you feedback. You feel an extra rumble, or you feel that the gear going down a little bit slow or something, and that gives you a little bit of feedback to know that something's not going wrong or everything's going right. And today, Starliner and Atlas and Centaur are not talking back to us, and that's a very good sign.
And that's also a great sign. Again, we are ahead of schedule. Both Butch and Suni in Starliner. Well ahead of schedule in terms of making sure they're strapped in and can speak and hear everybody that they need to be speaking and hearing to, and that their suits can hold the right pressure in case of an emergency.
We were talking a little bit earlier that we use paper checklists on this spacecraft.
There's a keyed headset on channel 1.
That way we don't have to count on the electronic tablet not working or something like that. We can certainly count on paper. So we have an ascent and entry checklist, and then these small little cards that we put around the cabin in case we need them, including the avionics cue card that we talked about earlier that tells us how all the boxes are connected to each other. Now, we generally have them memorized because that's what we do, but it's nice that if something were a small malfunction on the way up, you can cross a little box off, and that way you know that that's not available, and you could look at the other lines of communication to different boxes to make sure that you can still do what you need to.
Sure.
And like Suni said, our fingerprints are all over that, so we've actually made that. The team has made those updates to the avionics cue card, so we had to put in a new one today.
Oh, okay, great, good to know. Now, this flight test is going to validate all aspects of Boeing Starliner spacecraft, proving it is safe and ready to fly as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. So I want to introduce you now to Jessica Parsons, who is the program's mission manager for this launch.
I'm a mission manager in the Commercial Crew Program, which means I'm responsible for all the mission preparations to the different crew missions that go into ISS. NASA works jointly with the commercial providers to making sure we have a safe and reliable vehicle that's going to be able to launch to the International Space Station. We work hand in hand with them through the certification process of the vehicle to make sure that we address any issues. Launching humans to space is challenging. I don't think it will ever be a routine. I feel like every mission, we're going to learn something from them that is going to apply for the next mission. When I think about the dates that stand out to me from the Commercial Crew Program, is really those final days leading up to launch. The final countdown and preparation to launch, to me, is the most exciting moment in the program.
And CFT will be both Butch and Suni's third trip to the International Space Station. Butch first went to the ISS in 2009 as a space shuttle pilot during STS-129 before the lab's assembly was complete. He then returned as a crew member of Expedition 41, 42 in 2014-15 and served as commander of a fully assembled ISS. And then Suni went to the ISS in 2007 as part of the 14-15 expedition and became the first person to run a marathon in space. You saw that there. That was the Boston Marathon. She went back in 2012 as part of the Expedition 32-33 and completed her third and fourth spacewalks. Both are going to return to an ISS that now uses iPads instead of paper, sports several new modules on both the American and Russian segments, and is capable of hosting a permanent crew of 7 people. And then after Starliner returns to Earth, future crews will see even more modules, including commercial segments and more advanced solar arrays.
Yeah, I think we're talking to Butch and Suni. They said, they're going to be surprised how crowded or how full the space station is, and all of our friends are on board, including Tracy Dyson, who is a really good friend with Suni. They were extra close during their ASCAN time, so it's going to be nice to see them working together.
Both together, yeah.
Yes. Along with the rest of the crew, and Matt Dominic and Mike Barrett and Jeanette Epps. It's going to be a nice crew, and I know they're going to enjoy their time there.
And it's nice always to have a couple more veterans on the ISS. You know, a lot of the crew of Crew 8 that just went up there, a lot of newbies. So it's nice to always have that experience on hand.
Yeah, even though they're not designated as ISS full-up ISS crew members, I remember being up there on the space shuttle as a space shuttle crew member, but they counted on us to do some ISS work, and they even let us stay up for an extra day to fix the carbon dioxide removal assembly. So Butch and Suni will be there, and they're ready, and they've had station training. They even have some parts of their spacewalking suits available.
Yeah, as a reminder, Butch and Suni are not going to be part of the expedition that's already on the International Space Station. They're there for about 8 days, and really their mission is to test out Starliner and how it integrates with the ISS. So if needed, they may be called upon to do stuff with the expedition crew that's up on the space station now, but they have their own very specific mission while they're up there for 8 days. 2 hours and 10 minutes, 15 seconds until liftoff. Both Butch and Suni now inside Starliner, ready to go. And we don't see any pad team members anymore.
Minus 2 hours, 10 minutes.
There they are.
Yes.
ECS, Elsie.
ECS?
Adjust TI, say flow rate to 170 pounds per minute.
Roger.
Yes, we don't see any pad team members inside because they are outside. And that is because they have gone through Starliner to make sure, again, that everything that is not supposed to be there is out. Because they will soon close that side hatch you see right behind them.
Yeah, there's a running joke with the Boeing team and Suni that they think that I might have stowed away on board, but I assure you, I am not on board the Starliner today. When they do fly, my heart goes with them, of course, along with the hearts of I think just about everyone else on planet Earth.
Well said, Mike. Well said. And now I know why you were assigned to the broadcast, to make sure you didn't stow away.
Yes.
Keep an eye on you. See, look, we're keeping an eye on you. The camera is trained on you to make sure you're here at the host desk.
If I do step out in the next 10 minutes, pay no attention to the cameras.
Now, going up with Butch and Suni tonight is artwork from children all over the world. In collaboration with the Space Foundation, Boeing asked for drawings and paintings in response to the question, which historical space pioneer inspires you? They received about 3,500 entries from 66 different countries and 35 U.S. states. Every single entry will be flown as a digital file. The artists, ages 3 to 18, received a certificate showing their masterpiece would be flown to the International Space Station.
Those are really cool pieces of art. And it's so neat to see that children from all over the world took part in it, are excited about, what we here at NASA and our partners are doing to explore the unknown. That's a great one. Look at that. Very detailed, beautifully drawn. This one again from Singapore. We just saw one from Mexico, Slovakia.
So not only are the hearts going up, but our beautiful, the beautiful artwork from our children are flying to space.
This one from New Mexico. Really great. And I know that outreach in particular to Suni, both Suni and Butch, but I know that Suni really enjoys, we've talked about this before, really outreach, specifically with children. She has an elementary school in Massachusetts named after her, and I know she does a lot with them.
Yes, I think on her NASA bio at one time she was called a favorite aunt because she is so appreciated, not just to her niece and nephew, but also to all the kids. In fact, I know my kids call her Suni, auntie, right? Okay. So she's for sure an important part of a lot of kids' lives and a great inspiration.
2 hours, 6 minutes, and 51 seconds. So the pad team members, again, readying to close that side hatch. Mike, that side hatch, once closed, won't open until the crew returns to Earth after their mission, yeah?
Absolutely. So that's why we got to make sure that it has a great seal on it, so there's no leaks. And when it closes, it closes. And next time it should open. The ground team, including Brian Gartner, who was we talked about earlier, are going to be there, and they'll open it up and they'll see Sunny's smiling face somewhere in the United States Southwest.
And what are they doing here, Mike? They seem to be cleaning off their shoes. I'm assuming making sure there's no FOD, things like that.
Yes, the White Room has to stay nice and clean. They're waiting for a go right now for a hatch closure, since it is an important step, and they're a few minutes ahead of timeline. Around the mission control rooms around the country, they're double checking that everybody's okay to close the hatch, and then proceed on with the rest of the launch.
And FOD is foreign object debris, so a fancy way of saying things, again, that are not supposed to be there need to stay off of anyone that's in the White Room. Obviously, Butch and Suni, actually before Butch and Suni both ingressed or got into Starliner, they were each checked by pad team members to make sure they didn't have any foreign object debris on them.
Yeah, Boeing's manufacturing here at the KSC has been really extra careful to keep Starliner extra clean in its development, and and putting it all together. We count all the tools that go in, we count all the tools that come out, and there's vacuum cleaners everywhere to get any little metal shavings or any little pieces of extra tape. And I've been very impressed how clean Starliner has been this is the second flight of Calypso, for example, and our capsule that's being right here manufactured and getting ready to go fly next year. They're a really clean spacecraft.
A testament to the teams, for sure. All right, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 35 seconds and counting until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. 2 NASA astronauts flying in the Starliner spacecraft for the first time, headed to the International Space Station. On the way up, there's one particular person we've heard throughout the day, mostly communicating with the crew. So let's head over to Brandy Dean and Jim May to learn more about the Capcom role inside Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks, Megan. The Capcom role has been around as long as NASA has been sending people to space. It's shorthand for capsule communicator, but it's used even when there's not a capsule to communicate with. For instance, there's a Capcom today in the International Space Station Flight Control Room working with the space station crew. For the Starliner's case, though, the name is entirely accurate, as Starliner is a capsule.
Letting you know, crew insertion is complete, and we are starting hatch closure prep and standing by for weather brief.
Roger.
Historically, the Capcom role has been exclusively held by astronauts, with the thought being that an astronaut would know best what another astronaut in space needs to know in any given situation. But when International Space Station began operating 24/7, 365 days per year, NASA no longer had enough astronauts to constantly fill that Capcom position. So now it's often held by training instructors and flight controllers who have worked closely with the astronauts previously and have a good understanding of the information that they need. But for extremely dynamic situations like launch and landings, you'll often see an astronaut back in that seat.
And that's the case today. You've heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick a few times already this morning, including with some voice checks that he did with the crew on behalf of Houston. He will be the voice you hear talking to the crew all the way through Starliner's ascent. He'll be speaking with Butch and Suni as they make their way into orbit, and he is particularly suited for the job since he'll be on Starliner for its next flight, Starliner 1. He is assigned to the crew along with NASA astronaut Scott Tingle and, of course, our very own Mike Fink with us today. And a fourth crew member will be assigned later.
So we heard some comm checks with the crew after they got into the capsule. They're a little bit ahead of schedule, so those comm checks have already happened, but we are expecting a hatch closure to come soon, and then another set of audio checks over the air-to-ground loop a little later as they get closer to launch. So now let's head back to Florida with Megan D. and Mike.
All right. So, Mike, I want to take a look at the clock again. We are well ahead of schedule. Hatch closure preps underway. We had till an hour and 37 minutes for those to have started. So, great margin there. Really, the countdown's looking very smooth right now.
So far, so good, and I think it's because we have a lot of practice, and practice does make better. Not perfect, but better.
Yeah. And actually, while we're taking a look inside the White Room and our pad team members there, why don't we talk a little bit about each one? So we see number 4 there. That's Nate Keek-Franson, and he is the pad team lead. Manages the fluids team, who performs a variety of tests from leak checks to acceptance testing of integrated vehicle subsystems. He thinks he has, quote, the coolest job in the whole company, and feels honored to make this contribution to our company. We see number 6 there on the left. That's Garrett Pinder, mechanical technician. He helped build the rig that opens and closes the hatch, and he will close the hatch today. Folks describe him as the guy who can troubleshoot just about anything, and he has been on Starliner since day 1 and said he would be the first to fly it if he could. He has that much faith and pride in the spacecraft. Again, Garrett Pinder, number 6, left hand of your screen there. Number 8, we have Kaysen Chernault, quality engineer and inspector, assisting crew with external tools and gear, suiting up prior to entry. Grew up on the Space Coast watching every launch, and says being on the pad team is an honor and feels like the culmination of a lifetime of admiring and working in human spaceflight.
And we saw Kaysen and Michael DiCarlo, and Michael's number was 7. Those were the 2 that went to meet Butch and Suni down at the base of the pad.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Yeah, Michael is the systems engineering technician, performs final cabin leak check that we'll see later on in the countdown. This is his 110th launch to work. He said as a child of the 70s, he'll tell Butch and Suni it's time to rock and roll before a hatch close.
And Michael's also a great welder, and he helps put some of our pressure control systems or some of our tubing together. It's really tricky. So he's definitely world class at his job.
And then finally, we have number 5, Armando Loli. Mike, you were talking a little bit about him. You were hearing him do the comm checks within Starliner during ingress. Now, he's the senior project engineer covering Boeing's Florida Space Coast. Has been part of the build and development of Starliner since the beginning.
He also has helped Boeing build a very interesting virtual reality headset that we can use to train ahead of time with Starliner, not just for the astronauts, but for the technicians as well as managers, so everyone understands what Starliner looks like inside and where all the parts are without actually having to get inside the spacecraft and taking it apart.
Yeah. Just a really accomplished crew. Take a look at their skill sets. Like, they're amazing to work with, I'm sure, because you've integrated and worked with a lot of these guys, right?
Yeah, what's really fun is that it is fun. I mean, that everybody has a great attitude. Everybody looks out for each other and does what it takes to make it happen, and enjoy the process along the way. And it's really fun to be in the space program, because we get, as astronauts, we get to be part of so many really excellent teams, and our pad team for sure is an excellent team.
And so we heard on the communication nets that teams are doing a weather brief right now. That weather brief has to be done prior to them deciding to close the hatch, right, Mike?
Yes, we need to make sure as part of our checks that everything is still good to go. Typically at this point the weather briefs are pretty short, just saying nothing changed or a small thing changed here or something really big changed. Let's talk about it more. Yeah, the weather's beautiful from here, our perspective here at the host desk. No wind to speak of, which is a little stifling, if I could be honest. It's a little hot, but again, those are not launch constraints at all. Just maybe Megan D and Mike constraints as the day goes on, but we'll be waiting on the official word from that weather brief here shortly. Again, the team in the White Room, when they do get the go-ahead to close the hatch, kind of what are some of the things we'll be seeing, Mike? So obviously we said they cleared out Starliner, but here we're going to see them like removing some equipment and inspecting the seal, right? Exactly. So you can see that there's this golden frame around the hatch, and that's to protect the hatch seals, right? Because we want the hatch to be able to stay closed and airtight. So they're going to take that hatch protection unit out of the way, and that takes a few moments, and then they're going to actually get ultraviolet lights and take very good look at the seals to make sure that they look good, and then they're going to close the hatch and then do a leak check. They'll put extra pressure inside the Starliner and see if any of it leaks out. It shouldn't, and then they'll depress depressurize the Starliner to have a regular normal atmospheric pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, and there they are, removing that piece you were just talking about. Some of the ways that they'll inspect the seal, as you were talking about, they're going to use white light. They're going to clean with foam wipes to remove any debris, and then they use black light. Again, foam wipes to remove any debris. As I'm sure is not a surprise to anyone, again, another very detailed process to make sure that everything is done as is supposed to be done.
Well, speaking of a child of the 70s, a lot of us watched Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and Mr. Rogers would tell us to take our time to do it right. And that's what we're doing here.
You always perfectly have like the one-liners that sum up the situation. So, again, guys, very lucky to have this guy here.
Yeah, Butch says the same thing about me. In fact, I think that was the only reason he kept me around is that I made him laugh now and then.
Aw. Now, we've been asking for questions on social media, and you guys have been sending them in, so why don't we take some now? This one is Nikki Colby on X asking, can you describe the suits in depth to me as a blind person? Also, what does it look like inside the Starliner?
Minus 1 hour, 55 minutes.
Well, Nick.
ECS,
ECS?
adjust the ISA temperature to 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
Roger.
Well, Nikki, that's a great question. How do you describe a spacesuit? Well, it's made out of cloth and some puncture-resistant material. I think a lot of it's Nomex. And on the inside of this suit, and it's really it's all like almost one piece. There's a reason for that. Because it has to hold pressure, right? So it's kind of like a hoodie on top that the visor can float go over your head like a hood, and then you can zip it. And it's a one piece overall that has long sleeves and long legs. And of course, it doesn't matter what color it is. Boeing chose the Boeing blue color for it. It has a few pockets on it. And at the bottom, it actually where the legs come out is actually a rubber bladder that goes throughout the entire part of the spacesuit, and so our feet go inside there. And then our feet also, they put boots on top of our feet, but we don't need the boots to remain pressurized. So all we need to do once we are inside of our suit is put on our gloves. There's a left glove and a right glove, obviously, and there's a small wrist ring that you have to kind of click the glove on and turn to the left or turn to the right to make sure it's locked. And then we put our hood on, right, our visor or helmet, and then we have to put our head back and zip it across. And then all of a sudden we're hermetically sealed inside of a spacesuit, and we can do our pressurized leak checks, and it can protect our lives. It's comfortable. It's very lightweight. I think Megan and Dee have the specs.
Go ahead.
Step 200 L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
I think we have the specs on the suits, but it's a very lightweight suit, especially compared to the suits that we've worn before. And when I moved from the shuttle program to go fly on the Soyuz, I was very impressed with the Soyuz suit. And these suits built by David Clark are even lighter than the Soyuz suit because the Soyuz uses a helmet.
And then Nikki also asked about describing what it looks like in the Starliner. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yes, Starliner. It's interesting. It is I don't say full of cargo, but it's there's a lot of there's two seats near. If you look inside the hatch on the left-hand side, there's two seats. And Butch sits the one on the farthest away, and then Suni sits on the next one. There's two other seats that we're going to use for future flights. This time we have cargo on them. The cargo come in these soft bags. We learned from Space Shuttle program that you can put more stuff into flexible bags than to metal containers. So we have these flexible bags called cargo transfer bags, or CTBs. And Boeing cargo bags are all blue, and the NASA cargo bags are all white. white, so we can easily tell the difference. And on the outside of the bags are labels. So we have bags strapped around the cabin. Butch and Suni right now are sitting on their backs with their legs a little bit above their heads in a 90-degree position, and this provides crew safety for launches and landings.
Those were both very detailed. That was a great answer to that question. And again, Nikki, thank you for asking that. We also have Lizzie Bursett on Instagram asking, what is the coolest part of the launch in your eyes, Mike?
Oh, so everybody asks about launch, right? Because that's how does it feel? And sometimes I think people are asking how does it feel for launch, like all the G forces.
Sure.
We only get up to 3 Gs in these things, and
only.
Yeah, well,
only guys.
if you've flown high performance jets like Butch and Suni and the rest of us, 6 or 7 or 9 Gs are
Sure.
a lot. So 3 is quite manageable, especially with these comfortable seats that are built for that. So it's that's not the feeling, but the feeling of having your dreams come true, going into space with the whole world cheering you on, and all the representing the hopes and dreams of all the people that worked really hard on this mission and putting the rocket together, putting together the spacecraft and the mission controllers and the management, the people that put in a lot of time to make this mission happen. It is in that you're all part of it right there. It's a very emotional event, and of course I'm an Air Force guy and I don't talk about emotions a lot, but launch is definitely an emotional event.
Yeah, that's a great distinction, because you're right. I think when people think feel, or ask about feel, it's answering physically how you feel, but really emotionally is quite overwhelming as well, or can be. Emmett Reese on X asks, what will the crew be doing during their stay on the ISS?
Well, Megan, you mentioned that we're looking at somewhere around an 8 to 10 day mission for Butch and Suni, and most of the time on the ISS they're going to be working for Starliner, doing some testing with Starliner and certification. Right, we're going to see what it's like to take out the cargo, put in down mass cargo, things that need to come down. We're looking at seeing how to set up the inside of Starliner in case there's emergency aboard the International Space Station. Now, for Butch and Suni's mission, chances are really small, but for a long duration mission, we do have to set up things like an ammonia sensing kit and a few other things that are standard for all the other spacecraft that visit the space station, and we just want to see how it works with Starliner. They're going to pretend that Starliner is a safe haven, which is a 24-hour lifeboat that they can hang out on the space station in case there is emergency aboard space station, and that helps certify saying Starliner's ready for long duration missions. And so Butch and Suni and along with the rest of the team are going to get this flight test data.
Yeah, and you detailed some of them, but there's a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts that Boeing is looking to complete through Starliner's crew flight test. Dee, I know that the team will be watching each one very carefully, collecting data, analyzing that, again, on the road to certifying
LC, Slick on
Starliner.
Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Ready for hatch closure and pre-launch leak checks.
Roger. Proceed with hatch closure.
Fantastic call out there.
That's right, Megan. You mentioned what the teams are looking forward to. This is the great thing about having such a veteran crew. They've been to space before. They know what it takes to complete missions there. And so they'll be able to tell us, what works, what doesn't. If there's anything we can improve, how can we make the capsule or systems more efficient so that, as we continue on to Starliner 1 with Mike or, future missions, that, we have the most efficient system that'll work for everything we're trying to accomplish on the International Space Station.
It's really exciting to be here for this crew flight test. NASA retired its space shuttles in 2011, so for 9 years, astronauts could only get to the space station aboard Soyuz rockets until May 2020, when Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley, 2 NASA astronauts, they flew to the ISS in a SpaceX spacecraft, Crew Dragon. And right now that capsule is the one that we see ferrying astronauts to and from the U.S. to the International Space Station. So this second dissimilar system, Starliner, it's really important, right, Mike, that we get this online and in use and part of the commercial crew program.
Absolutely. We made the decision as NASA to have two commercial crew providers when we let the contract in 2014, and since then the commercial crew program has been working really hard to give those capabilities to the country. I talked with Doug Hurley just the other day, right after our launch broadcast on Saturday, and he wishes everybody the best, all the best for this launch, and he can definitely associate with what Butch and Suni were feeling and how they were getting ready. And I worked very closely with Doug and Bob for their mission, and now with Butch and Suni for this mission. And it's really neat to be able to put together new spacecraft, and we're getting better at it. And we're going to need all that experience and test mentality and building fast, like we've learned from SpaceX company, to be able to go to the moon in the time frames that we want. So this is all great experience for us, and we couldn't do it without without Boeing, for example, for today.
Pad, air to ground 1.
Starliner, go ahead.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready.
Oh, they are ready for sure.
They are ready, I know. We're ready too.
Several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
That's great. See you in a couple of weeks.
Which will be then when we open that hatch again.
And so now for the latest out of that last weather briefing we heard about and NASA's oversight of launch operations, let's bring back NASA's Daryl Nail here at Kennedy. Daryl.
Yeah, you heard about the weather brief. You're talking about it. The weather brief was a great one, just reiterating that we are in a great position. Outdoors, temperatures are nice, around the 80s. We have some light winds, about 10 knots flowing in. We do have some coastal showers, but they're pretty far offshore. We have a satellite, we have radar rather, that can show us that, and you can see there on the right-hand side, you see those showers kind of popping up and growing just south of the Space Coast. But Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin just reported to the launch team that she is forecasting that they will all stay far away offshore. In addition, there's some cumulus clouds that are popping up and around, but she says those shouldn't be a factor as well. They are going to keep an eye on them. So we are still, according to our weather officer, 90% go for liftoff at T0 at 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. There you see the light winds and the expected temperature, and that only concern the cumulus cloud rule, because you can't fly a rocket through a cumulus cloud. Otherwise, it could potentially create its own lightning strike. So that's why they have that rule in place. There's a beautiful shot right there. You can see some of the puffy clouds in this shot, but that looks a little more compressed because that's a distant view, which makes those clouds look like they're more clustered. This is kind of gives you a better shot here. Looks like we're launching into a clear blue sky, and we sure hope that that holds for the rest of the way, and certainly the forecast indicates as such. Want to take a moment now to bring in and introduce one of the members of NASA's Commercial Crew Program who is working the launch today. We're joined by Brittany White, who is with CCP. She is a launch site integrator, and you sit right over there.
Yes,
right
I do.
back there. Been doing your job. I've been watching you as you've been listening to some of the milestones even pass by here, and you're giving big thumbs up. So I know your team has been working really hard over these past few months, especially during the launch attempts. Your insight is into the ground side.
Correct.
Ground side was an issue, of course, during the second launch attempt.
Yes.
But equipment was replaced. Dylan Rice, our ULA commentator, talked about that. How are we doing right now?
Beautifully. We are looking great for an attempt today, and a hopefully successful attempt at that one. It is a beautiful day out there, and the teams are working some minor issues, which are normal that we see, but nothing standing in our way right now.
So many systems, so many things going on with the rocket that there's little things that always pop up that the team has to work. But as you mentioned, nothing big. This is the third launch attempt. And so I'm wondering, as somebody who's, working this with each and every attempt in the long hours that are involved, how do you stay hungry? How do you stay, after it with each successive attempt?
Well, the mission is an incredible one. I mean, this alone, working with crew in general, being able to be even a small part of the team that brings crew to the ISS, that is amazing. And this mission in itself is incredible. You know, the very first crewed flight of Boeing Starliner, the first crewed flight of ULA's Atlas V, and the first crewed flight from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in, about 60 years?
61 years.
So, I mean, just so many firsts, so many incredible moments, incredible milestones, and the team looks out for each other. And we're reminded of how important this mission is every day.
Great words there, and certainly we're glad that the team is looking after each other, because you guys have put in some really long days and long hours throughout this entire campaign. You've been in your current position for 7 months, so you're pretty new to the job. What's been one of the neatest things that you've experienced since coming on CCP?
Well, so one of the pinch me moments, I'll say, was in February of this year. I was able to be on the tower that we're seeing here live today.
Up on the top of the tower.
Up on the top of the tower, and I was able to witness ULA testing that crew arm and white room that we're seeing right here swinging. They perform functional tests, functional swings, to make sure that on launch day everything is going to go according to plan, and work out any kinks that they might see. So I was fortunate enough to be standing, almost as close as we are right now to when they were swinging that arm, and not only seeing a piece of hardware that size swinging so seamlessly, that in itself was amazing, of course, but also realizing that, hey, we're swinging this arm to make sure that it is going to operate properly today for Butch and Suni to walk down the platform, to go into the white room, and to ingress Starliner. So that was very much a pinch me moment.
And there's a look at that crew access arm, which will be stowed at L-11 minutes. We'll be doing that same movement.
LC slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger.
There's another great milestone, as you can see there, the hatch being closed. But that crew access arm, you've spoken like a true engineer, right? You've seen something like that.
P2, LC.
Go ahead.
Start Centaur engine chill down.
Roger.
Arm
but
control, LC.
Arm control.
Power on crew access arm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
All right, Centaur engine chill, so another great step towards launch. Real quickly, you mentioned some advice that you'd like to give little girls or young women who are pursuing this career in engineering. It's a tough field, no question about it. But you had some advice that you want to give folks.
I was given advice from a very young age. Never say no to an opportunity. And sometimes you're presented with an opportunity that, at first glance it might not seem like it's going to be a lot, but in the long run it really does make a difference, and you might be surprised. So my advice that I always give when I'm doing outreach or anything like that, when I'm just talking to somebody, is never say no when an opportunity is presented to you.
You got an opportunity in college to put together a project that ended up going out to Houston and was tested in the neutral buoyancy lab, where they do practice for the EVAs and spacewalks. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yep. I was asked to, help write this proposal, and we're trying to put together an idea for astronauts to be able to collect samples.
Houston, Underground 1. We're ready for pre-launch cabin leak checks. You can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist and configure
to continue and get that proposal submitted. So that was incredible, first of all. But when you're asked to participate in something like that in college, a lot of times it doesn't result in anything. Never would have thought we were.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Brittany White, launch site integrator with Commercial Crew Program. Really appreciate your time here, and we're really moving well through the milestones. In fact, way ahead of time, which is, I guess, a function of when you've done something for the third time. You get really quick at it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Brittany. We'll send it back to Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Daryl. And yeah, way ahead of schedule, actually, just under 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Hatch closure again, in our very detailed countdown, was slated for an hour and 10 minutes before launch. But again, we can do things as quickly as is available.
Centaur engine
and that's why we're ahead of time.
Roger.
A call out there regarding Atlas. Atlas's second stage Centaur.
Cap is removed.
Starliner, we got the vent valve cap removed. And so Starliner, ground team is going to perform cabin pressurization. The caution will enunciate for cabin P high and cabin PPO2 high. As a function of that high cabin pressure, you can acknowledge the alarms.
Starliner cover.
All right, so Capcom telling Butch and Suni that teams will soon begin pressurizing the entire capsule for a leak check. So we did just see hatch closed a few minutes ago, and you might have seen them locking the hatch with something that kind of looks like a tire iron. And actually, a similar mechanism was used on Apollo and shuttle spacecraft. So now that the hatch is closed, again, pressurizing the entire capsule for a leak check, Mike.
Yes, so we practiced this a few years ago for the first time, and when we did it, it actually made some loud noises inside the cabin as the pressure was increasing and then decreasing. So that now we made a call to the crew saying, "Hey, you're going to hear some things, and we're ready to do it." We have a voice-activated intercom system. We call it a Vox, right? So we turn up our Vox dials so that loud noises don't get transmitted and amplified in our microphones. And in order to do this, Butch also had to take a cap off of a valve that's inside the spacecraft. We do have ways to depressurize the spacecraft from inside, so we usually keep them capped, so it keeps things extra safe. And Butch had to take the cap off for when we depressurize.
And pressurizing is going to take about 3 to 4 minutes. Again, you heard Capcom telling them to just be aware of maybe some audible noises. And then basically the team wants the capsule to stay at the correct pressure for about 10 minutes. So that's what we'll be looking out for in these next few minutes.
And we talked about how things were ahead of time, and that's good. In case the hatch check doesn't work, we have time to redo it again. There's still a little margin in the schedule.
Not only is Starliner flying Butch and Suni today, it is also bringing up nearly 800 pounds of cargo to the space station. Let's check in again with Boeing's Lauren Brennicke and ULA's Dylan Rice.
Yeah, Dee, along with our most precious cargo, of course, Butch and Suni, we are taking around 800 pounds of cargo up today, and we are taking something that was added just a few days ago, actually, but more than half of what's going up is Boeing cargo, like CFT patches, mission coins, silver Snoopy pens, American flags, and a hard drive, which we mentioned earlier. It has about 3,500 pieces of artwork from children across the world. We're also taking tools, emergency life support equipment, and then that late ad at NASA's request just a few days ago, our teams packed a new pump for the space station's urine processing assembly. That is a part of the water recovery system there on the ISS. It is about 150 pounds. It's a pump, and it is replacing 2 non-essential cargo bags inside Starliner. It is all methodically packed weeks in advance, besides that one late cargo. And about 25 bags are for Boeing, 10 bags now for NASA. And those NASA bags are carrying things like food, clothes, exercise gear, medical supplies, and anything the crew wanted to bring with them. On the way back, Starliner will bring about 750 pounds of cargo, so just a little bit less, and that includes 1 empty NORS tank. That's a nitrogen-oxygen recharge system, and that will be refilled for future missions. So, Dylan, we are focused on the crew, on the pad team, on what's been going on with the hatch closure and the pressurization testing, but there's been a lot going on in the background as well on the rocket side.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. So as we've wrapped up the crew ingress process, we're starting to hear a little bit more traffic now back from the launch vehicle team. A few moments ago, we heard about the Centaur engine chill down. So the Centaur engines are fueled by cryogenic propellants, which are very, very cold. So this process takes about an hour, and it brings those engine temperatures down so that we don't cold shock them when they're introduced to those cold propellants. So that process has been started. The vehicle itself remains in propellant topping mode as the blue team is continuing their work up on the tower. We heard about the beginning to warm up the hydraulic system for the crew access arm. One of the big differences in today's countdown as compared to our countdown for our traditional uncrewed missions, our payloads that don't talk back, as I say, is the length of the built-in hold. So we spent the duration of this broadcast in our 4-hour built-in hold. Typically, our built-in holds are 15 or 30 minutes, depending on the length of the launch window. But for today, it's been lengthened to 4 hours to allow loading of the crew and closing out Starliner for flight. With today's instantaneous launch window for the International Space Station, launch vehicle and Starliner operations have to be precisely choreographed to occur on time. So far, things are looking great. The team's working no issues.
All right, Dylan, we are about 1 hour and 31 minutes away from launch. We'll send it back over to Megan at the host desk.
Let's talk a little bit more about that urine processor because, Mike, you actually helped install one.
Not just one, but the first one. When Chris Ferguson and his team came up on STS-126, I was commander of the space station, and Don Pettit and I got to install the urine processor. It's a really neat kind of, I know it has a funny name, a UPA, right? UPA, right? So, but the urine processor is in essence a pump, and it takes our waste products, our number one, our P, and helps take all the water out of it. Our water processing assembly aboard the International Space Station, we've gotten to be really good at it. We can get over 97% of our water recycled, and each time we send a liter of water aboard up to space station, it's like $5,000. So being able to recycle water is not just good for space station, but for when we go to Moon and Mars. So this urine processor, when it's not working, and a space station program manager said so at the most recent press conference, we've got to get it up there. Other than that, we have these large bags full of urine that need to be processed, and it'll start stacking up on us because we don't want to throw it away. We need to definitely process it. So having Starliner,
30 minutes.
an hour and a half to go. Having Starliner there to be able to take up the UPA really helps the space station program a lot, and this is that dual redundancy of having rockets go up to the space station on a regular basis.
And the recycling of the urine into water is really impressive. Like the rate is 90-something% that they can...
Over 97%.
Yes. It's impressive.
That's a great technology for Earth, Moon, and Mars.
Now, both Butch and Suni are bringing some special items of their own with them for this very important flight test. For example, Butch is flying 2 gold rings he had made for his brother and father that resemble the U.S. Navy astronaut pilot wing pin. He's also flying shirts from Tennessee Tech and the University of Tennessee, his alma maters. Suni is flying T-shirts from the U.S. Naval Academy and the Sunita L. Williams Elementary School in Massachusetts, plus a diver pin and dog tags that her mom had made for her 2 Labrador retrievers, Gunner and Rotor. Suni also loves to wear fun socks and packed many multicolor socks she plans to wear in space. Other items will remain a surprise until the astronauts have a chance to reveal them publicly during the flight test.
I imagine, Mike, that having these personal effects is so important. And yes, for long duration missions, but it's nice to also have, even though if they're only there for 8 days.
As you can see, Butch and Suni brought up things to help inspire others.
Starliner Houston, the pad is proceeding with cabin pressurization now.
Copy.
And a thumbs up from the crew. Let the pressure increase. But it's really it's really cool. I know that from the universities that I went to, every time I wore their shirt, just to kind of represent like any other alum should, it really inspired the undergrads and the grad students to say, hey, if that schmuck could be an astronaut, so could I. There's hope. There's hope for us all. And it's so those are the kind of things that make a difference to us. And hopefully make difference to other people too. It's inspiring to see your school represented in space.
Yeah, so personal effects and also those opportunities that inspire, because that's really a big part of being an astronaut. You've said that before, that a big part of your job is also to inspire that next generation.
Right, we stand on the shoulders of giants, of those who inspired us. I mean, I can't remember. I remember, I couldn't believe it when I met John Young for the first time. He walked on the moon and he flew the first space shuttle, and he interviewed me for the astronaut program, and he ended up coming to my wedding. I mean, so it's really, it's my wife's wedding too, and we really look up to other people, and I know there's a lot of folks today that are looking up to Butch and Suni as pioneers of a new spacecraft.
That's right, Mike. Butch and Suni have spent a lot of time working side by side with the men and women who developed Starliner. Many consider the crew like family now. Here's their perspective on Boeing's journey to crewed flight and how their relationship with Butch and Suni influences every decision.
I think of perseverance when I think of Starliner just because we've come such a long way.
Being on this Starliner program, there's been some ups and downs, but I would say we've worked through and pushed through them, and our flight coming up for CFT is going to show it.
It's really exciting. You can feel the buzz around the office. Everybody's talking about it, that it's so soon.
It means a lot to be this close to reaching our ultimate goal of launching our NASA crew to the International Space Station. It will be an amazing accomplishment.
All the testing leading up to this mission has been very successful.
The goal is to work out all of the kinks and make sure, again, we can fly and operate safely.
We want the Starliner to be as highest quality a product as possible, and that goes from software development to manufacturing systems in the factory.
We think about it as a test flight, but we really work towards perfection.
When we find something that we can improve, we go ahead and we go do that work. The safety of our crew members is at the absolute forefront of my mind.
We're not strapping an astronaut, we're strapping our friends in.
You know, the crew is our precious cargo, and everybody understands that. It's great that they have a relationship. I think it really makes the work that we do become more personal.
To have such legends from the human spaceflight world kind of be our North Star as we're navigating our way to the crewed flight test, it's kind of hard to describe how really special it is.
They know us and recognize us, and they become part of our team. Working with Butch, he is very honest with his experience and his feedback, which I think is really important.
I find him, beyond being a very accomplished pilot, he's a man of faith. And a brilliant engineer. He's very sharp-minded and has a pretty good sense of humor as well.
Working with Suni Williams has been an honor, not just because she's an astronaut with human spaceflight experience, right, but because she is another fellow woman in STEM.
Suni is everybody's astronaut. She is the most approachable person in the crew office by far. I've never seen her pass up an opportunity to speak with a young person, which helps our agency. It inspires the next generation of space explorers.
Having them so well integrated into various aspects of reviews and milestones has just helped us build that trust.
There are challenges in what we do. It's not easy, but when everybody rolls up their sleeves, puts their head down, that's the rewarding part to be part of it.
And until that door opens and that crew gets out safely, that's when we'll celebrate.
That's the true end of the mission, right? I talked to a lot of people before, and that's what I look forward to. I mean, certainly getting successful launch, successful dock, but we got to get home.
It's just going to be an immense sense of pride that we accomplished something that is so difficult, to send humans to the harsh environment of space and back safely.
As soon as they get out of that vehicle, I think everyone's going to take that breath and go like, oh, they're here, they're safe.
To everyone that I've met on this program, it's not just a job. It's a dream that we are making come true.
But you were saying when you were watching that, you really began to tear up.
Yes, you can call me Mike today. And
what did I? Oh my gosh, I'm so
Butch
sorry,
is on
Mike.
the start. No, I just wanted to say that montage was really meaningful, and it really shows how integrated the crew and is with our Boeing teammates, and how much that their spirits and their hard work are helping us soar to the stars today. And so that was a really nice montage.
And Dee, your team, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is great. We've been waiting for this moment, and here we are. So, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control in Houston. Jim?
Thanks, Dee. Flight Director Mike Lammers and his team here in Houston are still working steadily through their pre-launch actions, and everything's been going pretty smoothly. Been clear across the board most of the day as we count down toward today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern, 14:52 UTC liftoff.
Once they have lifted off, they'll have a 25-hour ride to get to the International Space Station. And with this being the crewed flight test, they'll have a number of test or flight test objectives to work through, putting the Starliner systems through its paces to prove them out before operational flights begin. The first of those will come after Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams reach orbit today, when they'll be doing some manual piloting checkouts while they're still well away from the space station. They'll be flying some attitude maneuvers, changing Starliner's orientation using only visual cues to start with, and then using Starliner's attitude direction indicator, which will be used for all the other planned attitude maneuvers. They'll also point the spacecraft's tail to the sun to demonstrate that it can use solar arrays to recharge its batteries.
And once they arrive near station, they'll take over with manual control again to demonstrate their ability to station keep for 5 minutes at the opening of the approach corridor. And this corridor reaches out to a little under 250 meters away from the forward docking port on the ISS Harmony node, or as you may hear as we listen into the flight loop later, node 2 forward. Now, this maneuver should be pretty familiar to both Butch and Suni. It's very similar to flight ops they performed while in the Navy. Things like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker, doing a landing approach of the carrier, and for Suni, hovering a helicopter over a landing pad. And this demonstration will be a checkout of manual 6 degree of freedom control. So that will use both joysticks and Starliner. The translational hand controller, pretty similar to like a throttle stick in an aircraft. And the rotational hand controller, which looks and operates almost identically to a joystick in an aircraft.
But we've got to get into orbit before we can do any of that. We've got another 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Side hatch is being configured. Audible noise may be heard.
Lean against the house.
As I was saying, another now 1 hour and 19 minutes until today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern launch. Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping close eye on the activities in Florida as the crew got into their seats and went through their suit checks. Also, as they closed the hatch and started pressurizing Starliner. In about an hour, Lammers is going to be polling the team here in Houston for goes or no-goes, hoping to get thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for his team when he gives his final go-no-go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
The International Space Station also has to be go to welcome Starliner tomorrow. So let's go back to the Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA's Rob Navius for an update. Rob?
Thanks, Jim. And the International Space Station Flight Control Team, led at this hour by Flight Director Allison Bollinger, has in fact polled her team, and the ISS is go for launch. During the week or so that Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are aboard the International Space Station as visiting crew members, each dock day will see a different variety of activity for the Starliner duo. On Friday, the Starliner astronauts will continue unloading cargo they brought to the station and will transfer some of the used emergency equipment from station to Starliner for the trip back to Earth. They will stow their launch and entry suits aboard the vehicle and conduct a debrief with NASA and Boeing officials about the rendezvous and docking phase of the mission. Once Starliner's batteries are recharged through station power resources, Starliner will then be configured for quiescent or steady-state operations. So it's a busy timeline that lies ahead for both Wilmore and Williams and their Expedition 71 crewmates once Starliner docks to the complex tomorrow. And if you're just joining us at the time of launch, at 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time this morning, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over south-central Turkey. For now, that's it from the Space Station Flight Control Room. Now back to you guys at the Cape.
certifying a second spacecraft for regular flights to the International Space Station will greatly benefit the orbiting laboratory. For more on that, here's NASA's Antonia Jaramillo.
Thanks, Dee. We are here on the roof of the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, and joining me is NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. Deputy Administrator, as a former astronaut, you are no stranger to launch scrubs. Can you talk us a little bit about the process that our astronauts go through when a scrub is announced?
Yeah, good morning, Tony. It's great to be here. I was actually teasing Butch and Suni a little bit this morning about it. Really, there are a lot of procedures that have to be followed, but for the astronauts, they'll have some critical action steps to safe the vehicle. So thinking about anything to do with the boosters, the propulsion system, maybe the pyrotechnics. And so they will take those critical actions to safe the vehicle. You want to make sure it's perfectly safe. And then it's a process of getting out of the vehicle and going back to crew quarters. If there's a longer delay, they might go back to Houston, but usually they'll stay in quarantine. And then it's back to hitting the simulators again.
And let's talk, you also have obviously firsthand experience on the effects of spaceflight on the human body. Can you discuss with us the human research experiments that Butch and Suni will take part in during their mission?
Yeah, this human research program is critically important. There are so few people overall that have been to space that every single one counts. So when Butch and Suni go up to the space station, they'll join our astronauts up there right now, Tracy, Mike, Matt, and Jeanette, and they will join in some of the same medical experiments so that we can have a larger pool of data. But in addition to that, we'll be watching very closely a couple of things. This is a new trajectory for a vehicle. It's going to be the first question I'm going to want to ask. How did it feel? What was the ride like? And then, of course, they've got plenty of experience getting out of the vehicle before launch, but it'll be a different thing after flying in space, and we're going to want to look at that closely.
Absolutely, we are. And, talking about some of the science then that's currently on the International Space Station, what are some of the new interesting experiments that you are most looking forward to learning about?
Boy, there is so much exciting that happens on the station, from studying basic research, but also doing Earth observations. But something that is really exciting to me is a new ESA experiment called Immune Assay. We know that the immune system of people in space is suppressed, but we don't really understand what's happening at the cellular level. And up to this point, we've only been able to study it in the lab. And so some new equipment that's going up is going to allow us to really understand at the cellular level what's happening in immunology on orbit.
That is truly fascinating. Deputy Administrator, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Now, today's launch will be the 100th launch of ULA's Atlas V rocket. It will also mark a sort of passing the torch within the company. Let's look at what this means to employees.
We approach every mission we launch with great care. This will be certainly the first payload in my career where the payload can talk back.
We're not used to having payloads with heartbeats. Having to interact and talk with them is pretty exciting.
It's human beings. I mean, how could you not be excited about human space flight?
Looking forward to getting to that final countdown and watching Starliner fly.
I'm pretty excited to be putting Atlas back in the business of human spaceflight.
We wouldn't be getting to that countdown if we weren't sure that everything was perfect and ready for launch.
Since I was little, I have always loved to watch the astronauts, and I just really think this is great that we're actually going to be putting them up there.
You're actually having a dialogue with the crew, giving the final commands, the readiness for launch. That's going to be a very unique moment. Obviously, putting the thoughts and consideration into the flight crew and those folks and the mission they're getting ready to start.
I've worked with my team very carefully to make sure that we've thought of everything that could possibly go wrong with that and accounted for it, and making sure that the tower is correct and ready to support the mission when it comes time to retract the arm for launch. We've done everything that we can.
Many years ago, someone handed me the keys and said, "Here, you drive." Those are the ones that put Glenn into space, and I'm looking forward to putting Suni and Butch into space and give them a good ride.
During that time, a lot of passing of the torch happened, a lot of learning, such as what it means to be a certified responsible engineer, to own that hardware, to know everything about that hardware so that you can answer any question that may come up.
as we are passing this torch forward, I want to teach them all the valuable things that I've witnessed because I've been involved in many aspects of the launch here at ULA.
To think about the fact that all of these engineers that I work with are passing all of their knowledge on that I can one day launch astronauts to is really special.
Human spaceflight requires passing on knowledge.
Launch day is nearly here.
I'm looking forward to starting this historic countdown.
We put a lot of attention and detail and care in every part that we deliver.
I can't wait to send the crew on their journey.
It's exciting to pass the torch to the next generation.
Pushing our boundaries will help us grow.
Feeling up for mission success.
I've been working on the Starliner missions ever since we were awarded the contracts.
Astronauts' lives mean more than a deadline.
I can't wait to launch my friends.
For human launch, quality is everything.
Ready to launch astronauts to space.
It'll be a great day to see CFT launch.
Go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner.
That was awesome to see the actual physical passing of the torch, but also to see the faces, right, of all those who have helped us to get to where we are today, which is 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 20 seconds until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. So we've been asking you guys to send us some social questions using the hashtag AskNASA. So why don't we take some of those now again? We have Jel San on Instagram asking, I want to be an astronaut, but I'm currently a mechanical engineer. How do I proceed? That question for you, Mike.
I also wanted to be an astronaut for a long time. And when I was applying to be an astronaut, there was only one path to become an astronaut, and that was pretty much to become a NASA government astronaut. And I went through the NASA program of making sure I had some advanced technical degrees and some operational experience. I had my pilot's license, and I was ready to apply. But now, we've opened up the world of spaceflight to even more people, and there's a lot of private astronaut missions happening with other companies. So what it means to be an astronaut is very different. The best I can tell you right now in a short period of time is to do your very best, to become very good at what you do. You just saw the montage with the folks from the United Launch Alliance, and every one of those folks is just really the best. They do their best every day, and that's the best way to become an astronaut.
And I think we can squeeze in another one. This is Susie McGowan on Facebook asking if for whatever reason either Butch or Suni couldn't fly on Starliner today, would the mission be scrubbed or is there a backup team member just in case?
Hi, Susie. I resemble that remark.
Verify range ready for FTS open loop test.
Verified.
So they're
FTS LC.
This is FTS.
Start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
They're doing a kind of a safe version of the flight termination system test to make sure they're ready for launch. So Susie, yes, I as a backup to Butch and Suni, was able to, we could have turned the around us if they got sick, but not on the day of launch. Certainly not today. We have an instantaneous launch window. We don't have very much margin for someone else to get into their spacesuit and go. But if unfortunately somebody were to not do well and we need to switch out crew members, we have preserved that capability so that the mission can go on. It's not about an individual, but it's about the mission that's important to NASA.
All right. Remember, it's super easy to submit questions for this broadcast. Just go to NASA's YouTube, Facebook, X, or Twitch pages and add your question with hashtag AskNASA.
We want to introduce you to the man with the final go or no-go here today. He's a familiar face to those who have been following human spaceflight over the years. That's Leroy Kane, live inside of the ASOC. He's Boeing's Commercial Crew Deputy Program Manager, and he serves as Starliner's Mission Director today. Previously, Leroy served as NASA's Space Shuttle Flight Director and then as Space Shuttle Deputy Program Manager. He's been involved with more than 100 shuttle missions. Our team asked him how today's flight compares and how his experience supporting so many astronauts from the ground influences every decision he makes.
Starliner Houston, we got a good leak.
The first crewed flight of Starliner ranks pretty high, I would say, in terms of not only importance, but I think significance relative to my career anyway.
I worked with a lot of astronauts, a lot of flight crews, and of course also with Butch and Suni. They bring a lot to the table in terms of helping us as a team get to a place where we're ready to go fly. They've been very integral to the process for years, and all of that culminates with this flight test. This business that we're in, human spaceflight, it is, I've said before, it's not for the faint of heart. It has the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. It's very unforgiving. Spaces are very unforgiving. The margins are small. We understand. And really to be in it, your heart has to be, you have to be, I say, in it to win it. So what I try to do is try to think about, what are we missing? What are we not thinking about? What have we not discussed? What have we maybe failed to have enough imagination or curiosity to pursue? And I try to look at things through a lens of what's missing. I expect it to be a very successful flight test. I think we'll learn some things, because we always do. We'll learn every time we fly. And that's part of the beauty of this business. It's part of why we're so drawn to it. It's part of what exploration is about.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the official broadcast of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test. We have a beautiful aerial view of the rocket and spacecraft on Launch Pad 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz. This is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, and that's Boeing's Dee Russell.
Good morning.
Now, we are here to watch NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams make history as the first people to fly aboard Boeing's Starliner capsule. And Mike, liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket is slated for 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. Where are we in the countdown? We're looking really great in this countdown.
Yes, so far so good. The rocket is in great shape, and the capsule on top, the spacecraft, Starliner, Calypso, they closed the hatch about 10 or 15 minutes ago and are just finishing up on the leak checks, saying that the hatch is definitely holding air, and we're ready for the pad team to say goodbye and head off the launch tower. 1 hour and 5 minutes to go.
Now, CFT is the last test before NASA can certify Starliner for regular missions to the International Space Station for its commercial crew program. It's also only the 6th time that NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. The last time an Atlas-class rocket launched humans to space was 61 years ago with the final flight of NASA's Mercury program.
Over the last 3 hours, both Butch and Suni, who you see there on your screen, have been getting ready for liftoff. The astronauts were helped into their suits inside the historic crew quarters suit-up room. You see that there. And then they walked out to family and friends. A wave there from Butch and Suni before the 20-minute ride to Launch Complex 41 in an Astrovan. After arriving at the pad, the crew ascended the crew access tower to get into the Starliner spacecraft. They ingressed or got into Starliner and are now strapped in, awaiting liftoff. Mike, why is it so important for NASA's commercial crew program to certify a second, again, dissimilar crew transportation system to the International Space Station?
Megan, it's really important because right now we only have two ways to get into humans into space. One was with the Soyuz and our Russian partners, and we all know that that's our relationship with the Russian Federation's a little bit tricky. We still maintain a good connection in space. And then we have Dragon, which is a fantastic a spacecraft launching on the Falcon 9. But those are only two ways. Having a third way to get to the International Space Station, or from the U.S. perspective, just a redundant way to go, is that if something goes wrong with anybody, we still can get people up and down to the International Space Station. And we found that out with the Columbia disaster, how important it was to have another way to get to space. We stopped flying astronauts up and down the space station solely on the space shuttle, and we started flying on Soyuz, and that really taught us some good lessons then.
Mike, you spoke with Butch and Suni recently. How are they feeling about the road to this moment with only an hour and 3 minutes to launch?
I think Butch and Suni right now are probably taking small cat naps, or I guess Suni, she doesn't like cats as much, so dog puppy naps. I don't know, but they are very excited. They've had it's been a long road in quarantine, away from friends, and they've been able to see their family from a distance. But they are ready. They're very much mentally prepared and physically prepared for a great launch today.
As you can see, guys, Mike is a great resource for us today. He actually trained alongside Butch and Suni to fly on this mission and is actually the backup pilot if needed. So we're encouraging you to send him any questions you might have about what you see today. Just go to social media and use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will continue to take as many questions as we can live. Again, a check of the clock, 1 hour, 2 minutes, 26 seconds and counting until NASA's Boeing crew flight test. What's significant, again, is that we are ahead of schedule. Again, we were going through the paces as things were done so that we can build that margin.
Starliner, we copied. Cabin vent valve closed and cap. Good config. Talk to you again in a few minutes.
And again, those call-outs there have to do with the cabin leak check that is in progress right now.
Yeah, one of the last steps is Butch puts a cap on a valve that can open up the outside of, or open up Starliner to the outside. So we want to make sure that the valve is closed and capped, so it won't be a leak path if unintentionally.
And there are more than 60 seals, right, in the crew module, 6 valves to check if they're in the closed position. And bottom line, this check is to make sure that everything is sealed so that the Starliner is properly pressurized on the ride up.
Yes, we don't need the atmosphere to leak out. If it does, we have spacesuits, but it's very good to double check everything, and we expected the hatch leak check to proceed just fine, and it did.
And there was a particular PSI, right?
1 hour and 1 minute.
A particular PSI that the team wanted to see being held within the cabin.
Yes, so we start out at atmospheric pressure, and we use pounds. Pounds per square inch as our measurement, so that's PSI. So we normally start at something, whatever it is here today in Florida, like 14.6 or 14.7 PSI. We add 2 extra PSI, so they were holding at 16.9 pounds per square inch, and that held throughout the 10 minutes, and that's an overpressure, so it would have leaked out if we had a leak path, and it turns out we didn't, so leak check good.
All right. And we have teams in both Florida and Houston watching every aspect of this mission. Let's head over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for anyone just joining us, as Megan just said, we are here at the ASOC. It is ULA's rocket headquarters over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I are in a great location to be monitoring all of the operations that are going on around us. We have the whole launch control team down here behind us, and you might be able to see us there in the middle in the glass.
Alarm at a bad time, we're going to recommend that line item 390 be disabled.
Roger, copy line item 390.
Correct.
LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. RLM? LC?
RLM on line.
Roger, please disable line item 390.
Active.
All right, another part of our job is to wear headsets and listen to the loops that you're hearing there on the broadcast, as well as some of the other side channels, just to keep track of everything going on today. We did just get an update that the helium leak on Starliner remains good. We have confirmation it is still acceptable for flight, looking about like it did on Saturday. So that's great news. And Dylan, Atlas has been really all over the solar system, but preps for today's launch are just a little bit different.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
Well, that's right, Lauren. So we're using our standard processes and procedures that we use for every Atlas Centaur mission. But today's mission is different because we have a Starliner atop Atlas and Centaur, and 2 astronauts inside Starliner. So there are some added steps.
LC, this is FTS.
Go ahead.
Yes, Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
So we do have added steps to support those additional activities to ingress the crew and then close out the Starliner and then prepare the crew access tower for launch. But right now, today, we're remaining in our final built-in hold as we continue to prepare for liftoff. There are a few activities left for us today. The blue team will be clearing the area soon, at which point the final preparations for launch will get underway, and we'll be configuring the vehicle's propulsion and hydraulic systems for flight. The avionics team will be loading upper-level wind data into our flight computer that allows us steering through the atmosphere. And you'll also start to hear final comm checks between the LCC, Mission Control in Houston, the BMCC at Kennedy Space Center, and the Starliner crew. Once all that is done, we'll be retracting that big crew access arm. That'll be one of the big visual cues on the launch pad that lets us know that we're getting closer to launch. And then you'll start to hear us get into our final polling for launch.
All right, Megan, we are now just under an hour to launch, so we will see you guys back here in just a little bit. Actually, we're going to go over to NASA's Daryl now at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much. And looking here into Hangar AE, and you can see here the CCP team, Commercial Crew Program, is back here monitoring everything that's been going on. And so far, it's been a beautiful countdown. Let's talk a little bit about weather. You can see around the pad, there's been some cumulus clouds that have popped up in and around the area, and that's because some sea breeze has come ashore, and there you see it. Sea breeze, of course, activating with some of the warm air over the land. Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin says, though, no problem and no issue. Oh, there's a big cumulus cloud right next to the pad. She believes that these are going to be able to pass over by the time we hit T0, so not looking to have much of a problem there. And she just briefed us that we're still go. 90% go is currently where we're standing at. Again, beautiful weather outside. You see the one concern there, the cumulus cloud rule, and so they will be keeping their eyes on that. We did have some showers offshore. Those, though, dispersed, and that's not a problem. We do have some weather. We're also watching along the ascent corridor. We're keeping track of that.
LC, Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
CST 100 pad operations are complete and ready to configure the white room for launch. Annulus purge was disconnected at 1354 Zulu.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure white room for launch.
Roger.
Getting that room right there ready to launch. You'll see that environmental seal around the Starliner and get ready to go up as they get that room ready for launch and eventually at L-11 minutes retract the arm away. All right, again, the ascent corridor weather, though, it is low for any issues. So all across the board, we still look good for weather. There's a look at the satellite loop, and you can see all across the eastern seaboard, all the way up into the maritime provinces of Canada. Fortunately, we got a high-pressure system off North Carolina that's keeping everything pretty stable and clear out there. Just a couple of issues along the way, but nothing that would put the Starliner at risk of splashing down all along that track if they needed to, should something happen to the rocket. We're looking good so far from out here at Slick 41 and Hangar AE, and we'll send it back to the host desk.
And let's take another look at the crew for this flight test. We see Commander Butch Wilmore. He was at the bottom left corner of your screen, NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain. Raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then 5 years later he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks, so this flight will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
and Suni Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Suni's third mission to space, making her the first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for expeditions 1415. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Suni has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the second most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Suni was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses. As the crew aboard Starliner prepares to launch to the space station, let's take a look at what's in store for Suni and Butch while on this mission.
The mission of the Commercial Crew Program is to provide transportation for astronauts to the International Space Station.
Multiple providers provide you redundancy. Redundancy is important, as we know. In our systems, we have redundant systems.
But actually, more importantly, it's providing the aerospace workforce the opportunity to test out new ideas, new technologies, and work them into spacecraft. Butch and I are the first two to fly the Starliner, so this flight will be a crew flight test. So there'll only be two on board. We're going to fly it up to the space station, dock it, and test it all out, and then come back home.
Everything's new. The procedures are new. We have procedures now that we didn't have a year ago because we've learned as the process has gone forward.
We've had 2 test flights uncrewed previously, but this will be the first time we're putting people on it.
We're test pilots, and so we're going to be testing the spacecraft in all aspects of the flight, from launch, on orbit, all the way to entry and landing.
We're testing out the environmental control system. We're testing out the manual flying of the spacecraft. Then while we're docked to the space station, we have a bunch of tasks to make sure that the spacecraft can act as a lifeboat. And just in case anything bad goes on the International Space Station, the crew on board can come to the Starliner and make sure that they're okay.
This has a mode where we call it backup mode, which is your get home mode, if you will. We can, without any communication at all, we can still effect a return to Earth, do a deorbit burn, and hit the point where we're trying to land, even without our computers. You know, that old mantra, failure is not an option, because it's a very dynamic thing we do flying in space, and it's not very forgiving, and we know that. And that's why we have these multiple systems and multiple redundant capabilities, because human life is special, and we want to preserve it at all costs.
I think exploration is just in the human heart. Butch, he describes himself as the first thing he said as a kid was why. And I think that's in all of us. Maybe we don't verbalize it, but we all ask why. And that's what exploration is. It's that next step of why. So why not go back to the moon? Why not try to live on the moon? It seems like a natural stepping stone to the next thing, Mars, which just calls us. Like, why is that planet there? What is the future of that planet? What is the future of our planet? And to be able to take these next steps in exploration, we're going to start answering those questions.
We stand on the pinnacle. This is kind of where everything, integration, everything comes together, which is where Suni and I sit. And this is just a part of the ongoing process of growing and expounding our knowledge and our understanding of all things for the benefit of mankind.
I am Suni Williams, and I am ready to fly NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test.
I'm Butch Wilmore, and I am ready to fly NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test.
And we are ready here at 49 minutes, 17 seconds until liftoff. Now, this historic flight test will be a major milestone for United Launch Alliance. NASA's Antonio Jaramillo joins us now with ULA's CEO and president, who has more about this company's road to this moment.
Thank you, Megan. Joining me is Tori Bruno, CEO and President of United Launch Alliance. Tori, it's so great to have you back on here. Can you give us a quick recap, first on the issue that occurred during the last launch attempt and how teams resolved it and got us to where we are today?
Absolutely. So we have a ground system at the pad that controls the things that occur in the last few moments before we go to ignition. This particular system is the one that releases the rocket from the pad and controls what happens to getting the umbilicals loose. And we have a triple redundant system that is also able to vote, and we lost one card within one of those 3 chassis that do this. The crew was never in any kind of danger or anything like that, but in our timeline, had that failed much later, we would have relied on the double redundancy in voting that remained, but that early on, our criteria says stop and understand what's happening. We did resolve it the next day on a Sunday. It is a card within a chassis that has power supplies. It was one of the 2 power supplies that are also redundant, and so the flaw was really that power supply going down and not switching to the backup supply built into the chassis. So we removed it, we replaced it, we put the modules right back in it. The chassis we're using we know works because it's the same chassis we used to launch Vulcan on Cert 1. Everything has checked out and been retested, and now we're good to go.
That's great to hear, and it is a beautiful day right now. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful launch. What's the trajectory like for this launch? I mean, who along the U.S. will be able to see it?
Yeah, this is a very unique trajectory because it's flat and long for crew safety. And so it'll head out from here, it'll go north and a little bit to the east, and so all along the southern coast of the United States you have a pretty good chance of seeing it. And what that trajectory allows us to do is to have no blackout areas where the crew would be unable to abort the flight, God forbid, in the event of an anomaly, and it delivers them just short of being orbital, so if there were any issues with the capsule's propulsion system, they get a free return safely to the surface of the Earth. So very, very unique for us. We've never flown, apart from the test flights of this capsule, a trajectory that is suborbital before.
Wow, and talking about uniqueness, is there anything new or different on this Atlas V rocket for this crewed launch compared to other uncrewed Atlas V launches?
Yes, there are. There's a handful of things, and they are all safety related. So the most obvious thing is there's no payload fairing, because if there were to be an abort where we want the capsule to fly the crew safely away, the fairing would be in the way, so we fly without it. We also have an emergency detection system, which is like a very high-speed computer that is plugged into all the systems on Atlas and monitoring its health, so that if an anomaly started happening faster than any human could possibly do it, this computer would detect it and command the separation of the capsule. And of course, on Centaur, we have 2 RL-10s instead of 1 rocket engine for more thrust because of that long, flat trajectory. The last thing we do is actually kind of subtle and maybe a little bit trivial for most people, but we anodize the first stage of the booster to protect it from a thing called stress corrosion cracking. And just to be extra careful for the crew, we actually double the thickness of that anodization.
Wow, that is fascinating. Tori, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan, D, Mike, back over to you.
And as we check out some pad team members there getting ready to leave the crew access tower, teams inside Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston are also keeping a close eye on launch. Here's NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks so much, Megan. Welcome back to Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We are now 44 minutes away from launch and everything continuing to go pretty smoothly. Team here is under leadership again of Flight Director Mike Lammers today. Once Starliner gets off the pad, Jim and I will be with you through the ascent, giving you the play-by-play as Starliner makes its way into orbit and expanding on the calls that you'll hear from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, making to Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams.
There are a number of major milestones you'll want to keep an eye out for during Starliner's climb to orbit. The first you'll hear from Starliner's crew is roll program coming from Commander Wilmore, indicating that Starliner is rolling into the planned orientation for ascent and orbit ops. Then about 45 seconds into flight, the crew and Starliner will reach what's called max Q, which is the maximum dynamic pressure that they will experience during ascent, and that happens just before they reach Mach 1.
A minute and 35 seconds into flight, the solid rocket boosters that give Starliner its first major push into orbit will have been used up. Starliner will then hold on to them for just a little more than a minute after that, and then jettison the boosters before second stage takes over and gets Starliner the rest of the way to orbit.
Starliner will actually reach orbit about 11 minutes and 58 seconds into flight, at which point the Centaur's main engines will cut off. Starliner and its crew hold on to that stage for a couple of minutes, and then separate from it at around 14 minutes 58 seconds into flight. From there, Butch and Sunny will be free-flying Starliner on their own.
During ascent, you'll hear Kudrick mentioning a number of abort-related milestones as Starliner moves past them. Starliner can safely abort all the way up to orbit, as you just heard in that interview we saw from Florida. That includes the East Coast, off the coast of Newfoundland, and off the coast of Ireland. Beyond that, it would just be able to safely abort to orbit, and of course, we're hoping not to need any of those options.
And the last major milestone before crew begins what we call orbit ops is the orbital insertion, or OI burn, which will move Starliner into a slightly elliptical orbit as opposed to the more slightly suborbital trajectory that it starts off in after separating from the Centaur. From there, Starliner will be on its way to the International Space Station.
And speaking of the space station, let's check in with Rob Navius and the International Space Station Flight Control Team. Rob?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Brandy. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, flight controllers are keeping tabs on the countdown and monitoring the work on board by the Expedition 71 crew in advance of Starliner's scheduled arrival tomorrow. After docking, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Tracy Dyson, along with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos and fellow cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, will be ready to roll out the red carpet as Wilmore and Williams float through the hatch into the Harmony module. Now, the dock timeline is designed to be variable. That means that the number of days Starliner could stay at the station could be adjusted depending on any further launch delays or undocking delays caused by weather conditions at the western U.S. landing sites for Starliner. One of the most important dock days for the Starliner crew will come 2 days prior to their scheduled undocking, when they load the last of the cargo items to be returned to Earth in the vehicle and conduct onboard manual piloting proficiency. That will enable them to stay sharp for their departure from the station and the deorbit and entry events that will follow. We're now 41 minutes, 9 seconds away from liftoff. Today, the operational loops are so far, thankfully, quiet. And with that, we'll go back to our folks at the Cape.
As we prepare in less than an hour to launch 2 astronauts to space, during this test flight, let's check back in with NASA's Antonia Jaramillo, who's with NASA's Associate Administrator, about the mission.
Thank you, Dee. Joining me is Jim Free, NASA's Associate Administrator. Jim, thank you so much for joining us. Can you discuss a little bit why it's important for the space agency that we have another American spacecraft launching to space from American soil?
Well, I mean, it is truly historic day that we have today. It is the 6th time we've launched a new vehicle to space, and this time the first female on one of those missions in Suni, and from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, not the Air Force Station any longer. And we're also, now it gives us that chance to get back to ISS with another crew. And the learning that we're doing there about the human body, about technology, about science, of course science is key to all we do. And then to prepare ourselves for those missions to the moon and then onto Mars.
Absolutely. A lot of firsts, a lot of important things for sure happening on this mission. You talked briefly on this. Can you discuss again why it's important just in general that we have multiple spacecraft available to send humans to space?
We need that access. So right now we have one provider giving us that access to space station. This will give us a second provider, which means if we have a problem with either, we have ways to get our crews to and from station, which helps keep the tempo that we've had for 23 years of having humans in low Earth orbit, but also that opportunity to get the crews back if there's an issue at all, and keep that presence going.
Absolutely. This has already been a very exciting year for the agency with many, many fascinating missions already taking place. Now with this historic launch about to take off, what else can the public look forward to?
It has been a great year and certainly a lot of learning already for me about the incredible mission that we have at NASA. And the missions that we have remaining this year, I'll just highlight a couple of them. Europa Clipper, which will be an incredible mission for us to watch in its journey and understanding even more about the solar system. NISAR, which will help continue our learning of Earth. And then we have X-59, that first A in NASA, right, the aeronautics, which will go through its first flight this year. We're about to do an engine run-up on that aircraft. and of course heading towards Artemis 2 next year. The crews in Washington this week planted a moon tree just yesterday with our deputy administrator, and that gets us on our path back to the moon.
Absolutely, and we cannot wait for all of those missions. Jim, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Thank you both. And we are now 38 minutes until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. You can see there inside the Starliner spacecraft, patiently, maybe awaiting liftoff, right, Mike?
They're very patient at this point, and so far so good today. It's been a very smooth count, as Rob Navius mentioned earlier.
And so the plan is for Butch and Suni to be docked. That
Roger.
was a call out saying that the pad team has cleared the pad. Now the plan is for Butch and Suni to be docked to the ISS for at least 8 days, and then after they will return to Earth with a soft touchdown in the American Southwest. That's video and sound from inside Starliner during its return to Earth 2 years ago as part of the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission. Its heat shield will reach 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during re-entry. Parachutes then deploy, and the heat shield is discarded to expose Starliner's airbags. The original test pilot you see on the bottom center of your screen, Rosie the Rocketeer, collecting data of what astronauts might experience during landing. Starliner is the first and only American orbital crew capsule to land on land. This allows for quicker access to crew and cargo. It also makes turning the spacecraft around for future missions quicker. But Mike, Starliner can also land in water in the case of an emergency.
Absolutely. Starliner has a lot of heritage and commonality with the Orion spacecraft, which lands on water. Starliner is a little bit smaller and a little bit lighter, so it can actually land on land and has those airbags, as we saw. I can't wait to try them out. That's the first thing I'm going to ask Butch and Suni about. How are the airbags? Because Soyuz is a little bit hard landing, but everybody's fine. But it's really those airbags, I think, are going to make a difference. But landing on water, we have a different airbag configuration, and so we have a fifth airbag that opens up in the middle, and so it's definitely planned that we could land on water, but we save that only for emergencies, because refurbishing the capsule afterwards is going to be kind of tough with all the saltwater contamination. So we'd really like to land on land. We have 5 spots in the southwest of the United States that we can land on.
And I remember Suni saying that she would much rather land on land because she said she had a lot of anxiety with landing in the water, even after you're back on Earth, because it's such a long rescue process, and you're bobbing in the ocean. You know, she said when you land on land, it's done, you're safe.
See, that's the Air Force perspective. That's how we always think of things too. The Navy guys, they should like the water, but no, this is jokes aside. That's exactly it. It's a lot easier to find us, and a lot more options if and when we land on land.
All right, so we're coming up on 35 minutes until liftoff.
And here comes a comm check.
Yeah, I want to set the stage now for a series of comm checks.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
So yeah, we expect to hear repeated communication checks with Capcom in Houston and the crew. This is an opportunity for them to also discuss any anomalies or resolutions to those anomalies, but we've been saying no issues, the team today, so that's great news. And then these comm checks that we'll hear now, we're going to periodically hear them throughout these final 34 minutes. And again, communication is so important, and we want to make sure that those channels are working properly from the crew to everybody else on the ground that's helping to monitor launch. And where we are now, again, the pad team has cleared the pad.
So it's just Butch, Suni, a Starliner, and Atlas and Centaur all together.
Right. Yep. The first 2 astronauts to fly in Starliner.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Flight hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
Butch and Suni, the first 2 astronauts to fly in Starliner. Suni will be the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. And the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket was nearly 61 years ago. CFT is going to be that final test to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the space station. And this is a cool fact, too. Actually, once in orbit, for the first time in NASA history, the agency will have 3 different crew spacecraft orbiting in space simultaneously. So that's, of course, the International Space Station, the SpaceX Crew Dragon, and then Boeing Starliner spacecraft. What an incredible milestone.
That is an incredible milestone, and NASA is going to break that again, hopefully soon, when we have another spacecraft. We're working here at the Kennedy Space Center to get Artemis and the Orion spacecraft up into space, too. So these are exciting times, and we're building a future where there's even more spacecraft in the future with humans on board going to space. And that's more opportunity for future astronauts.
Yeah, Dee, what do you think about that? Again, Boeing, Boeing Starliner joining as one of the 3 crewed spacecraft that's in orbit.
Yeah, exactly. I echo exactly what Mike said, that this is all about expanding human space flight. So having another vehicle, once this is certified, is going to do exactly that. It's going to get more people into space. Of course, this time to the International Space Station, it's going to increase science. But of course, there's also private missions. So, at the end of the day, it's going to be, it's always great when you can get more people, into space.
Yeah, and we've been asking you to submit your Ask NASA questions from social media, so let's answer some more of those now. We have this one from, love this name, Shaquille Oatmeal on Twitch asking, what's the life of an astronaut like between launches, Mike?
Yes. We spend all of our life, training and wanting to become an astronaut, and then once you're an astronaut, what's it like? And so we do a lot more training. But I'll say that the last time I flew in space, we just had our landing anniversary on June 1st on STS-134, and that was in 2011. That would have been a great day to launch, but we chose not to. But that's 13 years ago. So in the last 13 years, what have I been up to? And that's been helping get Dragon and Starliner up into space, helping my friends aboard the International Space Station as Capcom. I helped Suni when she was doing spacewalks, and we help each other. It's all part of a big team. And so today it's great to see Butch and Suni. They've both been waiting a long time to go fly again. Trying to get a third mission or a fourth mission is really, you have to wait and be patient. And Butch and Suni are going to have they've been working hard on Starliner too. And that's what we do between missions. We help get ready for the next missions and help our friends be ready and support them while they're in space.
Yeah, and the commercial crew program is so important because in working with our commercial partners, it really allows NASA to pursue other things, like, again, returning to the moon. Our eyes are set on Mars with the Artemis program.
Indeed, and I'll just say I've enjoyed working both with SpaceX and really with Boeing. I mean, when we saw our teammates on the montage earlier, it just it made me tear up a little bit, and I'm not afraid to say that because there's a lot of respect with the team.
And let's take another question now. This one is from World Citizen on YouTube asking, does the crew on the space station watch the launch?
So right now it's the middle of
L minus 30 minutes.
30 minutes to go.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm control, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
That's all the communications between the launch team, basically all the steps that's needed to get us to T0.
Yes, less than 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes left. So aboard the International Space Station, if the crew gets a minute, I do believe that they're beaming up this launch broadcast. So hi to my friends aboard the International Space Station. That they're going to watch the launch. They're very invested in this. They've been waiting for weeks, months for the Starliner to arrive, and we're good friends with the crew on board. So it's going to be very cordial. But yes, I remember watching.
Minus 29 minutes.
The shuttles launch, and then when my friends landed on either the shuttle or on the Soyuz, we would try to watch the landing coverage too. So certainly we were always watching NASA TV.
And we did get a chance to talk to NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson and Jeanette Epps prior to launch.
Prop 1, LC.
Prop 1, go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration is complete, and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control. Start flight control, final prep.
Roger.
I have one question, sir.
LC, Unit 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVB cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
Again, Tracy Dyson, Jeanette Epps, two of the astronauts that are on the International Space Station already. We did get a chance to talk to them prior to launch.
Update complete.
And they said they are ready for Butch and Suni to arrive. They've gotten their areas all set up for them, so they're really excited to welcome them just about 26 hours after liftoff today. Again, 27 minutes, 53 seconds and counting until liftoff of Butch and Suni, the first two to fly Boeing Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. Let's go over now to Brandy and Jim inside Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks, Megan. Lead crew flight test flight director Mike Lammers is getting ready to poll the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch. Everything is looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go, no-go poll by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Once we do get into the terminal countdown time frame, there are a few major activities that the team will oversee. The first is Starliner's transition from ground power to battery power. That comes about 18 minutes before launch, and we leave it as late as possible so we can launch with those batteries as...
Go ahead.
Almost half a...
Arm hydraulic final preps are...
Roger.
Oh, minus 27 minutes.
Kind of. Okay. At least within 30 days, they will have
we leave that power transition as late as possible so we can launch with the batteries as close to full charge as possible. A few minutes later, with less than 10 minutes to go before liftoff, Starliner's ordnance will be armed. That activates the critical systems that are needed to detach all the things that Starliner would ultimately deploy or jettison as it climbs to orbit, or back for a landing if that became necessary. And then finally, just 1 minute and 15 seconds before launch, we'll work with the crew to activate the launch abort system, which would rocket the crew to safety in the case of an abort or on the pad early in the ascent.
This will likely be the last you hear from us until liftoff. So we are going to send you back to the team in Florida to let Megan, Dee, and Mike see us through the rest of the countdown. Go Starliner.
Yeah, I think people know. Even executive.
Now let's take a closer look at Starliner, the next generation crew capsule that you see atop the Atlas V rocket there on launch pad 41 on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Now we know here we get the real data.
Mike, Starliner is something, like you said, and Butch and Suni, you guys really have your fingerprints all over that to make it the ride to space that you guys wanted.
Indeed, Starliner is definitely a Ferguson even called it a astronauts or a pilot spacecraft.
And so that next generation crew capsule, it measures 16.5 feet tall with a diameter of 15 feet. That's about the size of a mid-size SUV. It was designed to carry up to 7 astronauts or a mix of crew and cargo for missions to the International Space Station. After today's test flight, NASA will fly crews of 4 or 5 with cargo. Starliner is also reusable up to 10 times. I'm sure you're excited for your opportunity to fly in Starliner, Mike.
Oh, indeed. We're hopefully Butch and Suni, along with Calypso, are going to pave the way. We'll be in the other spacecraft that Boeing has. We have 2 capsules, and so again, it's always good to have an extra one and a backup one, and we're looking forward to flying next year.
Let's head back over to Johnson now, where we have Rob Navius with an update for us. Rob.
No, yeah, I can make a measurement something like this. I can make 50 here. If anything comes up, make that field into the, for example, here, made a calculation.
As we mentioned earlier, in the midst of Starliner arrival preparations on the station, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Tracy Dyson, Jeanette Epps, and Mike Barrett are preparing spacesuits to be used for a trio of spacewalks scheduled to begin on June 13th. Other maintenance work is also planned for today by the expedition crew as they gear up for the docking of Starliner tomorrow to the forward port of the Harmony module. Once Starliner docks, It will be the 6th visiting vehicle at the International Space Station, a crowded house 260 miles above the Earth. We're standing by here in Mission Control for the Atlas V to take flight and for a new chapter in human spaceflight history to begin just 23 minutes from now. With that, we'll head back now to the Kennedy Space Center.
23 minutes, 9 seconds and counting until liftoff. So let's check back in with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke with the latest.
Minus
23
minutes.
Hey, Megan. Thanks for coming back to us here in the ASOC. We've
switch
been
all
monitoring.
secondary decoms to RF link and verify lock.
Roger.
Initiate orbital perimeter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
Monitoring those procedures here, and we're coming up on about L minus 22 minutes to launch. And around this time during the last launch attempt, our team worked through what you may have seen a suit pressurization issue. They worked very quickly around this time in the countdown to make sure that everything was going smoothly with this. But when we switched to internal power at L minus 18 minutes, that triggered a small voltage trip, and flight software correctly identified it and turned off the fans. So we quickly turned them back on, just like you would do with your computer, off and on. And today we're going to turn the fan off when we move over to internal power so it doesn't trip again. Then we will turn it back on after. The real difference is that crew will lower their visors about 5 minutes later this time. That action would usually be taken around now or a minute or so from now, and we will listen for that in just a few minutes. The Capcom will tell the crew to put their visors down at that time, and that is a configuration that is needed for proper airflow through their suit. In an emergency, they could pressurize their suits.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up,
I
Esme.
know what I told him.
Slide on our link.
I did copy that. Please check your headset.
All right, as I was saying, that in an emergency, they would be able to pressurize their suits quickly if needed. And it's a little different for them this time because, as we mentioned during this broadcast, their helmet is really more of a visor. It lays back like a hoodie on their shirt, and they pull it forward and then just zip it up. And this config also calls for them to deflate their lumbar support and secure their restraints from launch. So once we get to that point, it's really buckle up. It's almost go time. And then the crews will report back when finished. And then while we're talking around L minus 19, we're also going to be looking for the Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. That will happen on a side channel. So I'll be listening for that, and I'll let you know when we hear it. We do have a few polls coming up. That one is short. It will take place in the Boeing Mission Control Center, or BMCC, here in Florida. That is where the spacecraft launch conductor, Brian Gartner, will pull people in that room in charge of the propulsion system. Yeah, you see the room there on your screen.
Minus 20 minutes.
P&E1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table or in the correct configuration for terminal count.
The lumbar support. Verify.
RC, verify solar radiation, acceptable for launch.
Verified.
I didn't admit I asked.
Right, you might have heard, kind of came in faintly.
Starliner copies.
They asked them to go ahead and deflate their lumbar support. Wasn't sure if we're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls coming up on this Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. They will pull the mission support room manager, or MSR. After launch, the BMCC turns into mission support as things shift over to Houston. They will also pull the spacecraft test conductor, who monitors
All
our power
communications
systems.
switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
We can put it 25, maybe.
So, Lauren, as we were mentioning earlier, there's been traffic on multiple side nets, and that announcement that you just heard is Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo now bringing the team out from the individual subsystem nets, bringing everybody to the command channel, channel 1, for the final minutes of the countdown here. So we're gonna start to hear more traffic on the command channel as we start to do our final configuration steps for launch. So we're going to hear a couple of things. We're going to hear...
minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger.
We're going to hear some final avionics checks like that last call. We're going to hear hold fire switch verification. The range hold fire system allows representatives from Space Launch Delta 45 a hold button in the up the road at the Morrell Operations Center. So if there's an issue, a range safety issue that comes up, they can press a button and automatically stop our sequencer. So that's called a hold fire check. Those hold fire switches will be configured shortly, and we'll also start to hear calls about wrapping up our helium bottle charging on both the first and second stage.
And Dylan, as you mentioned, with the traffic on the loops increasing a little bit, you at home may notice that we are speaking less. And so we are going to be listening to some of these things as they happen live with you.
Roger.
And we feel it's important for you to be able to...
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
By Friday.
minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in their proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
All right, we're going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nail at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much. And getting a final look at the weather, I could tell you this, it's a beautiful day to fly. Outside, our launch weather officer told us that there's no change in the forecast. We are 90% go, and what a beautiful shot of our beaches here from the courtesy of our chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out to enjoy the launch and an amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on land, which you see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin. And so we're good to go there. We also have a... launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first two inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight, and then it will come into view for much of the rest of the state after more than about 2 minutes, including Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking good here at the ASOC. Richard Jones polled his team, the NASA operations manager.
15 minutes.
And all of them are go.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
We'll send it back to the host desk.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for comm check with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger. Starliner, LC, comm check on channel 1.
Those are comm checks again between different teams.
Loud and clear.
I have you loud and clear also.
And our astronauts, who you see there. Again, this is the test flight.
Houston, comm check, air to ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
Test flight, and Boeing is working towards certification. To do that, there are a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts. So take a look at some of the main objectives with the crew on board. I'll go through a couple of them here. So they will demonstrate the performance of crew-related equipment. The crew will perform hatch operations and transfer emergency equipment. They will also evaluate the vehicle and transfer cargo while in a docked configuration. They'll conform functionality of manual piloting and deorbit with a successful separation of the crew module from the service module. And finally, they will demonstrate Starliner's entry and descent. 13 minutes and 24 seconds from only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're curious about the previous 5 flights, we have you covered. Check out our video here. Mercury Redstone 3 was the first test flight. Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
You saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Suni Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are sharing this historic moment together. Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Suni as they make history testing what is poised to be the second commercial crew vehicle that is certified to ferry people to and from the International Space Station. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds to go, let's send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm. Control, so the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
Right on cue. Crew access arm about to start moving away from the spacecraft. And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move much faster if needed.
That's right, Lauren. It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds.
It's amazing that it can do that. We hope to not have to ever see that happen. After liftoff today, Brandy and Jim will continue commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We will have the shot of Butch and Suni inside Starliner until the moment of launch, and then we will get it again when we get to the ISS.
Minus 10 minutes.
Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and win.
All right, the spacecraft is running completely on its own now. And they are configuring ordnance for launch. That means the devices that initiate our separation events are ready to support both nominal and contingency operations that happen or could happen during ascent.
As far as you from the outside. Here.
So, Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
And we're actually hearing on a side channel that they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
L minus 8 minutes.
Under 8 minutes before Butch and Suni head back to a place they consider home. Both of them have spent 2 different stints of about 6 months on the International Space Station, and they are thrilled to be going back for a 3rd time. Suni told me she even cried the last time she left the space station because she didn't know if she would ever go back. So this flight is a dream for her.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
True axis arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
Let's listen in to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo conduct that final terminal count status check as we prepare for launch.
L minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS,
Go.
flight control,
Go.
GC cube,
Go.
op support,
Go.
comm,
Go.
umbilicals,
Go.
arm control,
Go.
ECS,
Go.
redline monitor,
Go.
quality,
Go.
op safety manager,
Go.
ULA safety officer,
Go.
vehicle system engineer,
Go.
anomaly chief,
Go.
range coordinator,
Clear to proceed.
flight director,
Houston flight is go.
Starliner,
Starliner go.
launch director,
You have permission to launch.
proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the White Room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and count. 3, 2, 1, mark.
3:55. Resumed for on-time liftoff.
Just beautiful words from Butch there. No better example of unity on this planet than what happens at the International Space Station, where Butch and Suni are headed in just 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
3:30.
Atlas hydraulics at flight press.
Atlas boosters hydraulic steering systems now pressurized for launch.
Starliner's LAS prop valves are configured for launch, the propulsion valves that need to be open in the case of an abort from the pad.
3 minutes.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks. Securing LO2 topping.
250. FTS internal.
Flight software is in ascent mode. It is now set for the uphill climb.
$159. Vehicle internal. 155. Launch sequencer start. 150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Vehicle is now transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled. 137. FTS armed. $120. OCU's armed. FCS count started. EDS ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto.
Last arm auto.
Roger.
That call meaning if the emergency detection system on Atlas detects something.
Block report range status.
Range green. 54. POP started.
It will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight press.
Centaur at flight press. 25.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Suni.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmore there, calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent, and the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Starliner passing through max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure where the forces of air friction are highest, which in Suni will shortly be passing through Mach 1, where the speed of sound.
You got a good throttle up.
Starliner and Atlas. Looking good with speeds and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
Good SRB burnout.
Good SRB.
Now that the fuel in the solid rocket boosters has been depleted, the Atlas main booster stage will be continuing its burn for about the next 3 minutes.
Also, we will say the handing over.
Good handle.
After
Good handle.
handing over. You wouldn't stop that.
That call, good handle from Capcom Joshua Kutryk, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into Starliner's flight and coming up on the solid rocket booster jettison at the 2 minute and 40-second mark.
No. It's did we put an email, Alex?
CLG and net, good trajectory.
CLG.
The solid rocket boosters have now been jettisoned after seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight. Team on the ground here confirming that it was a good jettison and that the vehicle's trajectory continues to look good. Now 3 minutes into today's flight.
All consoles are but we don't need to be defined to that, right? We'll keep it as a generic, because we keep on adding. We'll have diesel.
Atlas booster now throttling back to limit the G-forces on Butch and Suni, trying to limit that to around 3.5 times the force of gravity you would feel while on the ground.
We didn't create.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
Staging.
Here in the ground.
Decals open, you have sublimator rack.
Ecal subac. Ecal. Great act.
Team on the ground reporting that they saw the ascent cover on top of Starliner that's been protecting the spacecraft's docking system through its climb into orbit. They saw that jettison as planned.
Staging was good. You have good control.
And now the second stage's 2 Centaur engines have ignited to continue pushing Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The next milestone that we'll be watching for is the aeroskirt jettison.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
Plus 31.
Atlas Control reporting booster performance offset of 31 seconds of ISP, or specific impulse, relative to its design baseline of around 450.
All continuing to perform well, almost 7 minutes into today's flight.
Sure.
Good Centaur.
Good Centaur.
Capcom Joshua Kutrick. Continuing to pass good news up to Starliner's crew. Last one reporting that the Centaur upper stage remains in good condition and is performing well, pushing them into orbit.
Okay.
St. John's open.
St. John's.
Okay. Why don't you
Starliner is now entering its first guided abort range, where Starliner would direct itself towards a specific location in the event of abort. In this case, just off the coast of St. John's, the capital of the Canadian province of Newfoundland, Labrador.
they need a static IP? Yep. So give them the range of 10.19.20 is the give me 1 minute. Let me
Starliner MECO converged 11:52 11:52. Good perf. You're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52. 34 seconds.
That call letting the crew know that the main engine cutoff, MECO, should happen just about on time, about 12 minutes into today's flight. Another good indication that Starliner's ascent is taking along exactly as expected. Main engine cutoff is a major milestone marking Starliner's arrival on orbit. Still got about 2.5 minutes until we get to that, with the spacecraft continuing to perform well, make its way towards orbit.
No action, Starliner, on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No action.
Once the main engine is cut off, the next step will be the launch vehicle separation. That's set to occur just short of 15 minutes after launch, when Starliner will separate from the rocket and fly free in space for the first time. Flight Dynamics officer reporting that at this point, Starliner could potentially make an abort landing off the coast of Ireland.
Get cooling.
And they're, again, all continuing well, so we're not expecting to need that abort.
As Starliner is rapidly approaching orbital velocity, this abort region is only available for just over 1 minute, where Starliner would just continue up to orbit after that.
No, don't worry. I'm behind it. If I cannot, nobody.
30 seconds to MECO.
Just 30 seconds to go. Now until main engine cutoff, marking Starliner's arrival on orbit.
Nominal MECO Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
And with that nominal MECO call, that's main engine cutoff. We've got good energy, meaning a good velocity for continuing to orbit, and a good plane, meaning Starliner's trajectory is aligned with the International Space Station for rendezvous tomorrow.
And with that, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams returned to orbit. Individually, they are both extremely experienced astronauts.
14:5 to 14:52.
14:52.
They're both very experienced astronauts with a combined total of 489 days in space between them. Starliner is also the third spacecraft that they've launched in. Both have traveled to the International Space Station via space shuttles and Soyuz and are now well on their way to repeating the journey via Starliner. It's also worth noting that Williams' role as pilot marks the first time that a woman has crewed a flight test of an orbital spacecraft.
Just a few seconds ago, you heard Capcom Joshua Kuchert calling up to Butch and Suni. With the expected time, Starliner will separate from Centaur at about 14 minutes, 52 seconds into flight. Just under 2 minutes from now, or 1 minute from now.
That is actually the last major milestone for Starliner's ascent. All the hard work is done, but we need for Starliner to be flying on its own before it can begin heading towards the International Space Station. There's a slight pause in the action here while Centaur repressurizes and does some attitude control. We'll get into the right orientation to send Centaur on its way and then jettison it and move into the right orientation for the orbital insertion burn, which will come about 31 minutes into flight.
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
No action.
And about 10 seconds until an expected launch vehicle separation.
LV-SEP confirmed.
Take it out.
Good LV-SEP.
Take that one away.
And now that Starliner has separated from this Centaur upper stage, we have a big thank you to our partners at ULA, providing Butch and Suni a smooth ride to space.
That is not the end of today's orbit activity, though. The team will now be getting ready for the orbital insertion burn, which comes 31 minutes after flight. So that's still about 15 minutes away now. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore will be getting their tablets out and doing a few other activities to get Starliner ready for that. And that will be one of the that will be the first in a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to the International Space Station.
We have a what?
Once again, Starliner with astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams on board launched from Florida, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41 at 9:52 a.m. Central, 10:52 a.m. Eastern today, and they have now
Starliner,
made it into
your
orbit.
nominal TDRS show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Good targeting.
With the call for good targeting and information about Starliner's TDRS schedule being good, means that we've got good communication with the ground. TDRS is the tracking and relay data satellites that Starliner uses to talk to the ground. And the flight controllers on the ground are seeing the
Starliner.
dynamic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
So the crew have their tablets out, so no longer using the paper procedures now that the vehicle has stopped moving so quickly. So there's a handful of things that the crew's going to do now, mostly just prepare the inside of the cockpit so they are looking at the right data to prepare for the upcoming orbital insertion burn. The vehicle itself has done a few things recently. Started to power on the solar rays on the back of Starliner and turning off several of the thrusters that are no longer needed at this phase of flight.
Call your provider.
Upcoming in about 4 minutes, Starliner is going to start to orient itself in the direction it needs to do the orbital insertion burn. And the crew inside the vehicle will be turning the wireless access point on and allow them to stream some of the data from the spacecraft onto their procedure tablets.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. Backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SMRCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SMRCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Okay. Good EXDV.
Things will be pretty quiet as Starliner gets into position for the orbital insertion burn. That's still about 10 minutes away. Starliner is actually designed to be pretty autonomous and, in fact, docked with the space station on its last trip around without the help of any crew on board. But we do still want to know that if needed, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams could take control and manually abort the spacecraft's approach to the station if they needed to. So to prove that, one of the few things on their agenda after they reach orbit will be to perform a test of the manual piloting mode.
This test will involve first pointing Starliner's nose towards the Earth so that its communication antenna on the back of the service module is pointed at the satellites, the TDRS satellites that allow it to communicate with the team on the ground. They'll then move Starliner so that its solar arrays are pointed at the sun, showing they could charge Starliner's internal batteries as needed. And they'll follow that up with a demonstration of the star trackers, one of the ways that Starliner determines where it is in space, pointing Starliner away from Earth so that the system, the Vesta system, can get a good look at the stars.
The next step will be for the crew to manually speed Starliner up and then slow back down, which will slightly raise and then lower their orbit and prove that they can manually break away from the orbit that the space station is in if they needed to. At that point, they can move on to the last items of the
still no
test.
action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. Yeah, and that's just due to that T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust alarm.
Concur.
Josh Kutrick calling up that the crew can ignore some alarms they're seeing on the temperatures inside Starliner. That's just a result of one of the sensors being next to a light that's causing it to show higher than it actually is, but it sounds like the crew are pretty comfortable and are getting into place for that orbital insertion. As I was saying, after they have manually broken away from the orbit of, proven that they can manually break away from the orbit of the space station, they are going to move on to the last items of their test for tonight. That's manually moving Starliner into the right orientation for re-entering the atmosphere, and then moving back into the attitude that will let them soak up some sun with the solar arrays and try a different method of manually charging the spacecraft's batteries. But again, once that all has to wait until after the orbital insertion burn. This is, again, the first of several burns that will put Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. We've still got about 6.5 minutes until we fire up the engines for that burn.
Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
Our own stuff for
Go ahead. USO establish barricades around MLP and area beneath the MLP and perform O2 LEL checks at complex 41 areas. Roger. ECS LC.
Team here on the ground seeing that everything is looking like it's in the right configuration for the orbital insertion burn. Now less than 5 minutes away. Starliner is currently about 102 miles above the Mediterranean Sea, heading southeast over India in the next few minutes.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
And good config from the OI burn. Crew and ground controllers noting that Starliner is pointed in the direction it needs to for the OI burn. It should also be about the time that the crew are using their tablets for their procedures, also charging them, keeping them topped up for the rest of the rendezvous.
We unfortunately won't have a view of Williams and Wilmore as they work through this procedure. although we had a view of them from inside the cabin on the ground, Starliner isn't able to send that view to us again until it gets to the International Space Station. So you'll be seeing this screen quite a bit as Starliner was getting into the right position for the burn. And actually just now you can see some of the engines firing that help it steer and move around in space. And you can also see what attitude it's in at any given time. Lots of good information on this screen.
It is. A lot of this information actually directly mimics the views that the crew is seeing, especially the one in the upper left-hand panel. That is an exact copy of the display the crew is using for their attitude directional indicator. It also covers what mode their translational hand controller and the translational pointing is in. On the left side, on the right side, the pointing guidance, which tells the Starliner in automated mode which direction to point, or when in manual mode, which direction the crew needs to move the vehicle, like we're going to do in some of the manual piloting maneuvers. And following back up a little bit on the camera conversation, there is a planned upgrade of the Mustang system that we should see on our PCM-1 mission that will include live feeds from inside the cockpit.
And the Mustang system is the cameras that we were seeing views from earlier.
That's correct. There's a handful of cameras around the inside of Starliner. We often see the one from kind of beneath Butch and Suni. That's given one of the better views without being directly right in their face while they're inside the cockpit during pre-launch. But once they're in orbit, they've gotten out of their seats a little bit, and we should be able to see a little bit more around the cabin.
We will, though, as you've already heard, continue to hear regular audio updates from the crew. Everything going well now that Starliner is just under 30 minutes into today's flight. We've got about a minute and a half left to go into that orbital insertion burn that will be kind of the final end cap, really, to today's ascent, which, again, took place at 10:52 a.m. Eastern when Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched inside the first Starliner to carry crew members on board from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41. They made it to orbit about 14 minutes later, and now we are just again waiting for this first of a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to a rendezvous with the International Space Station that is scheduled to take place at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 a.m. Central tomorrow.
And we're coming up at about 40 seconds till the orbital insertion burn. This burn is going to take Starliner out of its slightly suborbital trajectory and push it up to an altitude that will allow us to catch up with ISS for a rendezvous later tomorrow.
Unless other than the AP and 1, everything has to be the access port.
15 seconds left to go, and once again, you'll be able to see those engines firing on this digital screen here that show when the burn has started.
This is because you have
2 seconds.
So that is okay to be on the trunk. The rest, everything except the switch uplink and the time clock.
And flight controllers here in Houston, seeing 4 good OMAX, good burn.
Okay. No, not yet. We cannot do that. After hours. Yeah, after 5 we can do that. Okay.
We take a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
Good OI burn, going to NavCal 1.
And with that call up, both crew and flight controllers agreeing that that was a good OI burn. I'm looking at the trajectory plot here in Mission Control. I see our trajectory pointing us directly up to the altitude we need to go to for the next burn. Right now, Starliner is moving into NavCal mode, or NavCal attitude. That's going to be the first of several positions that Starliner, directions that Starliner points itself to track some of the stars from the Starliner and update the position inside of the position orientation of Starliner inside of its guidance, navigation, and control algorithms.
And of course, you're seeing lots of happy faces and cheers here there in Florida. Everybody glad to see Starliner safely in orbit with Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams in tow, sending it on its way to the International Space Station for docking tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, Starliner safely on orbit, has conducted a good orbital insertion burn, and is on its way.
Starliner Houston.
Go ahead, Starliner, Houston.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
Okay, we copy. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Joshua Kutrick there again, giving the crew some words about information they're seeing on orbit. This one related to sublimators, which are used to cool the spacecraft down. But just letting them know that there's nothing that they need to be concerned about. The team will keep watching that. In the meantime, as Starliner begins making its way to the International Space Station, we're going to check in with Rob Navius in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Rob?
Yeah, thanks very much, Brandy. With Starliner en route to the station, the work now just beginning for Wilmore and Williams. First up, an important rendezvous burn called the NC burn, which will adjust Starliner's altitude relative to the station and begin to refine its path to the orbital laboratory. Flight Dynamics will be assessing the accuracy of Starliner's initial trajectory and will update any adjustments to that trajectory for subsequent maneuvers to be conducted over the next 24 hours. Now, we're expecting to hear the first of 3 audio reports from the crew during their free flight on how the ride uphill to orbit was before they move into what are called far-field demonstrations of the vehicle. That will include manual piloting tasks and a manual translation control test. That will prove Starliner's ability to execute a manual docking if required, as well as an abort capability prior to docking. Keep in mind, we're providing continuous coverage now of Starliner's flight to the International Space Station. On Thursday morning, rendezvous operations will begin in earnest shortly before 10 a.m. Eastern Time, leading to a targeted docking for Starliner to the station at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So please stay with us around the clock as we bring you every minute of Starliner's flight. For now, we're going to sign off from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston and go back to Megan, Dee, and Mike Fink at the Cape.
Hey, and welcome back to the Space Coast of Florida, where about 36 minutes ago, we witnessed the launch of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket carrying the first 2 astronauts, NASA's Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, inside Boeing's Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. The first time ever, Starliner now in the right orbit to rendezvous with the space station in just over 25 hours. How are you guys feeling? How was it to watch launch? Again, just right over the water behind us here.
I mean, this is extremely exciting. Obviously, a long time coming and a culmination of so much hard work by so many teams. But of course, we're going to be even happier when we see Starliner dock, and even happier when the hatch opens and we watch Suni and Butch float into the International Space Station.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well said, Dee. I mean, this is exciting. We've built up to this moment for years and years, and it finally happened. I got to see a Starliner launch with my friends on board. How cool is that? And I could feel like the whole planet was cheering for them.
Yeah, it was really nice to see it happen. There were a lot of emotions here at the host desk among the three of us, as well as the crew that's supporting us here on the host desk. And it's just a history-making launch. Suni, again, the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. That's amazing. And then again, the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket, 61 years ago. CFT, this final test to certify Starliner. And then once in orbit, the first time in NASA history that the agency will have 3 different cruise spacecraft operating in space simultaneously. So that's the International Space Station, SpaceX's Crew Dragon, and again, once Boeing Starliner spacecraft gets there, Boeing Starliner spacecraft. So really just like a lot to celebrate. It's amazing. You know, Mike, I know you've been part of Starliner's journey from the very beginning, working alongside Butch and Suni and all the teams across Boeing, NASA, ULA. So talk to us. How does it feel to see this rocket from your perspective?
I was so impressed all the way through the launch countdown and all the way through orbital insertion burn. Everything was just like the final simulation exercise they give us back at Johnson Space Center, where they just give us everything nominal. And there we are. Everything was fine. No hiccups, no drama, nothing to worry about. And so I was really happy with Butch and Suni, and for Butch and Suni, and happy with the whole team. As Butch said, thank you to the United Launch Alliance for a great ride up, and welcome them to the club of rocket companies that can send humans into space. Now we just got to get to space station in 24-ish hours.
And I want to discuss, let me know if you're there.
And we've been asking for some questions on social media, so we still want to get to those because there have been a lot. So why don't we pull up one question here right now? This one's from Ramon. What is your favorite part of being an astronaut, Mike? Is it days like this?
Definitely days like this, Ramon. Very much glad to be an astronaut on this day. I think Butch and Suni might be a little bit happier than me to be an astronaut today, but this is definitely a great day. And if you're not on the rocket yourself, helping your friends is a really great way to be an astronaut.
And so, Mike, talk to us about, this is, again, a crewed flight test. Certification is what's next for Starliner. So what's the process to get us to your flight next year?
Well, first we have to, Butch and Suni, they've gotten to orbit. That's kind of step one. Now they got to get to the space station and complete their flight test objectives. Once they land safely in a desert somewhere with the airbags, and we'll analyze, the Boeing team will analyze the flight test data, see if any improvements, any changes, any things that can be improved and made, and then we'll get ready for us at the post-certification mission number 1 that we call Starliner 1. I think Dragon had a similar one. They called themselves Crew 1. Well, we're Starliner 1, and we'll be ready to fly when the spacecraft is.
Right. And so, obviously, there's still a lot on this road for Starliner, but when you do fly next year on Starliner 1, Mike, I know that there's a bunch of people here who are very excited for you, so much so that they created this shirt.
Oh, no.
I love it.
Mike Fink Fan Club. That's right. Oh, he's hiding, guys. He's hiding behind his computer right now.
I am deeply humbled. Thank you.
No, yes. It just goes to show that so many people are invested in Boeing and NASA and ULA working together on the Starliner program. So we celebrated together with the crewed flight test today and launch. And again, we still have so much more of the mission to go, and we can't wait for your flight for Starliner 1. All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again to everyone who submitted questions throughout the broadcast. You really helped to contribute to the broadcast. And Mike, really great to have you here marking this historic launch with us.
It's great to be on the team, and you guys are both are extreme professionals, as well as our production team and the PAO team that's right up the hill from us. Great job, everyone.
Absolutely. And today's liftoff could not have happened without the many teams across the country supporting this launch, which of course is just the first of many critical milestones for this flight test.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. So our coverage tonight or today won't end here. First up, we have a post-launch news conference starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on NASA TV, followed by continuous coverage of Butch and Suni's transit to the International Space Station. Starliner is on course to dock at the station in just over 25 hours from now, and then the ISS crew will welcome them on board. Again, we will take all of that live on NASA TV, NASA Plus, and our social media channels.
You know, and their journey will provide the data needed to bring Boeing closer to having the continuous privilege of carrying astronauts to and from the space station.
Hey, and that's the perfect opportunity, right, to pull up this QR code we have ready for you. If you scan it, it'll take you to go.nasa.gov/CFT, where you will find everything you'd want to know about this crew flight test and also NASA's commercial crew program, which is why we're flying today.
Mike, it's been great to have you with us. Your insight today was important and invaluable.
Thank you very much, and the Boeing company should get a big pat on the back today for a job well done so far.
Yes, again, congratulations to all the team. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Mike. We really appreciate your time here on the official launch broadcast of NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. And that's going to do it for us here on the Space Coast of Florida. For Boeing, ULA, and NASA, thank you so much for watching our official broadcast of this historic cruise. We leave you now with a replay of launch. Have a spectacular day. Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to Launch Pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is entered the pad.
Butch and Suni arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sunny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmore, they're calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent. We got its navigation and control officer here in the room, seeing good data on that.
Two NASA astronauts are suiting up to make history as the first two to fly aboard Boeing Starliner spacecraft. We are tracking liftoff of this flight test at 10:34 and 14 seconds p.m. Eastern Time from Florida's Space Coast to the International Space Station.
I feel the liftoff. The clock has started. Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Godspeed, John Glenn.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Thank you, and to everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good evening, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Also joining us today is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Megan, Dee. I'm so excited to be here, a part of this historic flight. Go Starliner.
Yeah, all three of us are very excited, and we're excited that you can join us today to watch and follow along for the next few hours. Because again, today is only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And it will lift off on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket, which ULA just finished fueling cryogenics a few minutes ago. Now, both Starliner and the rocket stand ready on Launch Pad 41. You're seeing a beautiful view there from one of our helicopters at nearby Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41. And the last time an Atlas-class rocket sent humans to space was 61 years ago for the final flight of NASA's Mercury program.
Over the next 5 hours, we will walk you through the launch of today's flight test. NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
Nicole, why is it so important to have a second commercial spacecraft that can ferry astronauts to and from the International Space Station?
Megan, it's so important. What we need is dissimilar redundancy taking astronauts to the International Space Station. That allows us to not be reliant on just one company or one rocket. It provides that backup capability so we can continue to have that sustained presence on the International Space Station and do all the science and technology development that we need for future missions like Artemis to the moon.
Yeah, it's such a great platform, and it's great that we get to utilize it in such a way by supporting the Commercial Crew Program and what it's trying to do for the space station.
Yeah, the partnership between government and commercial industry is the way of the future.
Yeah. So obviously, everyone, Nicole knows a lot about the Commercial Crew Program, the ISS, Starliner, and their two astronauts today, Commander Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, and that's why we asked her to be here with us. And for those who might not know, so Nicole was first assigned to this Boeing crew flight test in August of 2018. Not only was she trained to fly it, but she was an integral part of its development along with Butch and Suni. However, she was later reassigned to NASA's Crew 5 mission, which launched in 2022. She became the first female commander of a NASA Commercial Crew Program launch and the first Native American in space. And while on board the space station, she and the crew conducted hundreds of experiments and technology demonstrations. She also performed 2 spacewalks, totaling 14 hours. After 157 days in orbit, she and her crew splashed down safely off the coast of Tampa, Florida. And today now, you are here to watch your friends make history, Nicole.
It is really a special day. And, you know, it's very important to me because it's a great example of how our teams work together. Boeing, NASA, all working together to create an amazing spacecraft that has this capability to launch. And it's really that team concept. Astronauts may move on and fly other missions and come back, but we're all one big team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, there's a lot to learn about this crew flight test. That's why we have an entire team here to show you and walk you through the before, after of this entire mission.
Okay.
So, just a few miles away at the United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center are ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennecke. Both will monitor Starliner and the rocket for us.
Okay.
Down the road from them at Hangar AE is NASA's Daryl Nail, who is monitoring the weather and NASA's oversight of launch operations.
And back here at Kennedy, we have NASA's Antonio Jaramillo to speak with key players in this mission. Plus, we have a team in mission control at Johnson Space Center in Houston. NASA's Brandy Dean, Boeing's Jim May, and NASA's Rob Navius will monitor flight controllers as they guide Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. But for now, let's head back into the suit-up room. We got a live view at the top of the broadcast, but let's go back in there now because that is where all the action is happening. And right now we have a live view of pilot Suni Williams there. She's sitting down, talking to some technicians that are in the room with her. Nicole, what we are waiting to see right now, obviously they are suited up in their intravehicular suits, but we are expecting to see a pressure check on their suits soon, right?
Absolutely. So there's a huge team of folks from David Clark and NASA and Boeing that are all working together to make sure the astronauts' suits are perfect prior to launch. And so they will get suited in. You can actually see Butch there. He's in the recliner with a visor down. He's going through his first leak check. So it looks like maybe he's kicking back and relaxing, but actually those suits, when they're pressurized, it's more comfortable to be laying back. Otherwise, you have some really hard pressure points. And so he's going through that leak check now. They're testing the integrity of the suit prior to launch.
Yeah, so they're blowing air into the suit to inflate it. That's why we see him inflated there, and that's why his visor's down, because we're making sure that it maintains the right pressure for any issues that they might have. The suit has to protect them.
Absolutely. It is their life support system, really. And so should there be a problem in Starliner, they will close their visor. That suit can inflate, and it has the pressure and also the air supply to keep the astronauts safe in the event of emergency.
And Dee, Nicole mentioned David Clark. So that's the company that worked with Boeing to design these suits we're looking at, right?
Absolutely. So they worked closely with veteran astronaut Chris Ferguson to come up with the details. It is is a lot lighter than the traditional NASA astronaut spacesuits. It's about 10 pounds lighter. It's very minimal. You can see on the left side, right under maybe their name, that's where the umbilical will go in, and that's where the air would go into. The chippas, which is a soft helmet. The new thing about this suit is the helmets are actually attached to the spacesuit. It's actually like a hoodie, and that's where the communication cord is connected to, so that they're able to talk to flight control during their mission. And then, of course, they have gloves, as most suits do, and these gloves are touchscreen sensitive, as we do have a screen on our capsule.
And it looks like Butch is about to unzip his helmet there, so it seems like we've had a good leak check there. Speaking of Butch, again, Commander Butch Wilmore, NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain, was raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Speaking of space, Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS. A great background of experience there, Nicole, to really be the commander of a flight test.
Absolutely. All the experience of both Butch and Suni as aviators, as naval aviators, and as test pilots, they've really been such a critical component to the development of Starliner, as their experience, their decision making. And I love what Butch always says, you always ask the question why. And asking that question why and learning more about Starliner has helped grow this program into what's going to be a successful launch today.
And Suni Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Suni's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as a flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Suni has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Suni was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
You were talking about how Butch is always asking why. Suni has always said that that's actually something she really admires about him, because she fully trusts that he's going to get down to the bottom of everything and figure out why we're doing things and why it's the best way to go about things.
Absolutely. Butch is always going to ask the tough questions. And if you have, one thing I remember training with Butch is if I had a question or I wasn't sure, he always pause, let's ask, let's find out why. He has that patience and that attention to detail to get down to the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for our crew to develop that relationship, because Suni says she really trusts Butch and trusts his decision making. And now, right here, we have a shot actually of NASA astronaut Mike Fink. He's the backup pilot for this mission. And Nicole, a fundamental part of NASA's commercial crew program and getting Starliner to this moment, really, Fink was.
Oh, absolutely. Mike Fink has been working commercial crew since the very beginning. Before he was even assigned to Starliner, he was in charge of the astronauts that were working that program. So he's had a fundamental role in its development as well, and it's great to see him in the backup role today. And then he's also assigned as the pilot for Starliner 1.
Yeah, Starliner 1, the first operational 6-month mission to the space station after this crew flight test and certification of the Starliner spacecraft. Fink is known for loving to take pictures, so I bet you he's snapping he's snapping a picture of the crew now.
Okay, that makes me laugh. He is the best at taking photos. In fact, I told him yesterday I drove by the pad and took a photo, and I texted Mike, and he sent me the first picture that we took together in front of the Atlas V, which is pretty special.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I know he's there in a monitoring role, right? Because as he prepares for Starliner 1, it's really important to see how everything shakes out for CFT today.
Oh, for sure. But he's also the ASP. So he's the astronaut support person in the room. And so his job is to make sure Butch and Suni have everything that they need for launch. Of course, there's a team that's helping them out, but he has that special eye to know, okay, this doesn't look quite right. As a crew member, he has that kind of inside knowledge, and his forefront of his mind is the safety and success of Butch and Suni.
All right. Now, if you have any questions about this mission over the next 5 hours, we invite you to send questions our way using the hashtag AskNASA. All you have to do is go to one of our platforms, Facebook, X, Twitter, Instagram, and again, use that hashtag AskNASA to send in your questions. We look forward to hearing from you and answering those questions live. Let's go now to United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC, where ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke are listening to all pre-flight operations right now. So guys, how's everything looking?
Well, Megan, the countdown is going incredibly smooth right now. It's been nice and quiet in here when you consider all the important jobs that are going on around us. It's amazing that it is so quiet, but that's what we want to hear. Dylan and I are in a really unique spot here at ULA's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center. We're able to look down over the control team, the launch control team down here, and if you see us right there in the middle of the room, that's us up in the window. And we're also able to be right in the middle of the mission directors who are over to our right and the engineering support that's over to our left. So we're in a great spot to be able to track this countdown for you today. We're also going to be bringing up the public operational communications that you might hear us refer to as loops or nets. So you haven't heard them so far in the broadcast, but we're going to bring them up now. And we just want to let you know that as they come across, our commentators will be pausing to make sure that you can hear them. It's also our job to wear these headsets you saw us in and listen to some of the chatter that's going on in the background. That way we can translate things for you as they happen and follow along with the nominal procedures. So far in the countdown already today, the Starliner Control Center is starting to shift control of the spacecraft over to mission control in Houston. The pad team has been cleared out for a little while the rocket was being fueled, but they are back on the pad now and preparing it for crew arrival. Our teams have also been cycling the thruster valves, and they're now in open position. This is the third time, of course, for Starliner to launch, but the first time that we're going through all these procedures with the crew members. So that's why we're coming to you 4 hours before launch today to be able to walk you through everything. But it is important to remember this is a test flight, so we are going to learn a lot, and it is our goal to make things more efficient for future crews. So Dylan, how are things progressing with the rocket?
Well, Lauren, Atlas V and Centaur are fueled and ready. The rocket was rolled out to the pad this weekend, where it was connected to the propellant storage farms, air conditioning, and other pad utilities. Our countdown started at 11:14 a.m. this morning, and we powered up the rocket, began all of our final checks of our avionics systems, and then started the final preps out at Launch Complex 41. All that work wrapped up around 3:30 p.m. We got into our cryogenic tanking hold at that point. And with the launch vehicle ready and the cryogenic hold completed at 4:34 p.m., we picked up cryogenic tanking. Cryogenic tanking takes about just under 2 hours to complete and went very smoothly today. The vehicle right now remains in stable topping, and all pre-launch checks are basically complete. The readiness poll has been completed for pad entry, and the blue team is, as you said, arriving at the pad now. Today is the 100th launch of the safe and reliable Atlas V rocket. It's the third flight of the 172-foot-tall N-22 configuration. This rocket is equipped with a dual-engine Centaur upper stage, which is a configuration that's uniquely capable to deliver the performance needed for that specially shaped trajectory that maximizes crew safety for Starliner. Rocket processing activities are sequenced to the T clock. So right now we are at T-minus 4 minutes and holding. T clock stands for terminal count clock. So what that indicates is that right now we're not performing any significant processing of the rocket. The L clock, which is what you see on the screen, or launch clock, is counting down from L-minus 3 minutes, 3 hours, 47 minutes down to T0. For our instantaneous launch opportunity at 10:34 and 14 seconds this evening.
One thing I really love is that it's the Atlas's 100th launch, and it is the first crewed launch for CST 100. So that is our lucky number of the day. If you don't know, CST stands for Crew Space Transportation, and the 100 represents the 100 kilometers up. That is the space line, the difference between Earth and space. So, of course, you'll hear us refer to it as CST 100 some, but we do call it Starliner now. That is the fleet name. So let's get a check-in with NASA's Daryl Nail at Hangar A. Daryl?
Thank you very much, Lauren and Dylan. And here at Hangar AE, the management for Commercial Crew Program is monitoring all the systems, including the weather. We just got a weather brief just about 20 minutes ago from the launch weather officer for the 45th Space Wing, Brian Benson, and it's looking pretty good. In fact, it's looking excellent for the local area here at the launch pad. You can see in this shot off in the distance some clouds off into the horizon. We may have some stray cumulus clouds that could form out there, but other than that, that is the only concern when we go into this launch tonight. The fact is that we've got winds that are onshore pushing the sea breeze storms, which are very normal this time of year here in Florida. They're pushing them well west of us. In fact, there's some storms firing up to the west, just west of Orlando, which is about an hour's drive of here. Thunderstorms are starting to form there. They have some lightning that is in the area, but all of that is not a concern according to the launch weather officer. Now there's two areas that we're looking at, and the first is the launch pad. You can see from this shot right here, the seas look great, the sky looks good, and overhead we're looking really fantastic. So let's put up the weather graphic and just give you the breakdown for the launch weather officer here in the area. You really can't get much better than that. 95% go. They wouldn't want to put 100% because
I have you loud and clear on one.
Roger that. Blue team has arrived at CAT level 12, performing white room toxic vapor and O2 checks.
Roger.
Okay, so there you heard the blue team is up at the 12th level.
3 hours, 45 minutes.
And so we are 95% go, with the only concern, as I mentioned, cumulus cloud rule, temperature 72 degrees. As far as the little bit of elevated risk for the ascent abort corridor. This is the area up the northeastern seaboard of the United States. There is a cold front that is leaving the area. It has created some cool water in that area, and the search and rescue teams are monitoring that. It's below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's not something that's going to be able to stop the search and rescue teams for Det 3 from going in that water if, for some reason, the crew capsule aborts into those waters up near the Canadian Maritime Provinces.
Go ahead, Flick.
The CST 100 commanding transferred from BMCC to MCC CST.
Roger.
All right, with Butch Wilmore in his seat, getting ready to do his suit leak check, we'll toss it back to Megan at the host desk.
Yeah, so right now we have Butch sitting there. His suit leak check is actually complete, as well as Suni. So this is kind of some downtime that they have here, right, Nicole?
Yeah, it sure is. There's a little bit of what we call slop put into the schedule so that if they needed to redo a leak check or something like that, they could. But they're running through kind of in their minds all the last things that checking the configuration of their suit and all their pockets. And I'm sure they're saving time for maybe a card game.
Okay. And I do want to point out some pre-launch traditions, because we here at NASA love to honor history and traditions here. So we want to show you one of those pre-launch traditions. This one is the addition of Butch and Suni's mission patch to a wall inside of astronaut crew quarters. You can see Butch finding the perfect spot for where he wants, so right on top and in the middle.
Right on top and in the middle. That's great.
I love that you're laughing, because this is very Butch-like, as I gather.
Rightfully so, though. It's the first flight, so that's great. You can see all the other patches from the SpaceX launches down on the left and right sides there.
Right, so your patch is there.
Yes, on the right side, I think it's the third one down, Crew 5.
Perfect. So now we see Suni signing around the patch, and now Butch. This happened on April 26th, just a day after the crew arrived at Kennedy for launch. And just, again, a great opportunity to honor the history of these launches, and also to continue with tradition.
Absolutely. And you see there's plenty of room there for the follow-on mission patches.
That's right. That's right. Lots more launches to go with NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
And speaking of their mission patch, Butch and Suni designed it together, and every detail has meaning. So the 7 stars in the background represent each astronaut who traveled to space as part of the Mercury program. The astronaut symbol at the bottom between Butch and Suni's names represent all who will follow in their footsteps after this flight. The orange border is a nod to this being a test flight. Earth's blue marbling represents Suni's love of the ocean. And of course, you have Starliner and the Atlas V rocket there in the middle, with the ISS above it signifying Starliner's first destination in space. We have teams at Mission Control in Houston monitoring Starliner's flight to the space station. Let's check in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks, Dee, and welcome to Mission Control in Houston. And I'm NASA's Brandy Dean.
And I'm Jim May with Boeing. We're incredibly excited to be here today with the flight control team that will be seeing Starliner safely through its first ascent with crew members on board. The team's been training really hard for this, working through literally hundreds of simulations, and they're ready to get Starliner into space.
Yeah, the team today is led by Flight Director Mike Lammers, with Flight Director Rick Hempling working alongside to assist him with keeping an eye on weather. And on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom. He'll be speaking to Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams on the team's behalf, and he has a special interest in this flight since Kutrick plans to be on board Starliner the next time it launches as a mission specialist on Starliner 1 crew.
LT, this is Luke.
This team's been on console since about 3:30 this afternoon, working closely with the teams in Florida. Just under 4 hours before launch, once everything was activated and ready for them, the Boeing Mission Control ground control team handed control over to these folks here, and they'll be the ones sending commands to Starliner from now on.
That said, although they'll be busy, you won't hear too much from them as they move through the countdown with their colleagues in Florida. Some of the key calls they'll make include switching Starliner from ground power to battery power, and then with the crew's help, activating the launch abort system.
3 hours, 40
and of course,
minutes.
Mike Lammers will be speaking on behalf of his team when he gives his go or no-go to the launch conductor during the final poll 7 minutes before launch.
At liftoff, they'll work hand in hand with the ULA team, who will be controlling the Atlas rocket lifting Starliner into orbit. For the first minute and a half of flight, we'll have Atlas and its solid rocket boosters providing the initial lift to get Starliner to orbit. And then later, the second stage Centaur engines finish the job of getting the spacecraft into orbit.
They'll be done with their job about 12 minutes into Starliner's flight and then be jettisoned 3 minutes later. And after that, Starliner will be on its own to make its journey to the International Space Station.
So let's take a closer look at the details of what to expect during Starliner's ascent, coming up at 10:24 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Ascent begins at T-0, liftoff, the end of the countdown, and the beginning of the mission. Shortly afterwards, at T+12 seconds, the rocket rolls, lining up Starliner with its target orbit and putting the astronauts in a heads-up position. Then, around T+40 seconds, max Q starts. That's also known as max aerodynamic pressure. This is a critical time when the atmospheric forces reach their highest. Next, at about +1 minute 35 seconds, the 2 solid rocket boosters run out of fuel and burn out, and about a minute later they separate from the booster. The Atlas booster engine continues to burn for almost 2 more minutes. Then at approximately +4:30, booster engine cutoff, or BECO. About 5 seconds later, the booster separates, and so does the ascent cover on top of Starliner. At around 4 minutes 45 seconds, the Centaur upper stage ignites, continuing the push to orbital speeds. Then a little after 5 minutes, Starliner is free of the atmosphere and doesn't need additional aerodynamic support, and the aeroskirt is jettisoned. After a long 6+ minute push from Centaur, main engine cutoff, or MECO, happens around 12 minutes after liftoff. Then, when Centaur successfully separates almost 15 minutes after launch, ULA's job is done. But Starliner is not quite in orbit yet. After a 16-minute coast, Starliner ignites 4 of its orbital maneuvering and attitude control, or OMAC engines, for the orbital insertion burn, and then 31 minutes after liftoff, the ascent profile is complete.
That That was a look at the first 30 minutes of Starliner's mission, but of course that's just the beginning. If we launch on time tonight, Starliner is set to dock to the International Space Station at 12:46 a.m. Eastern on Wednesday. So next we're going to check in with NASA's Rob Nabius, who is waiting on a launch just down the hall with the Space Station Flight Control Team. Rob?
Well, good evening from the International Space Station Flight Control Room
with
here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is on duty at this hour, keeping tabs on the countdown, the progress of Starliner's preparedness for launch, and the countdown for the crew members on board the station to be awakened at about 2 a.m. Eastern Time Tuesday morning. Once the 7 station crew members are awake, they'll move right into preparations for the arrival of Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams late Tuesday night. High on the list for the station crew after their wake-up call will be the stowing of equipment currently housed in the passageway between the forward end of the Harmony module and the hatchway through which the Starliner astronauts will float as they enter the station following docking. Tuesday afternoon, there'll be a pair of mission management meetings, first by Boeing management to assess Starliner's systems following launch, and the initial series of OCCs. Those are the operational checkout capabilities the Starliner crew will conduct to ensure that the vehicle is ready for docking. Following that meeting, the International Space Station partners will gather to give final approval for Starliner to press ahead with the critical phase of the rendezvous that begins tomorrow evening with the terminal phase initiation burn. So it's a busy 24 hours that lies ahead. We'll be here every minute to keep you posted. And by the way, at the time of launch tonight, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over southern Belgium. With that, we'll send you back to the Cape.
Thank you to our colleagues over at Johnson Space Center. We are now 3 hours, 35 minutes, 10 seconds and counting from liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew
LC
flight test.
Channel 1. Go ahead, flight. We're ready for hold call authority com check.
Proceed.
Stand by for voice loop reconfiguration.
Roger.
Nicole, really quickly before they start, what is this poll? Or not poll, I'm sorry, check.
Yes, they're doing all the
35 minutes.
These are all the comm checks to make sure that the control rooms for the spacecraft, for Houston, as well as the rocket, are all in sync and have good communication.
As we wait for that comm check, we are outside now, looking at the crew's ride to the launch pad. Because
LC,
before,
SMD on channel 1 for a comm check.
I have you loud and clear on channel 1.
I have you the same, LC. SMD out.
all right, we're actually going to go back inside because the card game is happening. And Nicole, talk us through what's happening right now.
Okay, so there in the middle of the screen, you see Joe Akaba. He's the chief of the astronaut office.
LC flight, comm check on air to ground 1.
I have you loud and clear on channel 1.
Copy. I have you loud and clear on CSP air to ground 1. This completes the whole call authority comm check.
Roger.
They're playing a game called SCAT, which is essentially 31. You want to get 31 in your hand of the same suit, and you can decide to pick another card, or if you think you're close enough, you can knock the table. Looks like Suni just knocked the table there, so maybe she thinks she won. Butch will get one more try to see if he gets 31, and then we'll see.
And why are they playing a card game? Some people might be watching and going, wait, what?
Yeah, maybe it does seem a little odd. It's, tradition goes back, I think, as long as I've heard, at least some type of a card game, or, for example, for our launch, Josh Cassada, our pilot, he did a card trick. So it's just, if there's time, we do it. Of course, if you're running behind, you would skip the card game, but it's just a nice tradition and a chance for the crew to kind of take a breather before walking out to the rocket.
And the purpose usually when they're playing a game is the commander has to lose, right?
Yes, you want that to be, the worst thing that happens that day.
Yeah. So it looks like Suni, I don't know if Suni, well, maybe Suni won, because really, again, I don't think Suni has won because they continue to play.
That's what I'm thinking. They're just dealt another hand, so we'll see.
Again, another pre-launch tradition that dates back quite a bit. And we wanted to bring you back into the suit-up room to show you this because it is a moment of levity for the crew before everything really starts to ramp up before launch.
And it's really great. These traditions, sometimes you lose where they actually start, but sometimes they've been carried on for decades and decades. And there's a lot of little traditions and big traditions, but it's all a big part of NASA and our launches to space.
While we watch them continue to play, I do want to mention one thing, because obviously we see their helmets hanging off the back of their suits. There was a dream that Butch kept on saying that he was having, more of a nightmare, I guess, where he was saying, oh, I think he won.
Well, looks like it.
He won. Yes,
Oh, yay.
thumbs up. That means go.
Okay.
That means go. We have some cheers from around the room. Sonny's happy to lose or happy to win. I don't know who won.
I'm not sure. Maybe they changed the rules. They look happy either way. That's the most important part, right? Like everybody's smiling there.
Back to that story. So Butch was having this recurring nightmare where it was launch day and he couldn't find his helmet. So I'm sure he loves the fact that this helmet is attached to his suit.
Yep, that is good. I think you still need your chippa though, so the
channel one.
earpieces they still
You're
need,
loud
but
and
that'll
clear
be in
on
their
one.
helmet bag.
Yeah.
Thank you, LC. Minor comm issue with blue team, but it is resolved now. Roger.
And so you just heard that call out. Basically, the blue team, just to set everybody's understanding of some of the loops that they'll be, or some of the announcements that they'll be hearing over communication loops, is the blue team is the pad that's out. The blue team is the team that is on the launch pad right now, prepping the pad for Suni and Butch's arrival. We're watching them take some photos with some folks who are in the suit-up room there, and they're holding some roses, Nicole. Do we know anything about that?
I'm not sure if they're for support folks, or maybe they're for their family. When they walk out here of the astronaut quarantine facility, then their immediate family will be there waiting for them, and they'll get one last chance to chat with them before riding off in the Astrovan.
Yeah. I do know that this particular crew has always said, really, this is a team effort to get to today, so I'm sure they are very appreciative. And yeah, those might be for folks they want to honor today. And as you mentioned, the Astrovan, Nicole, the Astrovan is going to be Butch and Suni's ride to the launch pad. You're looking at it right now. It's parked right outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Crew quarters is right inside of the ONC. NASA chose the company Airstream back in the 60s to create a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. The picture you see there, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. And then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan. You see it there, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pads. You see Butch smiling there, one of his previous missions. Suni also rode in that Astrovan.
And now here's a closer look at the new Astrovan. It's wrapped with pictures of Starliner, has a license plate that says Ride to Space. When the doors open, steps fold out. The inside can seat up to 8 people. There's those steps. And there's with room for the astronauts portable air ventilators that keep them cool. The Astrovan also includes TV and a sound system, so crew can watch or listen to whatever they want on their way to the pad.
Looking like a pretty comfy ride there, Nicole. You jealous?
It's pretty sweet. It's a pretty sweet ride.
So again, that is parked right outside.
I love that Ride to Space license plate. That's cool.
Yeah, that is. It's always nice to see these personal touches, and again, to bring in some fun, right, to a historic mission. Now, Nicole, we're outside again of the ONC building, Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Can you talk to us about the crowd of people that's there now?
Oh, absolutely. So you'll see Butch and Suni, their immediate family, will be there watching the launch, and then you always have a support astronaut. And for...
Oh, it actually looks like they've already left
and
the
they're
suit-up
matching.
room.
Look at they're matching their picture in the elevator. That's awesome.
That's great. Yeah. So there you have Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams. They've left the suit-up room a couple of seconds early. They've walked down a hallway and are now in an elevator to go down to where you're seeing now. They will soon walk out the doors that are to the upper left side of your screen. They'll greet the crowd there before getting into their Astrovan. So again, Nicole, what were you saying about the people there?
Yes, of course. There's always astronauts there supporting the family. So I think flying in space is one of the most important things we do. And the next thing after that is supporting our friends that are flying to space and supporting their family. So you'll see Steve Bowen, who is supporting Butch's family, and they were classmates of the astronaut class of 2000. And then Doug Wheelock is supporting Suni's family, and they are classmates in the class of 1998.
Wow. Yeah, it's so nice to see the familiar faces, just to, again, get one more moment with your loved ones before a really important historic mission ahead of you.
Butch and Suni have been training on Starliner for years, and Starliner training takes place at Johnson Space Center, where they can simulate just about anything they may experience in space, even zero gravity. They performed a lot of their training inside a real-size mock-up of the Starliner at JSC, which just happens to be right across the room from a real-size mock-up of the International Space Station. And just down the road, they spent hundreds of hours inside of Starliner's simulators, running through various possible scenarios they could face during this flight test.
Now, Nicole, Butch and Suni are, likely waiting right outside of the doors now. We expect them to walk out at 3 hours and 24 minutes before launch. Do you remember how you were feeling in this moment?
Oh, absolutely. And, we walked out those doors a million times just being here at Kennedy Space Center for work and staying in the quarantine facility. But when you walk out and open those doors that final time before leaving the planet, it's really special. I remember feeling excited to see my friends and my family, but also feeling a really strong sense of calm because you're prepared and you are ready to go.
So we'll be watching the clock to see if they're too excited to wait for the mark that they are.
Who would come running out first? Would it be Butch or Suni? What do you think?
You know the answer.
Okay, maybe they're together kind of running out. I'm sure we'll also see a lot of NASA leadership here at crew walkout. Now, they'll have to stay down kind of towards the other end of where the Astro van is because they have not been in quarantine with the crew. But it's always important that we have our leadership at NASA coming down for lunch.
All right, let's try to squeeze in a social question. We have Danny on Instagram asking, what exactly are they testing?
Well, Danny, they're testing everything. It's a new spacecraft. Of course, the spacecraft has launched uncrewed before on the Atlas V rocket, so we have great confidence in that system. But the crew on board, the integrated system with all the life support systems and our ECLIS systems, which is your cooling and your environmental system. Of course, and then the piloting of the spacecraft. It is a fully automated spacecraft, but it has a lot of manual capability. So Butch and Suni will be flying manual test points, and it also has a fully backup capability as well. So they'll be testing all of those components of the spacecraft during this mission.
And to set the stage for, again, the moment of Butch and Suni walking out these doors, again, the ONC building here at Kennedy Space Center. Inside was crew quarters, that same suit-up room that we have been watching them suit up in. NASA has used that very same suit-up room since Apollo 7 in 1968. That was the first manned mission of the Apollo program, so a lot of history there. And then those astronauts, as we said, for the missions subsequent to Apollo 7, have been walking out the doors as you see now. Here they come, our CFT crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
Hatch open, ops complete. Confined space checks are nominal.
Roger.
You can hear Butch there saying thank you for everyone for being there. He said, let's fly. They're now walking over to their respective areas, right? Again, we have family and friends here to see Butch and Suni. Everybody looks really happy, smiling, excited. They'll have a couple of minutes here to chat with their family and friends, Nicole, before we expect them to get into the Astrovan and drive off at 3 hours and 20 minutes from launch, so about 3 minutes from now.
And you can see looks like they gave the roses to their family.
That's a nice touch.
And then you can see other people that are watching or observing are kind of staying back behind that line there just because of the quarantine that the astronauts have been in for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's sections, right? There's the first section of people who have been in quarantine. Second section might be extended family who couldn't do the quarantine. And then we have the media, of course, covering this historic launch.
And this is a special moment. I mean, it looks like it's crowded there, but it's really a private moment that you're kind of have with your family to exchange some words and give some final words of encouragement for those that are staying back on the planet and for the person that's leaving the planet as well.
Yeah, both Butch and Suni have said, they have included their family every step of the way of their mission. So really, they feel like their family is ready and excited and happy for them to embark on this journey.
Absolutely, and your family is such a big part of this. Your immediate family, of course, your extended family, then your NASA family and your Boeing family. It's really everybody working together and supporting each other is the only way we can make these incredible things happen.
Yeah. Less than 2 minutes from them to drive off to their launch pads. I do want to point out who's going to be getting in the Astrovan with them. So we will have a driver. His name's actually Rodney Perry, and he said, I could not pass the opportunity up to drive astronauts to a launch pad. I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then we have a backup driver who's going to ride passenger, monitor, again, those communications that we're hearing over the loops, the nets, just to keep tied in with the operation. He said that Butch and Suni are just down-to-earth, fun people, excited to, again, play a small part in their mission. And then also Fink, NASA astronaut, is going to ride with them. Can you talk to us about that, Nicole?
Yeah, so again, in that astronaut support role, Mike will be with them all the way up until they get on the elevator to go up into the launch pad, and he's there to just answer any questions they have, help them out in any way. It's nice having kind of just a person, a colleague that's there should you need anything. And then, of course, Spanky's taking notes on everything because, as mentioned before, we're always learning and improving our processes. And so he will take any lessons learned back for his launch.
And we're watching now as Butch and Suni give air kisses, air hugs.
You can see they have a visor, a film kind of protective layer there on top of their visor that's velcroed to the back there, and that's just so the visor doesn't get scratched as they're moving around to the launch pad, and then they'll remove that protective visor when they get into the spacecraft.
That makes sense. Thumbs up to everybody. They're like, let's get out of here, guys. A hug there for
3 hours and 20 minutes.
One of you guys' colleagues, right, Dee?
That's right. That's Megan Donaldson. She works very closely with the astronauts. She's our astronaut liaison and ensures that they have proper interaction with our teams to encourage safety and to remind everyone that this is a crewed flight and this is who we do it for.
Now she's closing the door. The stairs are going up. We see the backup driver getting into the passenger seat.
I always expect the Astrovan to zoom away or something, but for some reason it always drives so slowly. I guess safety first, right?
Exactly. I was just going to say safety first. We have speed limits here on Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah,
don't you
take those very
don't you encourage people to beat those speed limits?
Of course not.
I'm sure everybody getting situated in there. The windows, they look opaque, but actually the astronauts can see out of them, right, Dee?
That's right. So they'll be able to have views of the entire Kennedy Space Center as they ride to their pad.
And what a beautiful time to be riding to the pad. We're about to see sunset here. Golden hour.
Absolutely. It's gorgeous. And it's always fun because you drive out to the pad and there's a lot of locations, especially coming by the vehicle assembly building where the streets are just lined with folks waving and cheering you on.
We expect the drive to take about 20 to 25 minutes from here to Launch Pad 41 on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So not on Kennedy Space Center property, just next to us. Again, about a 20 to 25 minute drive. How are you feeling on that drive, Nicole?
We were definitely excited. I was in a car with Josh, as I mentioned before, who was our pilot for Crew 5, and we had a music playlist that we listened to, but we picked too many songs, so we had to kind of rush through to the next song, because we wanted to get all those songs in. We had some songs that kind of hype you up, some songs that had some special, personal meaning to us, and then, a couple songs that, just as a crew, was something that we really enjoyed together.
Speaking of music, both Butch and Suni obviously wanted to have some music to get them in the mindset as well. Butch said epic movie songs, which I'm sure doesn't surprise you. His phone has, he said, over 300 epic movie songs. And then Suni has said she's more of a country pop kind of gal. So really that vibe is just, kind of relaxing with family on the beach. So that's kind of the music that they've been listening to get them in the mindset for today.
Absolutely. I mean, you're definitely focused on, launch and the upcoming mission, but the ride over gives you just a chance to kind of kick back and reflect a little bit about all the work that's gone into preparing for this moment, all the teams of folks that have been working hard to make sure that this launch is as safe as feasibly possible, and then also to reflect
17 minutes
on your family and what a critical component they are to this mission.
Seems there might have been a slight delay, but now everybody is back in, and we are off. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams now en route to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41 with a full security escort. A beautiful aerial shot there to show you the convoy that will take them to their launch pad. Now, I remember, Dee, you said that inside there's a TV in there, and of course we wanted to know what the astronauts will be watching while on their ride to their pad, and we found out they'll be watching the Top Gun Maverick movie. I hear you laughing, Nicole, because that is very much the two of them in a way to get them both amped up. As we've mentioned before, both are experienced naval aviators, and we actually have some old school pictures we'd like to show you now. We have a picture of Suni back in the day, and that particular movie has significance to her because she said when she first got into the Navy, she thought about being a diver, but then she watched the first Top Gun movie, and she decided to go to flight school, so she ended up being a helicopter pilot, right, Nicole?
That is awesome. That's a great picture. I have not seen that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah, Suni was a helicopter pilot and a test pilot, and is still a wonderful pilot today. She actually flies a lot of general aviation as well.
Mm-hmm. And then we have a picture of Butch, of course. Fun fact, he was actually a real Top Gun pilot. And Dee, you mentioned Chris Ferguson, a retired NASA astronaut. He's on the far right. Talk to us again about him and the fact that he, too, was a Top Gun pilot.
That is correct. He
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Crew transport convoy is en route to LC-41. Estimated arrival to the roadblock is about L minus, I would say, 3:05.
Roger. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Crew transport convoy is en route to pad. Permit entry into FHA.
Roger.
So as you hear there, obviously comm checks of the crew, letting teams know that the crew is on their way. And yes, Megan, as you mentioned, Chris Ferguson was a former Top Gun pilot. He is obviously a retired NASA astronaut, but he did work for Boeing. As we mentioned, he assisted us greatly with Starliner, helped design the NASA astronaut suits, and he shared many of his stories from his Top Gun days, if you will, and we enjoyed hearing them. So I love that they all have that to share.
And as we watch the convoy make their way across Kennedy Space Center here, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control in Houston.
Our service is Japan, but the file is...
Thanks, Megan. It's great seeing Butch and Suni on their way to the launch pad. We gave them a good send-off here when they left Houston on April 25th as well. The teams at Johnson Space Center lined the road to Ellington Airfield, holding up good luck signs and even tossing a little confetti as they drove in to board their T-38s for Florida. Things have been going smoothly for the flight control team in Mission Control Houston. The team here took control of Starliner a little less than an hour ago, and they've been working smoothly through a number of steps in their pre-launch checklist. One of the first things they did after coming on console was a weather briefing with the crew in crew quarters still. That was a quick conversation, though, as the weather is looking very good for today's launch opportunity.
The team here in Houston is continuing to work through their pre-launch checklist, although right now they're working in more of a monitor mode, keeping the spacecraft stable while Butch and Suni head to the pad. And the teams at Kennedy Space Center prepare to Starliner for their arrival. So once the crew gets strapped into their seats and the hatch is closed, things here will pick back up a little bit as we perform cabin leak checks, monitor Starliner's life support systems, hosting the crew for the first time to space.
Yeah, and then in the last 20 minutes before launch, there are a few important actions they'll work through, switching Starliner to internal power and working with the crew to activate the launch abort system.
This carefully choreographed pre-launch process has been practiced many times as a fully integrated team, and most recently just last week with all of us sitting here in the same seats as our final set of training to prepare for Butch and Suni's mission today.
And of course, all of this is aiming to get the crewed Starliner to the International Space Station for its crewed flight test. So let's check in again with the destination, the International Space Station. Rob Navius is with the Space Station Flight Control Team, standing by to give us an update. Rob?
Thanks, Brandy. Well, Mission Control is buzzing tonight with the White Flight Control Room down the hall, poised to take over Starliner mission operations at liftoff of the Atlas V rocket. And in this room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we're ready to collaborate with our colleagues once Starliner moves into what are called integrated operations around 9:45 p.m. Central Time tomorrow night, about 3 hours prior to Starliner's scheduled docking. Once the new spacecraft is docked to the station's Harmony module, there'll be a period of about 2 hours to conduct leak checks on both sides of the Starliner Harmony docking interface before the hatches will swing open, allowing Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams to enter the station, which has been home for both of them on previous missions. Wilmore and Williams will configure Starliner systems for docked operations, then will join the 7 Expedition 71 crew members for a typical safety briefing. That will be conducted by Station Commander Ali Kononenko of Roscosmos. The Starliner crew will transfer equipment to the station from their spacecraft and begin to settle in for their visit. Countdown clocks are ticking backward as we close in on the launch of this test flight. We're ready here in Houston, so let's go back to the Cape and our continuing coverage.
Thank you. Craft designed for crew. If you're curious about the first 5 crewed test flights, here they are. The first was Mercury Redstone 3, launched May 5th, 1961 with Alan Shepard.
The next one was Gemini 3, launched with Gus Grissom and John Young on March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11th, 1968.
Then you have STS-1 with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, which launched on April 12th, 1981.
And then NASA SpaceX Demo 2 mission, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020.
And of course, today you have NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams. And as you pass by there, that's actually near C3PF, where we refurbish and assemble the Starliner.
And right next to that building, we have the historic Vehicle Assembly Building here at Kennedy Space Center. And we should, of course, acknowledge that what will be the 7th time NASA will fly crew on a new spacecraft off our planet, and that will be the Artemis II mission next year. NASA astronauts Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will orbit the moon, and their Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft will be assembled in that Vehicle Assembly Building. Let's check out what's already in work for NASA's return to the moon. Engineers inside the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at Kennedy Space Center lowered the Orion spacecraft into a vacuum altitude chamber with the help of a 30-ton crane. The chamber simulates deep space to test for any electromagnetic energy that could damage Orion as it travels away from Earth. Meanwhile, the Artemis II crew completed an underway recovery test at sea. This exercise mimics Orion landing and recovery procedures when the crew splashes down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. Navy divers and boats approached a mock-up Orion capsule and helped the astronauts into helicopters, which then flew them to a nearby naval ship, just like they'll do during the mission. Back at Kennedy and high above Launch Pad 39B, this 360-degree video takes you for a ride inside one of the Artemis emergency egress baskets. In the event of an emergency at the launch pad, astronauts and workers use this quick exit to get to safety. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
We're now 3 hours and 7 minutes away from launch. Let's check back in with Daryl Nail over at Hangar AE.
Well, thank you very much, Dee. And as we follow the convoy to the pad here, you can see the shadows on the vehicles are getting long. That's because sunset is just about 30 minutes away, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, sunset. And the conditions for weather are simply fantastic. It's 79 degrees outside, humidity about 70%. But we are very dry, very comfortable, and any storms that have been caused by sea breeze, convection over the center of the state are being kept away by some nice 12 to 14 knot winds, according to the launch weather officer, just keeping those storms at bay off in central Florida. So as the team goes out there, the crew's getting a beautiful sunset, a beautiful Florida sunset as they go out to their launch pad today. Also want to mention that the NASA operations manager has set the triage points based on the conditions that the weather has for today, specifically the winds, those 12 to 18 knot winds forecasted at T0. That dictates where they can put the triage should there be an emergency at the pad and they needed to get crews out of there. They want to make sure that both the emergency personnel and the astronauts are safe in case of any emergencies that happen. Now you saw the helicopter flying right by, and this is a shot as they continue to drive out towards Space Launch Complex 41 here. And with that, we're going to send it back to Megan.
All right, and as Butch and Sunny are almost at the launch pad, let's check back in with Lauren and Dylan as they monitor the countdown.
Hey, Megan, as the crew has been making their way across Kennedy Space Center and over to the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station side, Space Force Station, I should say, the pad team's been inside working to prepare the inside of Starliner for the crew to arrive. We've been talking a little bit about the pad team. We've told you we also referred to them as the blue team. So if you hear us say blue team, that's who we're talking about. It's made up of 5 people from Boeing and 3 people from ULA. As the pad team is working up in the top of the crew access tower, one of the pad team members is also going to be making their way down to escort the crew up once they get there to the pad. You can see there on the left of your screen, that is what we call the white room. So we have 2 pad team members working away in the white room, and then on the back of that shot is, of course, the hatch that goes into Starliner. So that's where we will see Butch and Sunny making their way into here shortly. We're also about to see a pretty exciting moment. As soon as they arrive to the pad, they are going to be able to get a last second look at their rocket. They will first pull over to the side of the rocket and be able to look up at it and see it in all of its glory before they take off this evening. And they've done this 3 times before. This will be their 3rd time. They've, of course, gone to space in the shuttle and as well as the Soyuz. So they know how to go through these motions, but it's a little bit different and a little bit special each time. We have heard Sunny and Butch talk a lot about this spacecraft and how much they love it for its agility. Butch, if you've heard him in some of the recent press conferences, has even joked a little bit about how he feels so lucky to be in this spacecraft and how nimble it is, because he says he could really do barrel rolls around the ISS.
LCO, go ahead.
Of course.
Yes, sir. Per step 150, 26 personnel, 26 entering FHA at this time. Roger.
Of course, He would not be doing barrel rolls around the ISS, but he just likes to use that as an example of just how nimble this spacecraft is. Suni also tells us that it is a test pilot's dream to be on this flight. She says she feels like she won the golden ticket. So it's pretty special for our teams to hear things like that. They have both been thoroughly involved with the development of Starliner, making changes along the way. They say that their fingerprints are really all over every procedure, every part of Starliner, even their spacesuits. They have been that involved in the makeup of everything. Of course, it is their goal to put Starliner through the ringer during this test flight and to prepare it for their friends who will take future rides on Starliner once we are certified and there are future missions on Starliner 1. So Dylan, the crews feel very confident with a ride to space on the Atlas, which has a 100% mission rate. They like to talk about that.
Well, Lauren, the Atlas V Starliner configuration was designed with a commitment to safety. One of the most reliable rockets in the world, Atlas V, is today carrying an extra layer of safety for its specialized duty of launching astronauts. We call that the Emergency Detection System, or EDS for short, and it was developed by ULA engineers to enhance the protection of astronauts riding atop Atlas
Slick
V.
on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Ready for pad support personnel to perform OSE radio comm checks and proceed to ground level.
Roger. And Lauren, as I was saying, that EDS system autonomously monitors the health of all of the launch vehicle systems during flight. If the EDS system detects an impending anomaly, it can trigger an abort faster than any human could possibly do. But the astronauts also have the capability to trigger a manual abort from inside the capsule. Along with that EDS system, we also have a dedicated ascent flight control team on console at our headquarters in Denver. During this,
this is Slick. They're exiting the white room to grab the radio now.
Okay, Roger, copy that. Yeah, during any human spaceflight mission, this team is monitoring the health and performance of the rocket during ascent to space. The engineers will provide a real-time status and collaborate directly with NASA's flight director and mission control in Houston. When you hear the call sign Atlas, that's our ascent lead, and he'll be providing real-time telemetry data from the rocket and provide continued situational awareness. So for now, the rocket remains ready. We're just waiting on the opening of today's launch window and our astronauts. All the activity out at the pad is actually up on that crew access tower right now. As you mentioned, there are 3 ULA team members on the blue team, and they're there to manage all aspects of the crew access tower systems. They perform the initial safety checks of the tower and the white room prior to the Boeing team's arrival at the pad. Once the crew is loaded...
The convoy has arrived at the pad gate.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Crew transport vehicle has entered the pad.
Roger. Crew is clear to proceed to level 12.
Roger.
Okay, we're hearing now that the crew has pulled into the pad fence line, as you can see, and they've been given clearance to go all the way up to level 12 on the CAT.
All right, as Butch and Suni make their way up to the rocket, and we are going to see a very historic moment here, we're going to pitch it back over to Megan and Dee and Nicole. Ladies.
Thank you, Lauren and Dylan. Yeah, we just saw the Astrovan get onto the pad there. The rest of the security escort stayed behind, right, Nicole?
Yes, they stay behind, and it's just the Astrovan that goes up there to the launch
L-3
pad.
hours.
Time markers again, L-3 hours to launch. As we see Butch and Suni and NASA astronaut Mike Fink get out of the Astrovan.
You can see Mike taking some photos there already, which is, he's always great at commemorating the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's very excited again to see his friends.
And this is a special moment right here when they get a chance to look at the rocket.
So Butch and Suni walking ahead there. They're going to take a look at the rocket, which you see on the upper right-hand part of your screen, kind of behind the building that's there. You see the A, that is the structure there that's holding the rocket up. Again, a really wonderful moment for the two of them to take this all in.
You know, and it's amazing. You do it, it feels like 100 times in training, and maybe there's a rocket there, maybe it's not. But the day you look up and you see your spacecraft on top of that rocket and you know you're about to climb on board, it feels very different.
And this shot, it shows how massive this rocket is. It really shows the scale of just what they're about to do.
How did you feel, Nicole, when you took a look at your rocket before getting on it?
I was amazed. As Dee mentions, amazed just how massive it is. And it's just incredible to think that we as humans can come together and build something so incredible, launch humans into space, and to do it safely.
And again, this must be emotional for Mike Fink as well, because right after this flight, and once Starliner is certified for those continued flights to the International Space Station, it'll be his turn.
Yeah, he and Scott Tinkle will be headed up on Starliner 1, hopefully not too soon.
And so the three of them now back in the Astrovan driving around to the elevator that will take them up the crew access tower, specifically to level 12, and that is where they will get into the Starliner spacecraft.
And this is where Mike will leave them, as we talked about. He's doing kind of all the last checks to support them. He'll hand them their helmet bags, which contain everything that they need to take into the spacecraft that they're not currently wearing.
The vehicle has arrived at the base of the CAT.
Roger.
So they'll have their checklist, their ascent entry checklist, their chippas, of course, which are their headsets, their gloves, and then maybe a Sharpie or a pen. The crew kind of can decide what particular things that they want to have with them in their helmet bag.
And so probably that handoff is happening off camera now. Again, Fink handing off helmet bags.
LC locks 2.
Go ahead.
For your awareness, we've just had a quick instance of some topping oscillations, and I've manned my system into a stop flow.
Roger. And so you're going to pause here for 5 minutes?
That's affirmative.
Roger. Advise when you reinitiate.
We'll go.
And you can see it looked like the blue team was actually carrying their helmet bags and...
The flight crew has entered the CAT elevator.
Roger.
They're escorting their Butch and Suni onto the elevator.
All right. And as they close the elevator door, we will see them reappear on level 12.
Go ahead, Blue Team Lead.
In conjunction with the topping oscillations that were reported, we're getting a unusual audible associated with that.
Roger. Locks 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. Is there any expected venting up in that area?
Roger, LC, we're starting to see the oscillations at the top of the OLED space dampen out little by little. We're going to observe it for a little bit longer here, but at this time we don't see any issues with the tank health this time.
Roger. Suspecting maybe just a different sound coming out of the Centaur vent valve.
And you can hear that communication there from United Launch Alliance. They're, of course, monitoring all the instrumentation.
Blue Team Lead, LC.
Go ahead, sir.
Roger. Appreciate the comment. Just advised if anything significant changes.
Yes, sir.
They're monitoring the instrumentation very closely, and then we'll talk about...
The flight crew have arrived on CAT level 12.
Roger.
Anything they see that is, potentially off-nominal, and they will investigate, and you could hear them reporting to the rest of the control teams. They will continue to monitor, and of course, if there are any issues, they will let us know. But at this point, it sounds like they're just looking at some instrumentation.
Yeah, I believe they said something about a stop flow for maybe 5 minutes, and they'll monitor that and hopefully be resuming after those 5 minutes. And what we're seeing now is, again, pilot Suni Williams now on level 12. So what's happening now is Butch is going to the bathroom. Very important. It's his final opportunity to go to the bathroom before launch, right, Nicole?
Yeah, believe it or not, that is at a very important moment. You want to take that time there. And it also gives, your other crew member a chance there, like Suni is, to look out the top of the launch tower, which is just an incredible view. You can see the wind is really ripping, as you can see Suni's hair getting blown around, but it's a great view looking down. I'm sure that sunset over the Cape is pretty special at this point.
Yeah, it's wonderful that this isn't a night launch, because obviously at night this place is pitch dark. So it's nice to have a view from up there for them.
And you can see off to the left there, that is the crew access arm that's headed out to the white room. So once they're complete with their restroom breaks, then they will head down the crew access arm.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle is clearing the pad.
Roger.
And here they go. Butch and Suni walking across the crew access arm to Starliner, their ride to space. So
and
now,
OSM, proceed to south fallback. Roger.
So now they're in the White Room being greeted by some of the pad team members. That's going to help them ingress into the Starliner capsule. But before they do that, you can see Butch has a Sharpie in his hand, and he is actually signing a mission patch that they have put in the White Room.
It may seem like we do a lot of signing and a lot of patches, but it's important, the traditions, and not only for the crew, but for all the team that supports. So you can see all the Boeing folks there in the White Room, and Suni and Butch have worked with these folks for many, many years, and they are going to do all the final checks and get them in the spacecraft. Really, Suni and Butch put their lives and making sure that they're ready to go in their hands. So you can see them gathering there for some words prior to getting in the spacecraft.
I love seeing this moment. Again, another opportunity for them to get together, possibly a prayer. We know that Butch is a man of faith.
Discussing the room here, we're almost at the end of our 5-minute timer for restarting flow with the oscillations. Recommendation from IFS is to resume flow and then immediately initiate a rechill process once we have regained our topic state.
Roger. I concur. Proceed.
You can see it looks like the Butch there is taking the patches from the crew that are helping them get suited up there in the White Room, and he'll fly those patches to space and then return them to the crew members when he returns safely.
And simultaneously also happening, you'll see the pad team members with different bags, and that's basically them making sure that Butch and Suni have everything they need before they get into the Starliner spacecraft.
Yes, you can't check too much, so you will double and triple check, and you'll have your buddy check you out as well. You want to make sure that you have everything situated just perfectly. You can see Butch there; he's hooking up the comm cord from his chippa to his spacesuit.
And what we'll see is Butch going through the ingress process first, and then Suni will observe from the outside here, and then it'll be her turn to go inside.
Yes, and there's a lot. You can see that the Boeing folks have suits on, have hairnets on, have gloves on, have masks on. The White Room is a clean room. It's environmentally controlled. We want to make sure that the environment inside the spacecraft has the proper humidity, that there's no contamination, and it's very important that there's no dust, hairs, rocks, anything, any type of FOD that could get into the spacecraft or into the hatch. So it's important that we keep this room clean and pristine.
Right, so after they help him get his gear situated here, as you said, some FOD checks, foreign object debris, things that shouldn't be on them, go into space with them, so make sure they take them off. So you see that white pad on the floor there, Nicole, that's like a tacky mat is what they call it.
Yeah, the little sticky mat, and so if there's any debris on your shoes or your boots as you go in, that will get removed and stay on the sticky mat. You can see that they're helping Butch put on his wrist. He's got a wrist mirror as well as a wrist light that they helped put on. He also has a watch, and he has a cover that's on his watch. You can see that wrist mirror there on his right forearm.
And what do they need a light and a mirror on their forehead? Why do they need those things?
Well, really, that mirror, remember, we saw how during that leak check how Butch lowered his helmet and then zipped his helmet all the way around. So you can't by yourself see confirm that helmet is fully zipped unless you have a mirror or your buddy can look at it and see it for you. So it's really for safety of flight, and if you needed to, of course, when you're strapped in, you may have limited visibility. Of course, if you're pressurized or something, that's even exacerbated. So that mirror allows you to gain more views of the spacecraft and to check that your helmet is properly zipped prior to pressurizing.
And now we are inside the Starliner spacecraft, and as Butch gets settled into his seat, let's toss it over to Lauren and Dylan inside with the launch team to walk us through what else will happen before Suni gets in.
Launch 2. Go ahead. This time, flow has been reinitiated and a rechill has been issued.
Roger.
Megan, thank you. We are taking a new view now. This
and
is
blue
from
team lead, LC.
This is from one of the 4 different views we have inside Starliner from our Mustang camera system. And this shot here, of course, is up close on our commander, Butch Wilmore, as he gets settled into the seat here. This is the commander's seat, so he, you saw him there sort of crawl across some of the other seats to slide all the way over. Part of the reason why he goes in first is because he is the farthest to crawl across there. So 2 different pad team members helping to get him settled in. He will sort of do a little bit of a shimmy to get perfectly into the seat and comfortable as they start to strap him up. And you can see them working across his belt there, as well as some of the straps on his legs. We're also seeing Suni walk down back toward the white room now.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. First step 160, 2-4. Personnel have exited FHA roadblock.
Roger.
All right, and back inside Starliner. Again, we have these 2 pad team members who are helping Butch get settled in here. They won't start with Suni until Butch gets completely in. These seats that they're in, actually, Butch and Suni made some recommendations when they started the process of getting fitted into them. They wanted to add a little bit of extra padding to their back. So that's just one of the ways that they've been involved in making changes along the way. And they say that, you know, every little change that they make, they want their friends, the other astronauts who will fly Starliner in the future, to look back and thank them for making, you know, this the most comfortable and pleasant ride to space for them. Now, right in front of Butch there is the Starliner console. It is a display with a mix of screens and switches and knobs. It also has 2 hand controllers, so he'll have one down to his right as well as a one on his left. And that console has really been simplified from
Blue team lead LC on 1.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Roger. Just for your essay, we are executing another Centaur LOX retail.
Yes, sir. We did notice that. I apologize for being off net briefly. I had to do a crew assist. The audible that I had reported earlier concerning the chattering sound is greatly diminished, but it is still present.
Roger.
As I was saying, the console there has really been simplified for maximum efficiency from some of the previous spacecraft that they've both been on. The shuttle had thousands of switches and indicators, but Starliner has about 85. And Butch and Suni have told us that they really like to be able to get their hands on those switches and the hand controllers. Of course, they're both test pilots at heart, and aviation is in their blood, and so they like to be able to get their hands on it. They will be doing some manual flying about 1 hour after they are in a safe orbit, so about an hour and a half after launch. Not too far from now, they will be grabbing those hand controllers and flying Starliner. Of course, it was built to be completely autonomous, and future missions we don't expect them to ever need to take their hands onto the console, but this is a test flight, and so we are going to test out all of the capabilities of Starliner. The other seats that are in Starliner today, the 3rd and 4th seat, are filled with cargo. The 5th seat has a flat plate on it. So Suni will sit right next to Butch. And we saw them give us a little demonstration in a press conference recently. They sat down next to each other to kind of show us how they sit in this spacecraft, and they said it was quite roomy. They had elbow room and they could move around. They gave us another example of what they've been like in previous flights where they've been a little bit tighter, so they were happy to have the extra space here. This process takes about 15 to 20 minutes to get Butch completely ingressed. But Dylan, our teams have really been working for the last few days leading up to this launch. It didn't just start in the last few hours, right?
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. So we actually rolled the rocket out to the launch pad on Saturday. And once the rocket was rolled out, we made those connections, like I said before, to all the pad utilities. So the propellant storage farms, pad power systems, the environmental control systems. And once all that was done, then we loaded the RP-1 rocket fuel onto onto the Atlas first stage. RP1 is not cryogenic on Atlas 5, so we are able to load that early prior to launch day. So we did that on Saturday afternoon. And with all that work complete, we wrapped up our activities on Saturday in preparation for our launch opportunity today. So this morning we came in at 11:15, powered up the launch vehicle, started doing all of our avionics checks and all those final configurations and double checking the configuration of the pad. With all that complete, we went ahead and loaded all the cryogenic propellants on board Atlas and Centaur.
And we are seeing Suni make a phone call right now. I think we might be able to actually see who's on the other end of that call.
LCSYS on one.
Go ahead, SYS.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
So there on the left side of the screen, we are taking a look into the BMCC. And there's a bit of a surprise happening right now. Suni is making her phone call to a man named Bill Barr. He is a Boeing employee working there in the Boeing Mission Control Center, and he is the responsible engineer for the ECLSS system, which stands for Environmental Control and Life Support System. Now, obviously, that's a very important system for flights with human on board. Just trying to see if we could see any of the reaction in the room, but I'm sure this is quite the honor and surprise for Bill. Bill is a lifetime career Boeing employee. He started with one of Boeing's heritage companies, McDonnell Douglas, in the Skylab program. His teammates told us he is one of the greatest mentors anyone could ask for. Just a great teacher, knowledgeable, kind, and incredibly patient. Couldn't hear anything better from your teammates.
Editor 1 is on listen to.
And we're going to start hearing some comm checks here as Butch gets connected.
And LOX 2, LC.
Go ahead, LC.
Roger, do you have a status update?
At this point, we're back into stable topping replenish. Still monitoring our delta P measurements in the tank, but things are looking more favorable. We'll inform you if we start seeing oscillations again.
Roger.
Houston, CDR, Starliner, from Starliner, comp check on Underground 1.
Starliner, it's Houston, loud and clear, Underground 1 for the CDR.
All right, good comms check there. Those comms are connected through the umbilical on his torso. We mentioned that when they were in the suit up.
Power, suit 10 Bravo.
Starliner, Houston, Underground 1, we copy, ready for Bravo on the ECLSS control power panel. You can take suit fan Bravo.on.
Suit fan Bravo's coming on.
All right, so you just heard that call there. They are turning the suit fan on. And it looks like they're actually a little bit ahead of schedule here. This is something we were expecting to happen in about 7 minutes. So running pretty efficient today, and they will be, doing their best to see how quickly they can get this done, because of course we'll have 4 or more astronauts on future missions. When they have the suit fan on, that system routes air from the cabin back into the suit. So that's what they're testing out right now. You can see Butch has some paper procedures in his lap. He will use paper procedures until they get up into orbit. And then once they get up there, they will have tablets they pull out with the rest of their procedures. They also have procedures strategically placed in a few other positions. They have a knee board with procedures, as well as they have a pretty cool arm strap that sort of looks like what a quarterback for a pro football team would wear, if you've ever seen that. It has a laminated flap on it, and they can put procedures in there so they can just look down at their arm.
So, Lauren, I believe Butch did play football, right?
He did. Yeah, college football player. So he may be used to seeing those.
Yeah.
There's not much Butch can't do. I'll tell you that. The spacecraft is about 15 feet across inside, so quite spacious. I like to compare it to about a mid-size SUV. One of the tests that will be happening once they get up to the space station is called the Safe Haven test, and it's one of our flight test objectives. And they will actually pull in a couple of the astronauts who are already on the space station into Starliner with them and go through some procedures to be able to prove that Starliner could actually provide them sort of a lifeboat if they ever needed it, if there was a problem on the ISS. So we'll get a chance to see probably about 4 astronauts in there during that time. These seats that they're in are built to accommodate a range of heights as small as 4'11" all the way up to 6'4". So if you had any preconceived notions about what size you have to be an astronaut, not in this case. We will be able to fit all sizes. Suni talks a lot about that too in the suit fits that they've done, that they've been able to, the suit checks that they've done, they've been able to make sure that they can accommodate all sizes.
Houston Starliner, we are ready to perform suit-first leak check.
Starliner Houston, we copy, ready for suit-cross leak check. CDR, we're ready.
All right, so that call there for the suit gross leak check, that is to check for any leaks in Butch's spacesuit. Now, the word gross is used in this situation to mean any significant or easily detectable leak that could compromise the integrity of the suit. It sounds a little funny, but it is a word that we're very used to in spaceflight. They'll be able to tell pretty quickly if there was a leak in the spacesuit. Once they inflate it, those pad team members will push on their arms and make sure that there's no air coming out. These suits are about 40% lighter than suits they've worn in the past. And Dylan, I've even tried on their gloves, and you would be amazed at how much you could move around in them, what all you can do in them. Of course, the fingertips you can use the tablets with, but I was really surprised at just how flexible they were. It's starting to get darker over Space Launch
Successful
Complex
suit-first
41.
leak check on CDR.
Houston copies a good gross suit leak check on the CDR. Thanks.
Good gross leak check. Good news there. You know, Butch is a former flight test instructor at Edwards Air Force Base. He has a Master of Science in Aviation Systems. So let's listen to a little bit more on this retired U.S. Navy captain and CFT commander, Butch Wilmore.
A large part of the desire within us is to do things that are of benefit to others. In this job, we get to do things that are of benefit truly for all mankind. as we explore the heavens that not many people get to experience, true, but we don't go just to get the experience. It's about the team and it's about the benefit that it brings. My name is Butch Wilmore, and I am the commander for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission to the International Space Station. Life in Tennessee, God's country, that's where I grew up. I'm very fortunate, had loving parents, took us to church. When I was young, 7 years old, I believe, they bought a little land out in the country, 6 acres or so. We had horses and cows, and I raised chickens and ducks and just enjoyed life in the country. I went to Tennessee Tech, started working on an electrical engineering degree, and played football, which was a very difficult combination, I learned, because they're both full-time jobs. So it was a lot of effort over those years, but it molded me and it helped instill the work ethic my parents had instilled in me when I was younger. I entered the Navy and was fortunate to fly the A-7E. It was a single-seat attack aircraft, and I flew that for a couple of deployments. And then I transitioned to the F-18 Hornet, and through that process, was selected in the test pilot program. You learn a lot about yourself as you go through test pilot school, where you're lacking in certain capabilities that are necessary to do a test pilot type of job. When it comes to flight test, the minute details matter. When we're doing our runs, hey, well, let's run it this way. Let's do it that way. Let's add this in. Let's take that out. And let's look at it in that regime so we can see how the spacecraft responds. And that's what you do with aircraft. That's what you do with spacecraft. And that's what this test is all about. This crew flight test is a series of these various tests to ensure that the operational requirements and the design meets those requirements. And I think everybody that does flight tests would agree. Focus, understanding, and also the team coming together to give you the overall understanding of the test and the capabilities of the spacecraft or aircraft that you're testing is vital. Sitting in this seat over here in the Starliner sim and doing the things we've done and learning about the spacecraft, developing a lot of the capabilities of the spacecraft, it's very humbling when you see and you interact with some of these professionals, and our human spaceflight and our nation has a debt of gratitude to them. Every single training evolution we have is brand new. We're the first to do it. Whether it is checking the survival equipment in the pool with a mock-up of the spacecraft and how you egress, get out of the spacecraft, whether it's the side hatch or the upper hatch, while the seas are rough and all those type of things. There's a thought of how things should be, but then there's the reality of how things need to be. And that's what this test is all. Everything we do is test. It's been a process over years that is such a benefit in all aspects of the capabilities of this spacecraft. And we're excited to be a part of it.
We are excited to be a part of it as well. As they are starting to finish up with Butch, one of the things that was really important to him was to take the name tags of every single one of the pad team members up to space with them. Now, this is a tradition that dates back to shuttle, but typically they would take just 2 name tags, the 2 folks that are working with them there in the spacecraft, but something he really wanted to do was take the name tags of all of them. So pretty special honor for those folks in the pad team. Now, Dylan, what's been going on with ULA as we've been focused here on the crew? There's a lot going on in the background.
Well, Lauren, that's right. So there's a couple of things going on down in the control room. As there has been some conversation on the net that folks would have heard, the propulsion team is actually active, kind of maintaining the propellant levels in the cryogenic propellant tanks, and that'll continue right up until we enter the terminal count. Our avionics testing is all complete for the day, so it's relatively quiet on avionics row at the moment. The launch conductor and his team are going to be listening very closely to all the activities on the pad, and we've heard some of that communication between LC and the Blue Team lead as they report back and forth on the activities that are up on the crew access tower right now. And as part of that, the ULA and the range safety team are also monitoring all of the activities as well with a keen eye on safety. So the team is staying busy downstairs, but for the most part, from a rocket processing perspective, the rocket's fully fueled and ready to go. So we'll just be waiting on loading our crew today, and then once the Starliner is all closed out, then our team will pick back up with those final preparations for launch. But for now, for the most part, the ULA team is kind of just in a monitor mode, just maintaining readiness for our instantaneous window today.
And for anyone who may be just joining us, I just wanted to let you all know at home, we are wearing headsets and listening to a lot of the chatter that's going on in the background. So you are hearing some of the public communications that are going across the loops, but we're also hearing some other things through our headsets. So it's our job to listen to those things and be able to translate them to you as they happen. So again, we are watching Commander Butch Wilmore get ingressed or entered into Starliner, and we are watching the pad team go through some of those procedures. One of the things I really wanted to mention about the seats is, some people might not realize that they're actually sort of laying on their back in this position. And Suni tells a story about it, that, they were both on shuttle, and shuttle landed with them sitting in sort of like a chair, like you would sit in a chair, and that, they studied the impacts over the years, and that it actually is safer and more comfortable to land on your back. So that's why they're in this position. Of course, once they get up into space, it won't make a difference, of course, but they are on their backs right now. So it looks like we are starting to see Suni make her way into Starliner. So to walk you through her procedures, we will send it back to Megan, Dee, and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Lauren and Dylan. So as she said, we now see Suni inside Starliner. She is to Butch's right. So Butch is closest to us on screen here, and then to his right is Suni getting into the pilot seat. And Nicole, she's actually getting in a lot earlier than we were expecting. The pad team has until an hour and 55 minutes before launch to finish ingressing both crew members. And look where we are. Suni getting into her seat 2 hours 27 minutes before launch, and crew ingress usually for each person takes 15 to 20 minutes. So really, all the math that I just said means they're ahead.
Yes, and that is all goodness. As I mentioned in the suit room, we do have some pad to the numbers just in case you need to troubleshoot something. So say, for example, as Suni's going to get strapped into the spacecraft, if one of the buckles breaks or if something is twisted and we need some extra time, since it's an instantaneous launch window, the last thing you want is something silly like that, something that we can fix, have the launch be scrubbed. So we do have this time built in for troubleshooting, and if everything goes smoothly like it is so far, then you'll see the crew ahead of schedule. This is also a great point to this being a first developmental test flight. This is the first time we're running through these procedures in a real spacecraft on a real launch day. So we'll learn a lot, and in the future, when there's more than 2 people on the spacecraft, we'll be able to recognize some of those efficiencies.
Yeah, and this is a great view, actually. So we have several views inside of Starliner. There's 4 camera views. There's someone in Houston who's monitoring, which camera view gives all of the teams monitoring this launch the best views. And this one is a really great view. We see 2 pad team members helping Suni get in, helping with her 5-point harness, as well as getting her leg and knee restraints on, right, Nicole?
Yes, you have your feet that are strapped in. You can see those white straps on the top of Suni's feet. You're also going to have your knee board strapped in. You want to make sure that all of your comm is connected properly, and then they will do comm checks with each other as well. And you can see on Butch's left knee there, he has those paper checklists. Those are also tethered down. And so every, through many hours, hundreds of hours of simulation, you figure out what works for you, exactly where you want everything. And so it's important on day of launch that you have everything set up just as you have trained.
Again, the astronauts Suni going through the same procedures that Butch just went through. Also, something that we'll see them do are reach checks, right? Because we are buckling them down so that they're comfortable and safe, but we need to make sure that they can reach all of the things that they need to reach during their flight.
Absolutely. And of course, they've done that in training and on mission dress rehearsal. But again, you want to double check. And day of launch, you want to make sure maybe if you have something snagged that's going to hinder your reach, that could affect the mission. So we go through all those final checks one more time before the launch countdown continues.
And coming up soon, so that we all know to look for it, we expect Suni to reveal their zero gravity indicator. Usually it's a soft toy a crew picks to fly with them, and once that toy begins to float, it's a visual indicator, right, that they have reached the weightlessness of microgravity, because we just said they're buckled in, and really nothing else should be floating around except for that zero gravity indicator.
Yes, it's a great way to show that you've reached microgravity. Unfortunately, the camera views for Starliner when it's in free flight will not be transmitted back down to the ground real time. They'll be recorded, but not real time back down to the ground. So Suni will introduce this here on Earth.
And what we're showing you now is a kind of toothed whale, and that's a male narwhal. A narwhal, as you can see there, we're showing you because that is the 0G indicator that Suni chose with the help of her niece and nephew. Suni wanted to choose an indicator that raised awareness for how space and ocean research go together. Obviously, we've been talking about how Suni's really passionate about the ocean. So, and again, after all, space and the ocean really do go together because space gives us a very unique vantage point of our oceans. So this particular narwhal toy that you saw Suni holding in that picture coincidentally was named Calypso, which happens to be the name of today's Starliner spacecraft, which Suni named in 2019. And she named it Calypso to pay homage to the explorer Jacques Cousteau. He sailed his ship named Calypso all over the world to teach people about the ocean. You see Mr. Cousteau right there. Now, Suni believes Starliner will do the same for space, again, teaching people about space. And remember, Suni wasn't supposed to fly on the spacecraft. She was initially assigned as the commander of Starliner 1, the first post-certification mission, as we've been mentioning, but she was later reassigned to CFT and feels it's an honor to fly on the spacecraft she named. So really, the stars all aligned for her to be on this flight test today.
She did. I think that's very special. I remember we were there all for the OFT landing when Butch revealed, or when Suni revealed the name Calypso.
Yep, back in 2019. So look out for that zero gravity indicator. She had it in one of the bags that they're putting onto her. And so at some point when she's settled into her seat there, she will take it out, and then one of the pad team members will tether that indicator somewhere to the spacecraft again so we can see it free floating when they reach microgravity.
And they have quite a few bags and satchels that are on their legs. Their right thigh pocket is a blue pocket, and then there they'll have any type of anything they need to get to in flight. So any medication or maybe a tissue or pens and pencils. And then they have a gray bag that's on their right shin pocket that has their emergency equipment, some food, emergency water, a whistle, a signaling mirror. And then on their left shin pocket, they'll have some personal items and their glasses if they need them, as well as a dosimeter.
And I want to go back to something you mentioned. You were mentioning the camera views inside of Starliner. So yes, we do have several camera views inside Starliner, and we will have those views all the way until launch. So we will get to keep our eyes on the crew all the way down to T0. Now, I want to mention some of the pad team members that we have here.
Com check.
Starliner Houston, we have you loud and clear, Radar Ground 1 for the PLT.
Got you loud and clear as well.
So comm checks again between Suni and Houston. It's part of the ingressing process, right? They get into the Starliner spacecraft, they get buckled in, then they do these comm checks with Houston, they do comm checks with each other, and then they do suit leak checks, and then the pad team will make sure that everything that's not supposed to fly to space is out of Starliner before they close the hatch and get ready for liftoff.
Absolutely. They'll do one last check with the crew, and the crew is also, their displays are on, and so they're able to see the telemetry on the displays and check their systems, which I know, Butch was personally very excited about, and I agree with him. Seeing the actual data on the actual spacecraft is quite different than what you see in the simulator. Hopefully it matches very, very closely, and I'm sure that it does, but on a launch day, it's real data, and so it's always interesting. Some of you want to take the time to walk through all of your subsystems.
Yeah, the last time Suni and Butch were in Starliner was a little over a week ago. They were doing another rehearsal for today. And when asked how it felt, Suni said it felt like they're where they're meant to be. It felt like coming home. And Butch is the one who said he can't wait to get in there and see real data and telemetry. So I'm sure he's excited, but also focused.
Absolutely. I remember thinking at this moment when I launched it felt so much like a training evolution. And I think that's a testament to how well the teams do in preparing for launch. We run through and rehearse everything. And that's a very comforting feeling because you have a lot on your mind and you want everything to go smoothly.
Throughout the broadcast, we've been hearing about each of their backgrounds. Both are test pilots, and both have said that background in particular has really helped them with this mission. Butch said our backgrounds are why we're here. And again, Suni giving a lot of credit to Butch, saying he's always asking why, and it's really been helpful, especially in a test flight.
Especially in a developmental test flight, there is so much to learn, and everybody is working together. But when you have that integrated spacecraft, how those systems come together, especially during an anomaly, is something that takes a lot of trial and learning as you go through that process. And so both of their backgrounds as test pilots have been absolutely instrumental in the development of Starliner.
So coming up next, the suit gross leak checks on Suni. You know, Nicole, we know that we might have some new viewers that might not have seen Butch's ingressing and his suit leak checks. So let's talk again about what that is and how that's accomplished. It's basically the same suit leak checks we saw, or essentially the same suit leak checks we saw in the suit up room, right?
Yes, it's the same, except for you're plugged into the actual spacecraft. Right. So you have the cabin fans providing that air, but you close your visor, zip the visor, and then increase the pressure of your suit. And we're really checking to make sure there's no leaks. So if you didn't get that zipper all the way zipped, or if there was, some hair caught in there or a tether caught, that would fail your leak check, or if you had another problem somewhere else in the suit. So that's our final check prior to the astronauts launching, that the suits are in good order. Again, the suits are there to protect them in the case of an anomaly. It will provide pressure and breathing air to keep the astronauts safe should there be a problem on board the spacecraft.
Look at that beautiful shot on the left side of your screen there of a Starliner atop.
TLC is ready to perform gross leak check.
Starliner atop the United Launch Alliance.
Starliner Houston, we copy, ready for the gross suit leak check. PLC, here go.
Okay, you can see Suni, she's closing her visor there, and she'll zip it closed, and then she has a little knob to increase the pressure of her suit, just a few psi, and then she'll pause to wait and make sure that her suit maintains good pressure before unzipping her visor and proceeding with the ingress.
And this is the first time we're seeing these suits in action. So, Nicole, did you have any input in how, I know that Suni and Butch said, did you have any input in how these suits were designed?
Early on, we worked a lot with David Clark and the suits. The design was pretty much set, but there were some modifications as the suits were built. We need to make sure that they fit each of the crew members and in a pressurized environment. And so there were some adjustments that David Clark went back and made on the suits to make sure that we had still the ability to reach everything when the suit was pressurized, and also some work on the zipper. As you can see, the zipper is a critical component there at the helmet. You need to make sure that it's zipped, so we need to be able to visually confirm that it's zipped, be able to hold on to a tether that's on the zipper, and that the zipper is strong enough, and then we have a proper technique for zipping that helmet.
Yeah, I remember Suni saying that one of the modifications was putting a T-bar onto the end of that zipper, just so that they really had a good grip on it as they made sure that it was completely closed.
Absolutely. And even though you have pretty good dexterity in the gloves, it's still difficult to hold on to a little tether. So the T-bar helps quite a bit.
Suni is, of course, a retired U.S. Navy captain. and Boeing's CFT pilot. Some people might not know this, but Suni once lived underwater for 9 days while working within the robotics branch of the International Space Station. Did you know that, Nicole?
Yes, I think she was a part of the NEMO mission, which is a space analog. We have different types of missions, some underwater, some in caves, believe it or not, where we are working together with a small group, executing science in a mission, but at the same time we're working on those expeditionary skills, living and working together as a team, which are a really important aspect to human spaceflight.
Check of the clock, 2 hours, 13 minutes and counting until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Again, just want to spend another moment to call attention to the left side of the screen here and just that beautiful shot that we have of Starliner and Atlas V. Thank you for bringing it up full screen because it is really a great shot. Nicole just turned around. It's directly behind us here at the host desk. Just to take this moment in.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Sunset happening just about 20 minutes ago here on Florida's Space Coast. I mentioned this before, that things right now are looking good. The pad team had until 1 hour and 55 minutes to ingress the crew.
All right, there we go.
We just heard that comm communication from Suni there.
Looks like she was maybe troubleshooting a little something there with her suit. And so, again, that's why we have some additional time built into the schedule so that any type of issue, we have time to work through that and we don't feel rushed really in the process. You know, you want to make sure you have everything right. Safety is at the forefront of everybody's mind.
Copy. Let me know when you're ready to do contact. Tech 5, you are now on air to ground 1.
PLT, Tech 5 on air to ground 1. How do you read me? Okay, I do not hear you. Do you hear me? Contact.
Air to ground 1, I got you loud and clear for PLT.
Copy, copy. I got you loud and clear on air to ground 1. Let's go air to ground 2 contact again. Tech 5.
Air to ground 1 is one channel, one way of communicating. Air to ground 2 is a secondary line as well. Again, you've heard our commentators mentioning that they're monitoring, listening to the launch teams who are working this mission. We have some loops up publicly for you guys to listen in and to track how the countdown is progressing. And then there are some other side channels that a lot of work is also done in the background as well.
PLT, gross leak check is complete.
Starliner, it's Houston. We copy gross suit leak check complete on the PLT, and I have you loud and clear, Suni, here on air to ground 1.
Okay, I got you loud and clear as well.
All right, 2 good call-outs there. Successful communication check with Houston between Suni, as well as a good check of her suit, making sure that it holds pressure as expected.
L minus 2 hours, 10 minutes.
ECS, LC.
Tech 5, you're back on air to ground 1.
ECS?
All right, PLT. So we confirm they got good airflow with Houston, correct?
Roger.
PLT, you can open your visor now.
All right, with Suni opening her visor after a successful...
PLT, perform comm check on ICOM with CDR.
That's a command to do a communication check between Suni and Butch. And while they do that, why don't we hear more about Suni's journey to this moment right now?
Exploration is curiosity. It's asking the question why. It's taking that next step. Every time we do something for the first time, we're expanding our knowledge. My name is Suni Williams, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission to the International Space Station. I feel really lucky to have grown up in a small town outside of Boston, Needham, Massachusetts. It was a great town because we were able to ride our bikes everywhere we went. My brother, sister, and I, we were all swimmers, and it was just a great childhood. My dad was a doctor and also did neuroscience research. We were the strange family who had pictures and diagrams of brains on our dining room table. My older brother went to the Naval Academy. I started researching a little bit, and I thought, well, what the heck, I'll try this out. And when I went, I found that I really loved it. Teamwork, followership, leadership, those opportunities that we had right from the very beginning, and to accomplish something a little bit bigger than yourself. And I think that paved the way for the rest of my career. Got a basic engineering degree from the Naval Academy. I really didn't know what it was all about when I went through that course curriculum, but when I went to test pilot school, all of that stuff sort of gelled together. I was like, oh wow, this is why we do math modeling. This is how we try to predict how change in an engine is going to affect the way the helicopter flies. Time on the International Space Station is priceless. People always ask, do you get bored, or, is it terrible being up there for a long period of time? And for me, I loved every minute. There was always something to do. You wake up, you look at your timeline like, wow, I got to do this experiment today. I got to get ready for a spacewalk. Every day was different. And just life on the space station becomes routine, which is sort of crazy to think about it. At one point in time on my first mission, I was like, I don't even remember really what it's like to walk. I've been flying around for so long. I don't even know what it's like to sit down. I got assigned to the commercial crew cadre in 2015. We went to the companies, found out the shell of their programs, and then actually started working with them to make them what they are today to accommodate astronauts. For Starliner, we've been heavily involved in the last couple of years in the software with the folks doing the development to make sure its capability will allow us to come home. And we've been involved with all the suit development, making sure every different size of person could fit in all these suits and they could operate the spacecraft adequately. We've had our fingers on every single procedure that we work inside the cockpit, as well as operated it with our mission control team to make sure that everything that future crews will do will be right. We haven't had the classic training as we had for Shuttle and Soyuz. We've sort of helped develop the training as well as the hardware. And this is sort of the shape of things to come as we get ready to go back to the moon. All of that is going to be developmental, and we're going to have the same mindset. It's not already established. We all have to be part of this big team to help develop it and make sure that integration, as the astronauts use all this equipment, is going to be top-notch and ready to take us even further.
2 hours, 6 minutes and counting until liftoff of CFT. Both Butch and Suni inside Starliner, which is sitting on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41. As you can see, we still have a pad team member in there. Looks like they're still helping either Suni with something or, again, just readying the spacecraft for launch.
It's interesting because the spacecraft is made for microgravity, and so actually you can't stand on the floor of the spacecraft, and so there's some special flooring pieces that are installed so that the pad team can walk around without damaging any of the components of the spacecraft and help get the astronauts strapped in. So I know as one of their final checks, they'll remove that specialized flooring and check the configuration inside of the spacecraft. As you mentioned, to get everything out that doesn't need to go to space.
Oh, there it is. It looks like they have taken the narwhal out and they are finding a place to tether it. Maybe I'm just imagining it because I can't really see Suni's face, but she looks happy to see the narwhal out. Again, a special zero gravity indicator that she picked with her niece and nephew.
Pad, you are now on air to ground 1.
Copy. Starliner crew, is there anything else you need help with before we leave and close the hatch?
Waiting to hear if Butch and Sunny say anything over the loops.
All right, Starliner crew, it's been an honor to strap in. Not my crew, but my friends. Have a safe flight. See you up there.
I love that.
Sounds like strap-in, everything went well. And you weren't imagining, I did see a smile on Sunny's face, and I could see Norval tethered there in the middle.
And again, I love that comm check again to say they're friends. Dee, you've been saying this throughout the broadcast, really, but Butch and Sunny have been working so closely with everyone who is needed to make this mission possible that they kind of all just feel like family.
Absolutely. You know, we've been working with them for years. They've been a part of, just as Nicole mentioned, all of the processes, all of the training, making sure that the spacecraft works as it is supposed to. And of course, now they're both on this flight test where they're going to do this mission and confirm that. So, you know, we have gotten very, very close with them. And this is an exciting moment for us to see this. And looking forward to seeing them lift off and begin this mission.
You know, it's interesting because you think of, you know, Butch and Sunny, of course, are the astronauts on top of the rocket right now and the ones going to space, but they really do represent, you know, that huge family of NASA and Boeing and everybody that's worked so hard to get to this point.
Go ahead, AC. Okay, evaluating the SRV, we're most likely getting above the call cycles of this valve. We still have 2+ hours to go, so most likely exceeding the fall value. We do not have a path to proceed further at this point.
Roger. So at this point, your recommendation is to secure operations for today?
That is correct.
Roger. LD, LC on channel 1.
Yes, sir. LD concurs with that.
Roger. Flight and Slick, channel 1.
Right here. Slick's on channel 1.
Yeah, Roger. So the engineering team has evaluated the vehicle is not in a configuration where we can proceed with flight today. So we're going to initiate our scrub and recycle operation.
Roger. Flight copies.
Roger.
And if you're just joining us, I'll look at the clock
Well,
here.
personnel, this is LC on channel 1. Let's turn to page 187, scrub crew egress operations.
Again, the clock 2 hours ahead of what we were targeting, a 10:34 and 14-second p.m. Eastern Time liftoff. But you just heard from the launch team that we are scrubbing
OSM,
for today.
LC.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Establish the BDA roadblocks and open the flight hazard area.
Roger.
All personnel on channel 1 will be starting an estimated 65-minute hold at this time for flight crew egress. All systems maintain T-4 configuration.
As we hear some communication between team members, let's get it over to ULA's Dylan Rice to walk us through what we know so far and what we can expect moving forward today.
Thanks, Megan. So the team has had some observations on an oxygen relief valve on our Centaur second stage, and the team is just not comfortable with the signatures that they're seeing, the response out of that valve, and so out of an abundance of caution, we are not going to continue with our launch operations today. And as you heard, the Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo call the team there and have the team prepare for scrub operations and to prep for removal of the crew from Starliner.
Valve problem, more to follow.
So next steps, the team is going to be maintaining the configuration of the rocket, and we'll begin the process of egressing the crew. And once the crew is egressed and the blue team has safely left the pad, at that point we'll begin detanking the rocket and securing for the evening so that teams can continue to review data and troubleshoot the signature noted with the valve on board Centaur.
Channel 1. Disappointing.
Go ahead, sir.
Sunny.
Yes, sir. So you may have heard on Channel 1 we're standing down for today. So starting to initiate getting the vehicle in configuration to egress the crew.
Roger, Wilco.
So I was saying, Sunny even said, nothing special about this date on the calendar. We will go when we're ready. Not today, but we'll try this again. So a lot of what's going to be happening now is sort of what we've seen happen up to this point, just in reverse.
Right, and again, this decision was not made lightly, but really out of an abundance of caution. We say that the rocket business is a business of 10 million details, and only when all 10 million details are correct and where you want them to be do you let your rocket fly. So for today, we're going to go back and
Slick LC Channel 1.
LC, you have Slick.
Yeah, Roger. So I'll rely on you, timing-wise, to let me know when you're ready for the CTV convoy to return to pad.
Yep, I was working that right now.
Roger.
So again, for now, we'll be maintaining the configuration of the launch vehicle until the crew and the blue team have exited the area, and at that point, we'll begin detanking and securing the launch vehicle for the evening. So for now, I think we'll turn it back over to Megan at the host desk.
Thank you, Dylan. Again, just a recap for folks, about 4 minutes ago, the launch team decided to stand down from the launch attempt today. Dylan noting for us that the ULA folks and the launch team, they decided to, out of an abundance of caution, to stand down because they saw something off nominal with an oxygen relief valve on Centaur. So right now we are looking live inside the White Room, where the pad team will begin procedures to help the crew out of Starliner, out and down the crew access tower. And then we also heard that plans are in place to return the Astrovan to the pad to pick up the team and return them to astronaut crew quarters. Now, Nicole, walk us through what we expect to see. There are obviously procedures in place for this exact thing, if needed.
Absolutely, and this is trained and rehearsed multiple times as well, and so ULA will make sure the rocket is in a good state, and they will follow their procedures. As far as the crew specifically, since the hatch wasn't closed and ordnance wasn't armed, it's quite simple for the crew. They'll wait for some callouts to make sure that the spacecraft's in a good config. That will be putting the comm, demerging the comm channels, transitioning back to ground power, and making sure that the prop system is all secured. And then the crew will egress. They'll pretty much do exactly what they did to get in, but an opposite with help of the pad team.
Okay. Do you know how long we expect that to happen? Is this a long process, or for the most part, this is pretty easy once we know it is safe for them to start getting out?
Once the rocket, we know the rocket's in a good config and they give the go, it's relatively quick to make sure that...
RLM-11.
Go ahead.
RLM line items disabled for red line report.
Roger. P&E2, LC.
Go ahead.
Secure CEC and activate safing purge.
Roger.
And you hear the comm.
FTS LC.
FTS.
Secure RF FTS and GPS metric tracking.
Roger.
That's the comm there from ULA. They are following their specific, procedure, and it's really just true professionals executing the scrub on the ULA side, as well as Boeing.
CEC secured and saving purge active.
Roger.
Another look inside Starliner. Butch and Sunny there. Butch closest to us, Sunny to his right, and a pad team member in there who will soon help them get out of Starliner. Nicole, you were saying, you must know how they might be feeling right now. You're close with them as friends and also as a fellow astronaut.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, of course, a natural human reaction is a little bit of disappointment. It's a very exciting time, and we all want to see, this spacecraft launch. But at the same time, it's a deep sense of appreciation that the team is doing the right thing, that they are checking all of the instrumentation, that they are able to identify something that's off-nominal, because the last thing you want to do is deal with something like that in space. And so when we identify something like this on the ground, we see that as a big win. We avoided a potential problem by identifying it early, and yep, the wool scrub. This is something I think as an astronaut you train to multiple times, and you're prepared for that as well. It's important that you keep your head in the game though, because potentially they could launch tomorrow, depending on the findings of this investigation. And so you maintain your focus. You are still sitting on top of a rocket filled with prop, and so you follow your procedures just like everybody does. You never let your guard down, and they'll execute the steps to safely get out of the spacecraft, and then they'll go back to crew quarters. They'll maintain their quarantine so that they can preserve a launch opportunity, and then they'll wait for more information from the team.
Yeah, you talk about how the team rehearses all different scenarios. It truly is. I mean, can you talk for those who might not know, can you talk about the process of, simulating all the things that could go wrong so that if it does happen, everything is kind of rote. It's kind of just like muscle memory, and you don't really have to think too much because you just know it like the back of your hand.
Absolutely. That is the most important part about being well trained. And it's not only the astronauts, it's the entire team. So you see that the pad team knows exactly what they need to be doing. You can hear the comm from ULA. Everybody at their console has specific responsibilities and steps that they need to take. And each member of the team is critical to make sure that we're successful in these type of procedures. And we train to them in simulations, scrubbing, and pretty every contingency that we can think of, we will actually run through. In the few instances where I've been involved in an actual contingency or an emergency, you're right. The training really takes over. You maintain focus, you execute your procedures, and it's really not until after that's all done that you realize that...
Hey, Houston Starliner, we're standing by. As we said, we did go ahead and unstrap. Curious if we're going to run anything in the scrub recycle procedure as you're looking forward, since we didn't get very far.
Starliner Houston, loud and clear. We are running it. A lot of the events are sort of no perform because we didn't get that far in the count. I will keep you appraised. The main action on your radar will be bringing the suit fan Bravo to off before you jump out.
Yeah, and we're not going to open the cabin vent valve or anything, I'm assuming, as well.
Negative. Yeah, hatch is open, so none of that applies.
Yeah, that's what I see. Okay, thanks.
And that was our Capcom capsule communicator, Josh Kutrick, who will be flying on Starliner 1. He's the Capcom for Ascent, and he was just talking to Butch about the scrub recycle procedures that he has in his checklist.
And Capcom is the voice that we've primarily been hearing talk to the astronauts, correct?
Yes, during the comm checks, you'll hear a lot of different folks talking on the loops. But really, once the launch happens and they get to orbit, then the only person talking to the crew is the Capcom.
And LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
Yeah, we're getting ready for crew egress, so we would be good for the CTV to come to the pad gate and hold there.
Roger. OSM, LC?
OSM.
Roger. Notify crew transport convoy to return to pad, permit entry into the BDA, and ask them to hold at the pad gate, please.
Roger.
call outs now to have the Astrovan return to the launch pad to pick up the crew once they have egressed, excuse me.
And you can see Butch and Sunny, they're unstrapped and visors are up. They're just waiting for the call from ground to turn off that suit fan, which is the fan that's providing air to their suits prior to detaching their suits from the spacecraft and exiting Starliner.
Again, if folks are just joining us, about 12 minutes ago, the launch team has decided to stand down from today's launch attempt. We were targeting 10:34 and 14 seconds Eastern Time for a liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. We now are looking at Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams. They are in the Starliner spacecraft, awaiting word that they can continue with egress procedures.
Starliner Houston, still with you. No real change. OFM is off. The prop system is not secured, but it's an unknown and an expected config, and we'll still get suit fan Bravo off here before you jump out. Otherwise, just stand by for us.
Yep, we're standing by. Thank you.
The reason the launch team is standing down today is so that they can evaluate an oxygen relief valve on Centaur. That's the second stage of ULA's Atlas V rocket. Nicole, some of those call-outs we just heard over the operational communication loops, or nets as they're called, again, just taking steps towards safing the launch vehicle, right?
Yes, ULA is working towards making sure the launch vehicle is in a good config, and then Mission Control is focusing on Starliner, the spacecraft itself, to make sure that the systems are in the proper configuration before the astronauts exit the spacecraft. And I think you heard the call there from Josh that the final thing will be to turn their suit fans off. And so the controllers in Mission Control, the flight controllers, are now sending commands, to the spacecraft to get it in that good config, and then Butch will send that final command for the suit fan.
Throughout the show, we've had commentators across NASA, Boeing, and ULA monitoring the launch. So why don't we head back over to our ULA commentator, Dylan Rice, who continues to monitor what's happening now as we take steps to egress the crew.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, you've heard some of the communication as the team has gotten into the securing processes here. So from a rocket perspective, really what's going to happen next is we're just going to hold the current configuration of the rocket. We're not going to start detanking. We're not changing any configuration at all until the crew has egressed the capsule and the team has left the pad. There were a couple of
LCO, Sam.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. You have per step 90. You have 20 personnel entering BDA at this time.
Roger.
Okay, with that call indicating the crew convoy has now arrived back at the pad. But there were a couple initial securing items that we did early on in the process here, and that was securing our RF systems and then stopping the Centaur engine chill down, given that we're not planning on launching today. Otherwise, the launch vehicle is maintaining a safe configuration until we get the crew and the blue team away from the pad. And in a situation like this, if we see any data signature that is not something that we have seen before, then we are just simply not willing to take any chances with what is our most precious payload. So we're going to take a step back, go review that data, go understand why this signature is different from what is in our previous experience base, and then we'll take whatever action required before we reattempt a launch. So for now, the team is going to continue to watch over the launch vehicle as the crew gets ready to egress the capsule. The three members of the ULA Blue team now are going to be standing by, waiting to secure the white room once the crew has egressed Starliner. and then at that point we'll close Starliner up and begin our detanking. So in our planning and in our practice runs, that whole process takes just a little over an hour. So we're I believe we're approximately 15 minutes into that time now. So very shortly we'll be seeing the astronauts egress the capsule and then make their way down the crew access tower back to the van and back over to the ONC for the evening.
And of course, all of our teams do so much training, so many run-throughs, and scrubs are no different. We run through good days, and we also run through scrubs. So this is not the first time these teams are going through these motions, even though this is the first time we have had a crew on Starliner. So they will be going through their procedures for this scrub. I think we saw just a second ago some of the pad team members flipping through, and they're going to be leaving everything in the proper configuration for...
And Houston PLT is egressing. I'm waiting on the 6 fan call.
Copy, we still got good video, and we will call you for Suit Fan Bravo. Thanks.
Okay, up.
All right, so Butch just waiting now while Sunny gets out first. Just like we saw Butch going first, Sunny come in second. They'll go.
And Starliner, Houston, for CDR this time. We see you getting out. As soon as you are on your way out, you go to shut that Suit Fan Bravo off. Let us know when it's off.
Welcome.
And Sunny making her way out of the spacecraft now. The pad team there to help her get out.
Lauren, just like we talked about when we started the built-in hold as we prepared to load the astronauts, this countdown has really been developed to support not only just 2 astronauts but 5, even 7 astronauts on Starliner, right? So the same thing with the egress procedure. When it comes time to pull astronauts out, the time that we've got allocated could support as many. Supports pulling a full complement of astronauts off of Starliner. That's not what we're doing today. We've just got Butch and Sunny on board, and so it is possible that we'll be moving much more quickly into our scrub detank operations. But for now, we have got bookmarked at 65 minutes to get the crew off, but probably will not quite take that long, given that we're only pulling two people out of Starliner.
And of course, this happened early enough in the countdown that the pad team was still there. We didn't have to wait for the pad team to return and help them get out. So as Sunny is going through her scrub procedures right now in the white room outside of Starliner, Butch is waiting for the pad team to help him egress the spacecraft.
And again, these are contingency procedures that, just like the launch procedures, we have exercised these contingency procedures as well for launch scrubs and having to come down off the tower and head back to the ONC. So nothing new to this team. This team has been through these procedures, and they're very well understood.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
Hey, looks like CDR is out. We're going to go do a few things, but we'd be ready to do comm checks with LC on the OSC radio here in a minute, and we'll get the CTV up to the base of the cat.
Roger.
You see Butch is now out of Starliner, back into the white room as they start to detach some of those items that were on his spacesuit.
That previous call we just heard as well. Once the astronauts are out of the capsule and the blue team is complete up on the tower, they're not in complete communication, via the hardline communication systems like we've been talking nets and loops all evening long. So that previous call there was to establish a comm check with the chief launch conductor via the walkie-talkies. So we do have the walkie-talkies available for those periods of time when we're not actually on the hardline communication system. So they'll be executing that comm check shortly. And again, that's per one of our contingency procedures. We have got plans in place to address most most problems that come up, and that is one of them. That just make sure your walkie-talkies work before you unplug yourself from the Heartline communications systems. And again, those walkie-talkies allowing the team to communicate with the team in the field to communicate with the team back here in the Launch Control Center as they're driving out of the pad and over to the fallback area.
The Astrovan will be there shortly to pick them back up and take them back over to crew quarters. If you are just joining us, we were supposed to be about an hour and 38 minutes away from launch right now, but the teams have decided to stand down today. That's why you see the astronauts in the white room. They were strapped into Starliner, and we have just been going through procedures to get them back out of Starliner and soon headed back to crew quarters. A lot of the things we walked you through earlier, they're doing in reverse right now, just to make sure that everything is in the proper config for the next attempt. You know, Dylan, Suni recently was talking to media, and she made the comment that one of her...
OSM, LC.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Roger. Crew transport vehicles clear to proceed to the CAT.
Roger, copy that.
All right, so the Astrovan will be pulling up to the crew access tower now to come pick up Butch and Suni. As I was saying, Suni was recently speaking with the media, and she was telling us that one of her other friends, her astronaut buddies, said, you know, just so you know, in case there's any kind of a scrub, sometimes that's just good to knock the nerves off for everyone, and it could, you know, be good luck to go again another day. So they are veteran astronauts and quite used to how often scrubs do happen in spaceflight. You could see they're laughing there on the left of your screen, so they're in good spirits. Of course, these days are, you know, disappointing for teams,
LC
but
Slick on channel
definitely
1.
not
Go ahead,
something.
Slick.
We're ready for the flight crew and support personnel to perform OSE radio comm checks and to proceed to the ground level. They'll exit the white room and give you a call.
Roger.
And Lauren, as test pilots, you know, they're very familiar with contingency procedures
Yes.
as well. Because when you're testing a new system, obviously there's always going to be some findings, some of them more significant than others. But either way, the test pilots would be in a unique position to expect the unexpected and to be adaptive, which I know both of them are.
And with this being a test flight, even in a scrub situation, all the teams involved are going to be learning things. I'm sure Butch and Suni will have things to note.
has arrived at the base of the CAT.
Roger.
The Astrovan is at the base of the crew access tower now. So as you see Butch and Suni having a conversation with the pad team there, I'm sure we will see them starting to head down momentarily. Teams on some of the side nets are telling us the crew egress procedures are complete. Suni getting some help with her helmet there. All right, they are on the move. They are going to be headed back into the elevator. They are on level 12, so headed back down to the base of the crew access tower, and we'll get back into the Astrovan to head back to crew quarters. And with that, we will send it back over to the ladies at the desk, Megan, Dee, and Nicole.
Thank you, Lauren and Dylan, for giving us more insight into today's scrub. Now, so we just saw Suni and Butch get into the elevator from level 12 here at the crew access tower, and they are now going down to the pad, where, as you just heard, they will get into the Astrovan. Nicole, what are the next procedures, right? So they'll go back to astronaut crew quarters, and what happens then?
So they'll go back there and obviously get out of their spacesuits, and then we can expect a brief. The astronauts will get briefed on the details of the anomaly that was seen on Centaur and information on
at the ground floor and exited the CAT elevator.
Roger.
And information on what the next plan is. And so, hopefully we have an opportunity to launch tomorrow, but we don't have enough information yet to know. But the crew will plan on that, right? They have to always be prepared. And so they will follow their schedule as far as eating and sleeping and other, briefings that they need to obtain. And they'll make sure that they kind of reset themselves. So they'll have a chance to reunite with their immediate family. And again, that's why everybody stays in quarantine, so that even in a situation like this, they can, the support folks as well as family can still be together.
Yeah, everything is choreographed down to the minute. You were talking about their schedule because, again, since this launch is later at night, everything has to shift so that they're awake and ready for launch when it is.
Yes, sleep shift is a big part of it, and even though we see this launch at 22:30, the astronauts have already been up for 5 hours, and once they launch and get to orbit, they still have a lot to do in orbit to test out the systems of Starliner, and so it's a very long day. It's important that they are well rested and ready to go.
And now we see the Astrovan backing up away from the elevator that took the crew to and from level 12 of the crew access tower. Again, on their way to astronaut crew quarters inside the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. This drive, again, will take about 20 to 25 minutes. Nicole, you mentioned that because of the scrub, they will have time to see their families again. That must be nice to have that opportunity to reconnect with them.
I think it is. There's always, a ton of emotions associated with launch, and maybe you don't realize it at the time, but I remember talking to my husband and son after launch.
Crew transport vehicle has exited the pad gate.
Roger.
And just a comment on how much just energy and excitement. And when you have all those emotions running through your body, it can be quite exhausting. So it'll be nice to have a chance to reunite with their family, as well as the astronauts and the other support personnel back at crew quarters. I'm sure they'll have a nice meal, which I know Butch always comments on the wonderful food and the folks that take care of us at astronaut crew quarters. And so we're thankful to continue to have their support, and then we'll be standing by for the next steps.
Yeah, that's interesting and very correct of you to say that Butch, in the last few days leading up to launch, has been talking about how excited he is for the food here at KSC. So hats off to the chefs at astronaut crew quarters. Butch was looking forward to a meatloaf meal. I'm sure he had it before lunch, and Suni was looking forward to eating some salmon. So at least they'll be treated to another delicious meal at astronaut crew quarters.
And even, the folks all the way from the chefs to the to everybody that keeps the crew quarters up and functioning, this has all been rehearsed and part of a plan. So all these the contingency plans are laid out and in place, and now they just need to be executed.
And you had mentioned that there is an opportunity to launch tomorrow. There's an opportunity to launch May 10th and May 11th as well. We say opportunities to launch because we just know the date and time is reserved on the range. Can you talk to us about that?
Yes, an opportunity really means, from an orbital mechanics standpoint, as far as the spacecraft rendezvousing in a proper profile with the International Space Station, and range availability. That's all we know when we say a launch attempt. There's still a lot of other factors, weather often being one of the biggest ones, and then of course the status of the spacecraft and the rocket. Those are the status is unknown right now, and so we'll stand by for further information. And once we have that information, NASA, together with Boeing and ULA, will determine what the next launch attempt will be. So that's kind of the difference when we talk about a launch opportunity versus a launch attempt.
Right. So I'll list, the backup launch opportunities we have. But again, these are just opportunities, as Nicole has been saying, and as well as Dylan.
LC, this is FTS on Channel 1.
Go ahead, FTS.
Yeah, Step 50, RF, FTS, and GPS metric tracking is secured.
Roger.
If you're just joining us, about 30 minutes ago.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. 22 personnel have exited BDA area.
Roger.
About 30 minutes ago, the launch team decided to stand down from today's launch attempt of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Out of an abundance of caution, the launch team wants to reevaluate an oxygen relief valve on the Centaur, which is the upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. Right now on your screen, you're watching Butch and Suni and their full security convoy make their way from Launch Pad 41 on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and they will make their way through Kennedy Space Center to make their way back to astronaut crew quarters. The ULA team will evaluate, again, that valve. And Nicole, you were saying that you expect the crew to get some sort of briefing as to what information the team might have to share with them when they get back to crew quarters.
Absolutely. I expect that they'll get a preliminary briefing as soon as they get changed out of their flight suits or spacesuits, and with just the information that they have. And then they'll set a time for a follow-on briefing. Maybe that will be tonight, maybe it'll be tomorrow. It really depends on the situation. But it's important that the crew is aware of what the issue was, and that they understand the steps that were taken, obviously before they attempt another launch.
We've been saying throughout the broadcast that Butch always likes to ask why. I'm sure he'll be very vocal as we make plans for a next launch attempt.
Absolutely, and rightfully so, I think. The great thing is that we have a great team with Boeing and ULA and NASA, and so everybody will come together and talk about the anomaly and what they've done to address it, and then together we'll make a decision. They'll make a decision when it's appropriate to attempt another launch. And so it's really a team effort, and it's important that we have each member of the team looking at those different opportunities and looking at them from each different perspective. And again, we'll also be taking a look at the weather. So a lot of other factors that will roll into it.
From the host desk here, we can see in the distance some of the lights from the convoy making their way past the press site here where we are sitting, which is across the street from NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building. And then they will make their way to crew quarters. Nicole, you said again that this was all prepared for and thought of in case this did happen. And we did see very quickly how everyone knew what to do.
Yes, sir. Talking with the Denver team and our team, we're probably going to want to do that troubleshooting that we had come up with on this XRV once we get the pad clear. So I'd like permission to take that to 6 and get that discussed, get you a recommendation.
Roger, please, committee and element team, provide a recommendation. I'd estimate at this time it'd be about 30 minutes. We'll be ready to start detanking.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Everything is rehearsed from what we call nominal operations, where everything goes perfectly smooth, to little issues, so that everybody's aware how to troubleshoot those and what their roles and responsibilities are, as well as a scrub, as well as major contingencies. We really practice all of those different scenarios so that the team is prepared. And I think you'll see, or you can recognize today how calm everybody was, and they're executing their procedures. Everybody knows that their role. And quite quickly, we talked about the situation, and Butch and Suni were informed, decision was made, and then once they started the scrub process, they were actually outside of the spacecraft quite quickly. So really just a testament to the professionalism and the preparedness that we see from this team. And I think we see the Astrovan passing the press site and the VAB right now.
Crew quarters, probably another 10-minute drive from here. This crew flight test, a historic one, only the 6th time that NASA will fly a new crew transportation vehicle. As you said, Nicole, I'm sure Butch and Suni might be a bit disappointed, but they know as veteran space flyers, this is part of the process. You know, everything has to be right, and a particular date and time isn't the final say at all.
Oh, you're absolutely right. There's nothing about a particular date and a time. You know, when's the right time is to launch is when the rocket's ready, when the spacecraft is ready, when the crew is ready. That's all that really matters. So it's just part of the business. You know, we are literally launching humans into space, and it is rocket science. So it's not easy, and we just appreciate the professionalism of the team, keeping a close eye on all the instrumentation and identifying any potential issues early. So that we can do the right thing and make sure that when we do launch, that it is as safe as feasibly possible.
Yeah, it's a good point to, again, remind folks, yes, this is literal rocket science, and sometimes might be easy to forget that because a lot of it is a well-oiled machine. You know, teams, again, proficient and ready in all of their respective roles, that sometimes it might look easy.
You know, I think you're right. Sometimes I think, especially recently in the past, maybe 5 years or so, we've had so many launches. I mean, there was a launch earlier today. It's absolutely incredible. And it's just a great reminder that this will never be routine. Mm-hmm. It never can be. It is a very... it's a very dangerous business, and that's why we have professional teams doing all the checks and making sure it's that we mitigate the risk the best that we can. And so it's a great reminder to never take that for granted.
Anything you might want to say to Butch and Suni tonight. I mean, actually, do you plan to maybe have an opportunity to touch base with them, and what might you say to them?
I'll shoot them a text, but I'm sure they'll be quite busy with seeing their family, and I'm sure that from their family and friends, you can imagine how many texts and phone calls they're going to get. But I think it's important that they maintain focus, and they know that too. So I think a lot of folks, especially in the astronaut corps, will kind of just leave them alone, knowing that they have a lot to deal with, a lot going on. They need to stay in the game because potentially they could launch tomorrow, since there is a launch opportunity. And I can just imagine Butch with a smile on his face saying, "Yeah, well, this is human spaceflight. That's the way it goes," And he and Suni thinking of this as just another great rehearsal for the entire team to walk through. And the next time they have an opportunity to walk out and ingress the spacecraft, you would expect it to go even smoother, and they're going to feel even more comfortable doing that. So I think that's the correct mindset to have. That's the best way to go about it.
He actually just reminded me, Butch, in one of the recent interviews, was asked, what do you think of setbacks? If there's a setback, what do you think of that? And he goes, they're not setbacks, they're steps forward. So as you said, another rehearsal, another opportunity to fine-tune anything to make sure that the next time is even better than the last.
Absolutely, and a great reminder that this is a developmental flight test. And this is, as you mentioned, we've only done this 6 other times in the history of humankind, and so it is a big deal. And every time we learn something and we overcome that challenge and we move forward, and that is a step in the right direction. That is progress.
We're going to see the convoy turn left here in just a few seconds, and then it's a straight shot back to the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center, where the west wing of the 3rd floor, that is the astronaut crew quarters, a historic area of the ONC, where Butch and Suni will go back to for the night.
Butch and Suni have extensive experience launching. Obviously, each of them have launched twice to space, but they've also supported other astronauts launching from Kennedy Space Center multiple times. Butch specifically was a Cape Crusader back in the day, so he was, specifically a crew member that came out to support launches, and that's a lot of back and forth, and I'm sure he's seen a lot of scrubs and taken a part in successful launches and days when it's just not going to be our day to launch, and you're going to come back and launch another day. So, he's seen it from the perspective of a crew member as well as a perspective of a support astronaut. In fact, Butch has flown the T-38 across the Gulf of Mexico 458 times.
Oh, wow.
And you know how I know that? He counts every time.
No.
It tells us. Yes.
Very meticulous.
As a true naval aviator, yes, he's very proud of it. But it really just shows his extensive experience that he has in human spaceflight.
Mm-hmm. And Suni, too, again, we've been listening to their backgrounds throughout this broadcast, and they both bring so much knowledge and experience to this moment. So really honored to get to watch them take us through this developmental program and this flight test. And when they launch, it'll be really exciting to see.
Absolutely, and you see their demeanor, right? They're very calm, cool, and collected, shaking hands with everybody, and that's what a veteran astronaut does. And they really set the example for all the astronauts and really, all humans, how to deal with a situation that didn't go exactly as planned. You do it just like Butch and Suni are doing here.
We're tracking the Astrovan, pulling into the parking lot of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Make a couple of turns, and then we'll see the Astrovan back in front of those doors we saw Butch and Suni walk out of about 2 hours ago. Looks like we have a couple of NASA astronauts there for their arrival.
Oh, there's Mike Fink. We just saw him, Mike Fink, walking up. So he's still obviously there every step of the way to support the astronauts.
Yeah, after we saw him leave the pad in the Astrovan, Mike went back to the Boeing Mission Control Center here at Kennedy. It's the building we pointed out right next to the Vehicle Assembly Building. And he was going to watch launch from there. So I'm sure after the scrub was called, he made a point to be back here to welcome Suni and Butch. Yeah, so quick final. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where at about 8:34 this evening, the launch team decided to stand down from today's launch attempt of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. That was after the ULA team decided to reevaluate an oxygen relief valve that's on the Centaur upper stage. So that's the upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. If you have been watching us, you saw just a few minutes ago NASA astronauts Commander Butch Wilmore as well as pilot Suni Williams. They have exited the Astrovan after the Astrovan picked them up from Launch Pad 41 and took them back to astronaut crew quarters, where they will spend the night and get updated as to the next steps to when another launch attempt can be made. I want to open it up to the hostess here now. Nicole, any final thoughts as we await some information about what happened tonight and again, the steps moving forward?
Of course, just a really professional job done by the team in identifying a potential issue and then initiating the scrub. It was executed as planned, and the astronauts are now back at crew quarters, and they'll receive a briefing on the next launch opportunity, and hopefully that is soon. But in the meantime, we'll be standing by, and I know we all feel maybe a little bit disappointed, but this is a human spaceflight, and that's the way things go. There's a lot that goes into launching humans safely from the planet. And so I think that I just feel, thankful that this potential issue was caught early and that everybody is safe. And we're looking forward to another attempt soon.
Yeah, well said, Nicole. And Dee, from Boeing's standpoint, anything you'd like to say?
Absolutely. Of course, safety is our top priority. So, and this is no different. We really appreciate ULA's partnership throughout the Boeing Starliner program and their work with commercial crew. And, we'll fly when we're ready.
Right. All right, so with that, we want to pull up on the screen right now the link to the Commercial Crew blog, and that is where we will post the latest information about an upcoming press conference that we do plan to have. We do want to be able to share with you what we do know about the reason why we stood down today from launch. So again, take a look at your screen, blogs.nasa.gov/Boeing crew flight test. Again, that's where you can go to find out when we will have that press conference, which will be on NASA TV. So again, you are watching NASA TV right now, so this is the place where you'll be able to watch that press conference. We're aiming for about an hour or so. But again, we do want to give our teams as much time as they need to gather the most accurate and timely information they can for you. And again, we will share that at that upcoming press conference. But for now, again, we want to thank you so much for sticking with us and watching our live coverage of the first launch attempt of Boeing's crew flight test, NASA and Boeing's crew flight test. But until then, and that press conference, we hope to see you on there for more information about when we can next launch. Have a good night.
$270 meters in closing. Crew Dragon expected to converge with waypoint 1 directly in front of the International Space Station in less than 5 minutes. You can see the views right over the shoulders of Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur. Kimbrough on the left, MacArthur on the right from that view.
From this view from the International Space Station, you can see what we were mentioning earlier, where Dragon was below the station. You could see that previously when it had Earth in the background. Now it is almost adjacent or almost in the same orbit as the International Space Station as it's making its way to the docking axis at waypoint 1. Now this maneuver from below the station to in front of the docking port is almost complete, just a few minutes away.
Getting great views from all around, from the station side, from the Dragon side. The outline of the station you see on the displays inside Crew Dragon is in line with the position of where Dragon is relative to the International Space Station. It's almost at the docking axis, about 2.5 minutes to go until it converges with waypoint 1.
And as a reminder, Dragon is flying autonomously, so they aren't using those display panels to fly Dragon. They're just using them to monitor each step of the way. So the crew is basically just patiently waiting until they dock with the station.
Now seeing Dragon in a better view, a lot more clear now that it's only 240 meters away. You can see the nose cone clearly deployed, extended towards the space-facing side or zenith side.
A really good zoomed-in view, and you could almost make out those 4 bulkhead thrusters on the forward portion of the Dragon capsule.
There you go. The Cronus is adjusting the aperture of the station cameras.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue to waypoint 2 with the additional lighting assessment occurring at 110 meters as previously noted. For awareness, if sunlight results in the loss of the Dragonite geofilters, Dragon will autonomously retreat back to waypoint 1, remaining on closed loop control using the time of flight filters. How copy?
We are in a handover period, so we may have missed a call as we were switching from Tedra's satellites. We're looking at about 20 seconds to go until we converge with waypoint 1. There's going to be an approach burn maneuver using the Draco thrusters. That's called approach 1, and that'll move Dragon from right in front of the docking axis, 220 meters away, and start moving in, closing in to waypoint 2, just 20 meters away from the docking axis. Of course, they'll be monitoring along the way.
We did hear the Corps mention that they are going to have a checkpoint to make sure that there isn't too much sunlight on the space station, which will prevent Dragon from docking. If that does happen, Dragon will autonomously back out and wait until the sunlight has cleared to ensure a good docking with the space station. Because this is all autonomous, it uses some visual cameras to align with the docking port. So it's really important that we don't have that sunlight getting in the way.
Section Delta on the big loop, sound check.
SpaceX has you loud and clear on the big loop. Helm me.
Loud and clear. Your last call, we copied most of it, but you cut out towards the end there. I'm not sure if there's anything important for us.
Copy. I'm going to repeat the end of the call. We did have a TDRS handover. Just for awareness, following the lighting assessment, if we continue but sunlight results in a loss of the DragonEye geofilters, DragonEye will autonomously retreat back to waypoint 1, still on closed loop control using the time of flight filters. How copy?
Okay, we copied all. Thank you very much for repeating.
No problem, Shane. And for awareness, the C2V2 link reconfiguration has been completed.
Copy, C2V2 complete.
And there, the Corps just reiterated that they will be checking to make sure that the sunlight is not in the way of the visual systems between Dragon and the space station. If that does happen, Dragon will autonomously retract and wait until we do get some good visual views for these systems to dock with each other. So
that's right. Crew Dragon resilience actually coming into view a little bit clearer now from the cameras aboard Dragon. Dock to the Zenith port.
Yeah, that was on the upper portion of the screen.
That's right. Now again, to reiterate, Dragon has passed waypoint 1, 220 meters in front of the station, executed a burn maneuver to go ahead and move in, so we're in approach 1. And it's heading towards waypoint 2. Now inside the keep out sphere. It's currently in the process of extending its soft capture ring that'll be used to dock to the international docking adapter of the forward port. We're monitoring the visual systems of Dragon. It would execute an automatic retreat if the sun was interfering with the optical systems as it makes its way towards an approach. We're at about 150 meters away from the station.
And we have such a great camera view here. You can really see the detail on Dragon. Again, those 4 bulkhead thrusters. You could almost read the logo, the Dragon logo on the side of the vehicle.
That's right. We'll get even better views as it makes its way even closer to make contact and capture with the space station.
There it is.
Yeah, based on the trajectory here, we may even anticipate a capture a little bit earlier than anticipating. We were looking at about 2:10 a.m. Pacific time. It might be at maybe closer to 2:07 p.m. The features of the space station coming into view very clearly.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the detail there. And as you mentioned, the Crew 1 Dragon.
This is SpaceX station on the big loop. Procedure review complete, ready for docking.
Houston copies.
All right, that was confirmation from Victor Glover aboard the International Space Station. From the space station side, he is go for docking. The soft capture ring itself is fully extended. We're 115 meters in closing.
And looking at your screen, the port that we are going to be docking with is directly in the middle of the screen, that circular area on the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2 for Ike regarding SSC 17 and D2DM. We are seeing some strange configurations on the video, and we would like to close and restart that. We can take care of that from the ground if you would like. Absolutely. If you're seeing nominal, that works for us.
Okay, so Victor Glover aboard the station still has...
And
Dragon SpaceX soft capture ring extension is complete. Additionally, we did beat the sunlight for the Dragon Eye filters, so we are not going to command a hold.
Never copies all.
All right, so that's great news. We passed the 110-meter checkpoint that the ground operators were referencing, making sure the sun wasn't interfering with the optical sensors, the Dragon Eye, that are part of the guidance and navigation and control system aboard Dragon. We passed that check mark. We're good to go. We beat the sun there. So we're now inside 80 meters and closing. Dragon will pause at 20 meters. That's designated as waypoint 2 to conduct a go, no-go poll for the readiness on both the Dragon side and the International Space Station side, making sure everyone is good for docking. If we are go, we expect to dock during this pass over an orbital daytime. Expected in less than 20 minutes. Some of the features there, you can see a lot of the visiting vehicles on board station. At the bottom is a Russian Soyuz vehicle that delivered crew to the International Space Station. Just in front of that, or actually above that, is the Crew Dragon Resilience, docked to the Zenith port. Once Crew Dragon Endeavour arrives, there will be 2 Crew Dragons attached to the space station.
In this view from Crew Dragon looking at the International Space Station, it looks like it's this very slow and steady movement, but in reality they're moving at 17,500 miles per hour.
The rendezvous operations are absolutely incredible. You can sort of see the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft as well, some of the Ultraflex solar arrays coming into view a little bit clearly.
Again, you can see that Crew 1 Dragon vehicle on the top of your screen. Once Crew 2 docks to the International Space Station, we will have 2 Crew Dragons docked at the same time for the first time.
That view right there was truly a representation truly of an international cooperation there. The U.S.-built Node 2 is where the Dragon will be docking today. It was flanked by the European Columbus module and the Japanese GEM.
On the big loop, visors down.
SpaceX copies. Visors are down. We may enter into a hold at waypoint 2. We are still awaiting ground go for final approach.
Endeavour copies.
The detail of this camera view is pretty incredible. Here from the International Space Station, watching Crew Dragon as it is slowly approaching.
And as expected, Dragon holding at waypoint 2. It's at about 20 meters right in front of the docking axis.
And if you're just now joining us, we are just waiting for a confirmation for go for docking. Currently holding Dragon at waypoint 2. And again, it looks like Dragon is just paused and not even moving, but again, as we just mentioned, both the space station and Crew Dragon are actually moving at approximately 17,500 miles per hour. So it's pretty incredible how it can hold these speeds so that it looks like they are just completely paused.
That's right. Teams on the ground, both from the station side in Mission Control Houston and Mission Control Hawthorne, just checking and verifying all systems are go to proceed with docking.
And when we do begin docking, there will be two portions of this. There will be a soft capture followed by a hard capture. The soft capture will be a soft capture ring that basically just connects the Crew Dragon to the space station to enable the hard capture, which will be 12 hooks that will attach Dragon to the station.
Again, we're standing by the International Space Station, flying over the Indian Ocean now, just south of the Indian border. It's heading on a southeasterly course just south of Australia and should cross over the Terminator line into the Pacific Ocean into an orbital nighttime. The expectation is for Dragon to depart here from waypoint 2 and proceed on with docking ahead of orbital nighttime to beat the sun.
You can see this camera moving around. Again, this is controlled from the ground from Mission Control Houston. And they're maneuvering this camera around so we can just get a more detailed view of the Crew 2 Dragon Endeavour patiently waiting, docking to the International Space Station.
Dragon on its second flight, about to dock to the forward end of the International Space Station for the second time.
And Station and Endeavour on the big loop. Ike, we are not able to recover that video for the D2DM, so you can close that window, and we should be ready to press into final approach shortly.
Station copies.
You did hear that call out speak out to Ike. Ike is actually referring to Victor Glover. That is just his nickname.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ground is now go for final approach. Upon confirmation of crew readiness for final approach, we will enable the approach. Please confirm crew readiness, and a reminder, once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are no longer permitted.
Crew is ready for final approach.
And got some good words that the crew is ready for the docking to the International Space Station. They no longer will have control of any aborts. If there is an abort needed, it will have to be done by the Dragon autonomously.
Houston on the big loop, monitor per steps 3 and 4 and 1.104.
Station copy.
Again, we are now moving into the CHOP, which is the crew hands-off point. As I was mentioning earlier, if there is an abort, it will need to be done autonomously by Dragon.
All right, and we did get confirmation. Approach 2 has been initiated. So Dragon now making its way inside the 20-meter hold point at about 18 meters and closing. Final approach of Endeavour to dock with the International Space Station has started. Docking expected in about 3.5 minutes from now.
And you can see on your screen as Crew Dragon slowly approaches towards that port for docking.
Sorry, we're 13 meters and closing, making a slow and methodical approach to the docking port. That's on the forward end of the International Space Station, that international docking adapter where Crew Dragon Endeavour has docked once before.
Meters.
Copy, 10 meters.
And what that call out was Crew Dragon is just 10 meters away from the International Space Station as it continues its approach for docking. Again, docking will occur in 2 phases. There will be a soft capture followed by a hard capture. And what that hard capture means is 12 physical hooks will connect the Dragon to the space station.
Great views. Dragon just 6 meters away as the station and Dragon fly in tandem 263 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean in the background.
5 meters.
We're 5 meters and closing.
Copy 5 meters.
You can really start to see the detail on Dragon there as it is closing in on docking.
That's right, 2.5 meters, 30 seconds. Crew hands off point is called out.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, soft capture confirmed.
Copy, soft capture confirmed.
Great news with that call out. That soft capture is confirmed.
That's right, that soft capture time, 2:08 a.m. Pacific time, 4:08 a.m. Eastern. The station and Dragon connected 264 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean. Endeavour connected to International Space Station for the second time.
And there are still a few steps to complete before Dragon is securely attached.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, soft capture ring retraction in progress.
That's good. The ring retraction is happening. Ring retraction happening as expected. And after the ring retracts, 12 hooks will latch, 6 at a time, to perform a hard capture, and will officially mate Dragon to the International Space Station.
Got this really awesome view of Dragon as it is connected to the port, currently making progress on hard capture.
Soft capture ring retraction does take some time. It is continuing at its anticipated speed. Things are looking good. Again, this is the first in a series of steps to officially mate Dragon to the station. If you're just joining us, we heard the call out for soft capture confirmed at 2:08 a.m. Pacific time, 4:08 a.m. Eastern time. Station and Dragon were 264 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean at the time of contact and capture. We're still in the process of retracting the soft capture ring and anticipating proceeding with the hard capture sequence, where 12 hooks will drive to officially mate Dragon with the International Space Station's International Docking Adapter at the forward port. Crew Dragon Endeavour docked to that forward port for the second time.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ring retraction is complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Endeavour copies all.
If you're just now joining us, as you can see on your screen, Crew Dragon has made contact with the International Space Station. And we're currently in progress of...
Endeavour and Station, MCS is configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Endeavour copies. Station copies.
Great timing there. This is now the beginning of the hard capture sequence. This is where 12 hooks will latch between Dragon and the space station, 6 hooks at a time. This will take a few minutes to complete.
That's right, that MCS is just configuring the International Space Station's attitude control. It needed to be configured differently between a soft capture and hard capture sequence. So now that that's been confirmed, they can go ahead and press to drive the 12 hooks needed to confirm a hard capture. To reiterate, the Dragon had contact and capture with the space station at 2:08 a.m. Pacific Time, 5:08 a.m. Eastern. Space Station and Dragon crossing over the Terminator line just south of Australia, about to head over the South Pacific Ocean. Start seeing the views of Dragon get a little bit dimmer as we still undergo the hard capture sequence. All right, again, we're still undergoing the hard capture sequence. There's 12 hooks that drive to officially mate Dragon to the International Space Station, 6 of them driving currently. Station attitude configured to support the hard capture sequence. Now operating on control moment gyros to maintain attitude control during the hard capture sequence. All right, and we have confirmation the first set of hooks, all 6 have been driven. They look good. The second set are driving and are looking good at the anticipated speed. Halfway there.
This will take just a couple more minutes for hard capture to complete. As a reminder, after hard capture is complete, they do still have some more steps that they need to go through in order to ensure that the space station and Dragon are safe for crew ingress. There will be the hatch opening as the crew on board Dragon as well as the station will be walking through some procedures prior to ingress of the crew on the International Space Station. But once they do ingress on the station, there will be a welcome ceremony.
Again, half of the hard capture hooks have been driven and locked into place. The second set of 6 hooks, 12 total, 6 of them driving.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Hard capture is complete. You are go to open visors.
Copy, hard capture complete. Opening visors.
All right. Crew Dragon Endeavour officially made it to the International Space Station. That dynamic period of the docking phase is complete. The crew inside Dragon have been wearing their suits just as an extra precaution, but they can go ahead and pull up their visors. It's going to be some time until the hatches themselves are open between Dragon and the International Space Station. Still some things to configure on that side. The vestibule on the International Docking Adapter that separates the hatches of Dragon and the International Space Station. That's been exposed to the vacuum of space and has had the sun shining on it periodically. So when repressurizing the vestibule to equal the pressure inside the space station.
Station, hard capture complete. Welcome to ISS. We are so excited to have you aboard.
Thanks, Anna. We're glad to be here. We'll see you all in a few minutes.
International Space Station Commander Shannon Walker welcoming the crew. Now Crew 2 officially made it to the International Space Station. Again, it's going to be some time until they come in, but the commander of the International Space Station welcoming 4 new crew members for her expedition on board here shortly. All right, so again, there's a series of steps here as we enter into an orbital nighttime, completing the docking of Crew Dragon Endeavour to the International Space Station for a second time. That contact and capture occurring at 2:08 a.m. Pacific Time, 5:08 a.m. Eastern. We have a confirmed hard capture. The umbilical is in motion to connect the station to the Dragon and provide data and power and communication through that umbilical, so it no longer has to rely on its own systems. Everything's looking good for that vehicle. It's going to be some time again until we repressurize the vestibule and get those hatches open between the Dragon and the International Space Station. It'll be the crew inside the station getting that ready to be opened.
Endeavour SpaceX docking sequence is complete. Welcome to the ISS.
Thank you, SpaceX. Great to be here.
in some more official words, that docking is complete. The crew must be so excited to finally have arrived at the space station. Again, there is some more steps that they will need to complete and some checks before they can ingress on the space station. But the crew can now get out of their suits before moving into hatch operations. So now they can start to get comfortable again. They no longer need these suits now that they have arrived at the space station.
That's right. And so it'll be some time again until that area between the International Space Station and the hatches.
SpaceX Endeavour on Dragon to ground. Are you ready for us to begin suit doffing?
SpaceX copies. You are go to begin suit doffing and audio configuration. Procedure 4.012.
Copy, that's in work.
So again, it'll take some time. The crew will begin doffing or taking off their suits. It'll be some time to repressurize the vestibule. Station side, astronauts on the station side will configure the hatch, getting ready to open that up and welcome the crew inside the International Space Station. It was a pretty great docking. Everything happened right on cue and as expected. So it was a great to see Crew Dragon Endeavour dock to the International Space Station once again. We've enjoyed it from here in Mission Control Hawthorne, but to see how things turned out from the space station side of things as we work together to complete today's operation, let's go to Courtney Beasley for a refresher on what's ahead now that Dragon is docked.
SpaceX cameras are external.
Copy, thanks.
Thanks, Gary. It's great to see Dragon successfully docked to the International Space Station. Even through the face masks, you can see and feel the excitement in the room here in Mission Control Houston. Now that we're docked, Victor Glover is securing some hardware, and then he'll move right into hatch operations. First, he will open the large hatch at Node 2 forward, giving him access inside the pressurized mating adapter. Then he will have to pressurize the vestibule, which is the small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station. This was exposed to vacuum prior to docking, and he will need to fill it with air and make sure its pressure is nearly equal with the atmospheric pressures on Dragon and the station. He will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule, and flight controllers here in Houston will monitor the pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches. We expect it to take about 2 hours to get everything pressurized and checked out before we open hatches. With Dragon successfully docked to the International Space Station, that's the latest from here in Mission Control Houston. And back to the team over in Hawthorne.
All right, thanks, Courtney. As mentioned, it will take some time to go ahead and go through those procedures, but we'll stay with you throughout today's coverage. Of course, one of the major things will be repressurizing the vestibule in between the hatches. There's a hatch called the APAS hatch. That's the hatch on the International Space Station side. And then there's the Dragon hatch itself. In between is a vestibule that's currently at vacuum. So in order to travel through both hatches, you need to repressurize that. Now that there's a hard mate between the two vehicles, they'll check the seal. They'll do some leak checks as they're repressurizing the vestibule up to vacuum. And that will take some time.
SpaceX Endeavour, check on the cabin mic.
SpaceX has you loud and clear on the cabin mic.
Yeah, do the same thing.
You're hearing the crew inside Endeavour go through their procedures. One of the first things they're ready to do is take off those suits. They had to wear it through several of the operations of a launch from the Kennedy Space Center to a docking with the International Space Station. Launch is a very dynamic activity, so they had suits on up until orbital insertion, and then they were able to doff their suits, have a meal, go to bed, check out some of the systems, wake up, and then right before they entered into the approach phase of today's flight with the approach initiation burn, they got their suits on and were able to pressurize them, and they held pressure throughout that sequence of today's flight until docking. Now they get to take it off. They get to stretch out, change into something a little bit more comfortable, but not too comfortable, of course, because they will be. We will have an event to welcome them on board the International Space Station we expect all 11 crew members to be there to welcome them. It's going to be pretty crowded, but it should be very exciting to see that many people on board the International Space Station.
And those call-outs that we just heard they were doing comm check with the Crew Dragon communications because they've now taken off their suits. They have comms through their suits, but since they're not going to be wearing their suits anymore, they need to use the comms through Dragon. So very exciting. It sounds like they're getting out of their suits as we speak, or doffing their suits. And then we will soon begin the process to open up those hatches so that the crew can finally ingress onto the space station. So it will take a little bit of time, but we will be here with you through every step of the way. If you're just now joining us, the Crew 2 crew has finally docked to the International Space Station after an approximately 23-hour ride from Earth to the station. Again, they are going to be performing a few procedures here before the Crew 2 can ingress onto the space station. They will be opening the APAS hatch, which is the space station side hatch, followed by the Dragon hatch. But this will take some time. They will need to repressurize the vestibule in between those two hatches before the crew can ingress.
That's right. The umbilical on the Dragon side has been fully extended to provide power, communications, and data from the International Space Station to the Dragon, so the Dragon no longer needing to rely on its own power systems. And of course, when the hatches are open, they'll be able to mix the air from the environment that's inside the space station with the Dragon, so it no longer needs to rely on its environmental control and life support systems. In the meantime, it is still doing so because the hatches are closed between both the Dragon and the International Space Station. There is a gap called the vestibule in between them that's currently at vacuum. That vestibule has been exposed to the vacuum of space on the forward end of the International Docking Adapter. So when bringing the pressure back up, there may be swings. Because of the temperature variation, there may be swings that need to dampen out before an effective leak check could take place. So the process of repressurizing the vestibule in between those two hatches does take quite a long time. It's expected to be about 2 hours until both of the hatches are open because of the length of time of repressuring that vestibule. Now from the station side, Victor Glover will outfit the 8-pass hatch. That's the one on the station side. He'll open it up and remove, once the vestibule is pressurized, he'll open that up and remove the docking target and install some padding onto the 8-pass hatch so that there's no unnecessary contact as astronauts are coming through the hatch from Crew Dragon to come inside of the forward end of the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2 on the big loop. You are go to pick up in ingress part 1, step 1. Note that the pre-ingress ventilation in step 1.6 is not required.
Okay, picking up step 1 and 1.6 not required.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but ISS power connection has been established.
There you go. So Victor Glover on the International Space Station side already going through his procedures to get the hatches configured for ingress, essentially supporting the opening of the hatches, repressurizing in the vestibule. There's a lot to happen before we can open up the hatch and welcome the crew on the inside. The umbilical has been fully extended, and we just got confirmation that Dragon is drawing power from the International Space Station, so the solar arrays on the station providing power downstream to the Dragon. Dragon no longer needing to rely on its power. That officially confirmed. It will again take some time until the Dragon hatches are open. Our Dragon and Space Station hatches are open. And we've noticed for the past 2 times that Crew Dragons have docked to the station. The past 2 times being when Crew was aboard for Demo 2 and for Crew 1. We did notice that the crew inside Dragon took some time before to get themselves situated, make sure everything on the Dragon side was configured before they left it and entered into the International Space Station. We should see celebratory hugs from the crew on board as they make their way one at a time, as they'll be together for the next few days until they have to say farewell to the Crew 1 astronauts aboard the International Space Station. Shannon Walker handing over command of the International Space Station. Before she does that, she's going to hand command over to Aki Hoshide, who's currently on board Crew 2. He'll take the responsibility of International Space Station commander through the duration of Expedition 65 until he's ready to hand it off to the next crew. That all happening in the next couple of days.
Crew Dragon Endeavour is docked to the International Space Station as we speak. The crew on board the space station as well as Crew 2 are preparing for a couple procedures here for hatch opening. That is the hatch opening on the space station side as well as the Crew Dragon hatch. And this will take approximately an hour, a little over an hour and a half to walk through all of these procedures. So though Crew 2 is at
station on the big loop, no 2 forward hatches open.
And Ike, we copy, and you are go to continue through step 2. Pressurizing vestibule.
Continue through step 2.
As I mentioned, they are walking through several procedures to get those 2 hatches open. As you can hear, that communication between Victor Glover on board the station with the ground team helping him out with the procedures.
That first hatch that he mentioned is the Node 2 forward hatch. From inside the Node 2 segment of the International Space Station, there are 3 hatches to get from Node 2 all the way down to the Dragon itself.
Dragon SpaceX, if desired, reference procedure 4.400 for monitoring vestibule pressurization.
Copy 4.400 for the vestibule depress.
So now that Node 2 forward hatch is open, Victor Glover inside the pressurized mating adapter. Down the PMA is the APAS hatch, the hatch that separates the International Space Station now from the Dragon. With the Node 2 forward hatch open, Victor Glover can work to manually pressurize the vestibule. And we just heard from here in Mission Control Hawthorne that the crew on board Dragon Endeavour will be able to monitor the vestibule pressurization on their displays from the side of the Crew Dragon. You're getting a live look at both of the flight control rooms.
On the big loop. APAS equalization valve closed at 0938.
Houston copy 0938.
So you're looking at both of the flight control rooms on the left. SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Flight controllers there successfully monitoring the navigation of Crew Dragon Endeavour that autonomously made its way from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to the International Space Station, docking at 2:08 a.m. Pacific Time, 5:08 a.m. Eastern. With the International Space Station as they've been flying over the South Indian Ocean. The control teams are now working to configure Dragon for its stay aboard the International Space Station. They've hard mated it using 12 hooks that drive to connect it to the International Docking Adapter, and have connected an umbilical and confirmed that power is being drawn from the space station to the Dragon. Dragon no longer needing to rely on its power source during its stay. All right, if you're just joining us, you're getting a live view of both of the control rooms. On the left is SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, and on the right, Mission Control Houston with the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Crew Dragon Endeavour is officially docked to the International Space Station, and right now teams on both the station side and Dragon side are working to get ready to open up the hatches in between them. It's going to take some time until we get to that point where we're able to open up the hatches. Victor Glover on the station side is currently inside the pressurized mating adapter. He's working to manually pressurize the vestibule that exists between both of the hatches. It's going to take some time because that vestibule has been exposed to vacuum since before Crew Dragon just docked at 2:08 a.m. Pacific time, 5:08 a.m. Eastern time, and that because it has been exposed to vacuum, the thermal environment causes it to have a little bit of oscillation as the pressure is rising. So they need to have some thermal equalization in the vestibule before beginning the pressurization to ensure that the leak checks are accurate. So they'll do a leak check on the way up to pressure, which is a little more than 14 pounds per square inch. They'll do a pressure check at 5 pounds per square inch, make sure everything's good, that the vestibule is holding pressure, and then they'll continue on up to match the pressure between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. In the meantime, Victor Glover will open up the APAS hatch on the International Space Station side. That's the hatch that separates the vestibule from the Dragon hatch. He'll outfit the APAS hatch by taking off the docking target, which is a long rod with an X on it, and was used for some of the optical navigation equipment on the Crew Dragon for Dragon's approach and eventual docking to the station. He'll remove that. He'll put some pads on the APAS hatch, make sure no one bumps their head on the way in. And then when he heads into the vestibule, there is a little window. Hopefully he'll be able to wave to his crewmates before they actually open up the hatch of the Dragon itself. After both hatches are open, the crews on both sides will get positioned. First the Crew 2 astronauts will just make sure everything is okay on Endeavour's side before they go ahead and officially leave that vehicle. Crew from inside Endeavour will enter or ingress into the International Space Station one at a time, being greeted by the 7 crew members that are currently aboard the International Space Station, including Crew 1 astronauts. You have Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shannon Walker from NASA, and Soichi Noguchi from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Also on board, arriving on a Russian Soyuz in April, earlier this month, was Mark Vande Hei of NASA and Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov from Roscosmos.
Dragon SpaceX for audio configuration.
Go ahead for audio config.
Shane, we are about to transition to hardline audio with ISS.
Copy.
All right, so you just heard the confirmation. The Dragon and International Space Station are mated now by not only the International Docking Adapter, but there is an umbilical that's extending to the space station. We did have confirmation that we have power that's being drawn from the space station to the Dragon side, so they're configuring some of the other channels, including communication. So they'll configure that one at a time. Some of the sequence of events that's going to happen over the next couple of hours until as we continue to repressurize the vestibule and get the station and Dragon outfitted to eventually open up the hatches. We'll be with you throughout the entire duration of this sequence until we have those hatches open and provide a live coverage of a welcome ceremony, show the inside of the space station and the crews of Dragon, both Resilience and Endeavour, and of course the MS-18 Soyuz vehicle that are all on board the International Space Station now as part of Expedition 65, welcoming each other officially aboard.
Dragon Endeavour Houston on 2 on the big loop for hardline. We are ready for comm checks with SpaceX, ISS, and Houston.
All right, so it's a little hard to see from this view. It's a external camera view aboard the International Space Station. On the port truss, you can sort of see the nose cone flipped up, but that's Crew Dragon Endeavour on the forward end of the station. It's hard mated using 12 hooks that have driven to hard capture Crew Dragon Endeavour to the International Space Station. It's also connected by umbilical to the station. We've confirmed that power is being drawn from the station to Dragon. Dragon no longer needing to rely on its own internal systems for power. That umbilical also provides a communication line. Now coming up will be a test of that communication line between the teams, between the Dragon itself, Crew Dragon Endeavour, and the International Space Station, and the ground teams, making sure that that connection that we've been hearing throughout the approach and docking phase of today's flight on the big loop.
SpaceX Houston in station. This is Endeavour. Comm check.
And SpaceX has you loud and clear, Endeavour.
And Houston has you loud and clear.
And the space station has you loud and clear on hardline. We copy it all on hardline. Loud and clear.
All right, so the same control teams that we've been hearing through the approach and docking phase of the flight on the big loop. That includes the SpaceX flight controllers in Mission Control Hawthorne. The voice you're hearing is Core or Crew Operations and Resource Engineer Arthur Berrialt. He confirmed from here in Hawthorne. From Mission Control Houston, Capcom Kathy Bolt confirmed the hardline communication network is working on board the International Space Station. That was the voice of Victor Glover, who is currently working through the procedures for opening up the hatches, including the repressurization of the vestibule. Still awaiting some temperature equalization there before that begins. But that'll be some of his next steps. And then aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour, Commander Shane Kimbrough confirming that hardline communication is working. So we got good power and good communication through the umbilical line to the Dragon from the International Space Station. We'll continue to provide periodic updates throughout this sequence of repressurizing the vestibule and opening up the hatches, configuring the Dragon and the International Space Station as they are mated together in space.
SpaceX Endeavour for some reports on 4.400 when you're ready.
SpaceX is ready to copy for 4.400.
Okay, for tablet percentage MS177, CDR 84, PLT 87, MS279.
All right, SpaceX copies. Reading back. Tablet powers is MS177, CDR is 84, PLT is 87, and MS2 is 79.
Good readback.
Station Houston on 2. We've had a good vestibule pressurization and leak check. You are go to pick up and ingress part 2, step 3.
All right, that's great news. Picking up in part 2, step 3 for ingress. Thanks.
If you're just now joining us, you are watching the live broadcast for the Crew 2 mission for SpaceX and NASA. The Crew 2 Dragon Endeavour has docked to the International Space Station. They're currently working some procedures to process opening the APAS hatch, which is the hatch on the International Space Station side, as well as the hatch on the Dragon, Crew Dragon, prior to crew ingress onto the space station. And what you're looking at on your screen is Crew Dragon Endeavour docked to the International Space Station. We are hearing some call-outs as they're walking through some procedures, so we're keeping up with the teams. Again, this process does take a bit of time.
So if you're just joining us, the Dragon itself is attached to the International Space Station. The crew inside, namely Victor Glover, is making incremental steps to open up the hatches between the International Space Station and the Dragon itself. Glover waited for thermal equalization of the vestibule in between each of the hatches, the station side and the Dragon side. After thermal equalization, he brought it up to about 5 pounds per square inch, performed a leak check, and everything looked good, so he proceeded to increase the vestibule pressure to equalize with the International Space Station's pressure. With vestibule pressurization complete, and after a few checks, Glover will be given the go to open up the station side hatch, the APAS hatch. Once that's open, he'll be able to see the Crew 2 astronauts inside the Dragon Endeavour. There's a small window on the Dragon hatch that he'll be able to see them. And his main job before opening up that hatch will be configuring the station side hatch. That hatch is configured with a docking target. It's a small rod with an X on the end that provided guidance for the Dragon during its approach to dock with the International Space Station. He'll remove that docking target and provide some padding to allow safe entry into the International Space Station for the Crew 2 astronauts.
Victor Glover is one of the NASA astronauts that flew on Crew 1 about 6 months ago. So he is the one preparing, who has been preparing the space station for Crew 2's arrival. This is Victor's first mission on the International Space Station, first time that he has been to space, so it's pretty cool that he gets to welcome the Crew 2 team and help get them on board the space station.
And Station Houston on 2 for Node 2 video.
Go.
Yeah, we were wondering if we could get permission to come on board in Node 2.
You're welcome. Please come on board.
Okay, and we'll need the high-def camera powered on.
All right, so we've been very lucky with some of the external views here. This coming from a camera on the Japanese exposed facility pointing at the forward end of the International Space Station where the Dragon is currently docked. Crew Dragon Endeavour. Very shortly, with permission from Victor Glover, we should be getting some views from the inside of the International Space Station and seeing what Victor Glover is up to. He's at the forward end, inside the pressurized mating adapter, going through his procedures to configure the APAS hatch, getting it ready to open. We did hear confirmation earlier that the vestibule is pressurized between the two hatches, those hatches being the station hatch and the Dragon hatch.